I have so much awesome stuff going at the same time. You cannot even believe it today. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic start of your week. Oh, it's time to return the Kismet Love Train raid. Oh, I've been working on it so hard, everybody. I've probably thrown it away 100 times if I loaded it up, worked on it, said, I don't like it. Threw it away. But now it has come to fruition. It has come to a mode that we're going to take Twitch to a whole nother level. That's right. I'm going to bring it up. You were going to be here. You're going to be here in that moment when I first revealed the new Kismet Love Train raid. I have raided thousands of people here on Twitch. I love that moment. I love that moment when I'm people's first raid. When I come in and they've never been raided before and out of nowhere, someone comes in and drops 20, 30, 40. I've dropped up to 5,000 people. I've been on the homepage multiple times and I've gone in and I've just blown up out of nowhere. They have 2 people, 5 people, 10 people in their chat, and out of nowhere we go in there and we show them the love and say, keep on doing what you're doing. And that has inspired some people to go on to become affiliates, some people to go on and partner. Some of them were even partnered before I was partnered. And that's okay. That's okay, everybody. It's okay. Someone else had success. Relish in other people's success. That's what we do here. We're going to get into it and have a fun time. I do appreciate everybody coming in with the follows while I was offline. I appreciate all of those. We have Tattoo coming in, Year Bear, and also Birdesque. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for everybody being in the chat today. Make sure to go fire up those retweets to get those going. Try Hacker coming in, retweeted ad time. Already did an ad. I get the question all the time, Kismet, why do you run those ads? Well, if I do run an ad, I barely make anything on those ads. Believe me, it's not worth running it really. But if I do run an ad, it disables ads for the next 20 minutes in my stream, so nobody gets ads. See, it's all about return on your investment, right? You invest 1 minute and then everybody doesn't get any ads. Well, hey, bam, and then Twitch keeps on going and we keep playing our games and we keep doing all that stuff. Hey, I got no problem with that. I've been watching, by the way, Justin, who's from Justin TV, who is the founder of Twitch. I've been watching his YouTube channel, man. His YouTube channel is great. He's got all these anecdotes and everything when he started. You know, a lot of things like Twitch and things like that are just started by normal people. You think, you know, all the peeps that start stuff have to be super geniuses or amazing at what they do. You know, sometimes people just fuddle along like everybody else in the world, everybody. That's how things get done. You have to have a will to make stuff happen. And sometimes it's all passion. That's how you bring stuff into existence, like a Twitch or something like that. Now, had I been younger and this was a possibility when I was in my 20s, I would have took every dime and I would have invested it in Twitch, because this is my favorite place to be, because I love everybody in the community. The community is probably the best community of all the communities, I think, especially accepting this old guy as part of the Gamer Nation and artists and all of the other epic peeps who are here on Twitch. That's why I like it the most, because you know, what can happen when you go into something, depending on, you know, but then I still see it happen, right? People look at me like, oh, Kismet, you're old, Kismet, whatever. You know what? Forget those people. Forget the people who are trying to bring you down. Just bring in the love every day. Bring in your passion for what you love to do. I don't care what you look like. I don't care where you come from. That's all irrelevant. It's all about what you want to do in your life. Don't let nothing stop you, because I'm living proof, everybody. I'm 50 years old. I'm partially disabled. I have sleep apnea and vertigo, and I'm a partnered streamer on Twitch. And I'm representing the big company today. That's right. Fix it. That's right. For Satisfactory, we're representing the corporate overlords that are Satisfactory. So I have been working massively hard behind the stream for quite a while now. And I've been working on a Kismet Love Train again and again. It's one of my signature things that I do, is where we go raid people after. And you're like, Kismet, people have been doing that forever. True. But when I first started Twitch, one of the things that would happen is people would raid you and be mean. They would come in and they'd blow up the chat and they'd say, you suck, you're old, you look like Tony Hawk or whatever, which I consider a huge compliment. Thank you for comparing me to one of the greatest skaters of all time. Appreciate it. But they would come in and just be rude and obnoxious. And I said, I'm never going to do that. I'm going to show the love to people who are just trying to start off, who are just trying to stream. Now, the big streamers, they don't need me to raid them. If they got 500 or 1,000 more people in their channel, they don't need me to go raid them. The little guy needs the help. That's the people we need to show some love to. The people who are still just trying to get going, just trying to get their stream fired up, trying to get into that momentum that's going to raise their stream to a whole nother level. So we're going to get on to that going on today. Hey, WizKid Shannon. Hey, I just talking to you over there. I just discovered a cool thing on Twitter called Pipeline. It's an area where everybody gets together and shares information. And if you want to be a streamer, one of the best things to do in life, everybody, and I've worked with some of the top teams in the world. Some of you know that I did work for Apple for many years and a whole bunch of other graphic design pre-press houses where I work with millions of dollars worth of computers and work with ginormous clients, some of the top companies in the world. Been very, very lucky in my career. And one of the greatest things you do is you work with a diverse group of people with a different set of skills than your own. Because if they're excellent, then they raise you up, you raise them up, and everybody raises together. I know sometimes when you got those tough jobs where you get everybody's a jerk and you're like, oh God, my boss is a jerk and all that stuff, those are the tough ones. But if you can get the ones where you're working with other people and they're amazing and they're making you more amazing what you do, you feed off each other that way. Looks like an awesome community over there, so I'm over there checking it out. And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to go all in. Boom. Put me down. Put me down. Let's go for it, right? Because then you can always learn something. It doesn't matter where you are in your life if you're not progressing forward. If you get to that point where, you know what, look at me, I'm a big partner streamer, I know everything. I feel like you're that's the instant you fail is the instant you think you know everything. I certainly don't. Even though I've been graphic designer for 30 years, I've done a lot of amazing things in my career. Always can learn something new. And everything you learn on your own, by the way, there's always gaps in your knowledge. You're gonna have those gaps that you're gonna need to fill. Otherwise, it's going to be even more difficult. And you keep filling those gaps and keep working with other people, and they know something and you know something else, and you exchange that knowledge back and forth. Bam! You're off and running, bro. You are off and running, for sure, for sure. And thanks for hanging out, WizKid. Good to see you, man. Again, we rated WizKid Shannon a long time ago. I've rated thousands of people. Sorry if I don't remember. I'm sure I've got it recorded somewhere on my YouTube channel. I typically record every single stream. That's right, every single stream, and upload every single stream. I have so many videos going right now on YouTube. I have a video queued up, 1, 2, or 3 videos every single day. I'm not kidding. Every single day, already queued up until till July. So yeah, crushing it big time. By the way, my videos will eventually catch back up again because I stopped uploading YouTube when they screwed up their upload system, and then I gave them some feedback and they actually listened and they updated it, and now it works great. So big love to YouTube for actually listening to their customers. I appreciate that. Big time. Who else we got in the chat? We got Subi coming in. Say good morning. Good morning, Subi. That's Mr. Non-You coming in as well. Thanks for hanging out. Man, I'm super excited to play some Satisfactory. We're also going to get going with our stream avatars down below. Some new stuff coming for that, as well as we're going to be doing Stream Raiders. We got battle mode going today. Now, that means when I'm done streaming for the day, and I got to go out and mow the lawn because it is getting high, bro. It's getting high. It keeps raining here. It's raining every day. I can't mow the lawn. So I got to get out and mow the lawn today. And while I'm mowing the lawn, every 30 minutes, I will come back in and run another battle. So I run my normal stream, and then I do a bonus stream on top of that where we go for like an additional 5 hours, and we're just going to be running Stream Raiders battles so you guys can get the most loot ever. We're going to get crazy tons of loot on this one. This one looks really awesome, called Cyberfall. I love the events in Stream Raiders. Incredibly fantastic. I love everybody over there, Stream Captain. Those guys are awesome. They always got my back. Now, before I get in, we got to get all the business out of the way, and then we're going to get into some gaming. Number one thing is everybody take a minute. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. Everybody take a minute and go in there and vote as to which unit you want Sparkle Dog to be, right? So if you want Sparkle to be a barbarian, a mage, or whatever, I just cut it down to 5 because I've only got so many icons on Discord, so many emotes. But it's a reaction emote. So all you have to do is go in and click the reaction at the bottom. So if you want Sparkle to be a barbarian, and then we do it. And you're like, who's Sparkle? What are you talking about? Well, Sparkle's my English Welsh Corgi. She is Sparkle, the legendary Gamer dog. And we're going to add her to Stream Raiders. So we're going to have our own custom skin for Stream Raiders for English Welsh Corgi. As well as I got a Corgi configurator, a little mini dragon configurator, all sorts of cool stuff. Let's get into it, everybody. I feel like it's time to start the stream up. Let's go. Is it? Oh, hold on. I got my stealth boy out there. Boop, there we go. It's a miracle this stream starts up at all. Now, I've been doing a bunch of testing because I have, if you notice, I've moved up here now to move away from all the interactivity at the bottom. I've also rearranged everything so it goes right here. You can see I've got test cheer and all sorts of test stuff up here that I've been working on all weekend long. And I really putting in the hours, everybody. Putting in the hours big time, but that's what you got to do. If you have passion for something, if you have love for something, you really should go all in on it. You got to go all in it. Don't stop. Don't quit your job, though. Keep your job, but go all in at it as best you can. Put all your passion and all your love into it. And here's what happens most of the time. Right before people are about to succeed, they feel like they failed and they give up. Now, it took me 2 years to become partnered here on Twitch. It wasn't just like, like they say in some videos, hey, everybody, I went for 1 month and I have 3,000 people on my channel and I'm making hundreds of thousands of dollars and look at me, I'm a superstar. No. That's not how it really works. I'm going to tell you how it really works. It really works. You got to put the time and effort and make something unique to you. Because you're awesome just the way you are. You don't need to be anybody else. You don't need to copy all the big streamers and do all that stuff. Learn from them. But you don't need to make a carbon copy of them because you're more amazing than them anyway. You can go on and be whoever you are. That's what I like to be. I don't pretend to be nobody else. I'm just me. And if you like that sort of thing, you're in the right place. All right, let me go up here and reset this stuff over here. And so we're going to get going on. And later on, we're going to do that Kismet Love Train raid, which is going to be super, super fun here. Now, one of the things I'll tell you a bit about what I'm doing behind the scenes here is I'm going to go ahead and reset all of my labels today and then reset all my goals. I have a thing called session data as well, where we could reset our session to get everything going. There we go. All right. Now, what that's going to do, it's going to reset all this stuff down here. And so as people, hit the follow button or resubscribe or all that stuff, it's going to pop up right here and rotate through that thing instead of having it all over the screen. And my goal is always, how can you make it just as effective, but with less work and less clutter? As a graphic designer, I'm always trying to reduce that stuff down. So there we go. So you're going to see a bunch of testing stuff. We're going to be experimenting with a bunch of new stuff today on stream, including the Kismet Love Train raid going on later on. Now, right now, we're playing the experimental build of Satisfactory. Everyone's off playing it. Man, I just wish I had more time in the day. I wish I had more of me. More of me to do it, because I'm the one that does it all. There we go. Warpig coming in. Good morning, Kismet. Good morning, Warpig. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate it. Now, I'm going to start you guys off with some love, because you're right here at the top of the stream. 1,000 Kids Cats for all of you for sneaking in right at the very top. Those are for my contests and giveaways. I got amazing sponsors. You can see them all down below the stream. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff. Feel very, very lucky to do that. In fact, you guys like some Valheim? That's right. I got some more codes for Valheim. I'm going to give them away this week. In fact, we got some Stream Raider stuff to give away too as well. We got Stream Raider codes and all sorts of stuff. I think I'm going to start that later. Let's start that later. Oh, God, it's so much exciting stuff going on here in the stream, everybody. So much exciting stuff. Speaking of exciting stuff, we'll come back to Satisfactory here in just a moment. Boom, we're going to go ahead and fire up some Stream Raiders, a brand new event, Cyberfall. This is why we call it the Mega Stream, everybody. We got lots of stuff going at the same time. That's right. We've got Stream Raiders going. We're going to have play this every 30 minutes on stream. We're going to be doing some Satisfactory. We're going to be sending you guys some love today. Super excited to finally get all of my new updates in, because this stuff takes months and months and months. Like you see the new Kismet Love Trade down there. We've got custom stream avatars down there. You can make yourself a corgi or a little baby dragon. That's Sparkle and Norbert down there. You can customize them however you want. There's a panel right down below the stream. So if you go ahead and hit that chat, and then you scroll down, you'll see that stream avatars. It is free, so you can go in and make yourself a corgi. And then as you build up stuff down there, by the way, as you'll see little drops come down. Like, let's start off with a super loot today. Let's see. Let's see who's paying attention in the chat. Boom! Super loot. All right, so you've got little bags of loot that float around down here, which is one of my signature things. You guys can go exclamation jump in the chat. I'm going to show you how. Hold on, I'm going to go in here and I got to move my stuff out of my way in my chat. I'm going to show you how exclamation jump, like this. Woo, there we go. Exclamation jump, that you collect some loot, and thus you can unlock even more cool stream avatars coming very soon. Getting them worked on right now. And so you can unlock different outfits and different other stream avatars as well that are being made. Super, super cool. Again, I like to also support artists, not only just gamers, but artists here on Twitch as well. I'm a longtime artist myself, graphic designer, 3D artist, and whatnot. You see some 3D animations. from this guy. I'm the one that works on them all. All right. So we got this awesome Cyberfall event. Let's take a look. Earn Cyberfall tokens by winning battles. We're definitely going to do a bunch of that today. Higher leaderboard ranking means more tokens. Boss battles equal more tokens. Well, we're going to get into it. Cyberfall tokens unlock rewards. We're going to get into legendary. We've got mage stuff. We've also got that ranged unit there. Looks like cannon or something. I forget what the name of it is. Plus a bunch of event badges. Buy battle pass to unlock a 4th captain slot and a bonus loot. Oh, look at all these cool skins. Oh, man. All sorts of cool skins. I say we stop talking about it. We start doing it. Let's go. Come on. No, we're going to enter event. Bam. Let's get into it. Now, every time we do this, everybody, without even trying, we get to like level 40, man. We get way up there. So make sure to be in the stream. We're going to be doing battles all day long. So if you love doing battles, you love doing this kind of thing, remember, it's free to play. Play it on mobile. You can play it on desktop. I know a lot of you are on mobile who watch my stream. You can put down your units and then watch the stream. And oh, wait, it's been 5 minutes. Hold on, let me put down another unit. I suggest to set a timer. That's what I do when I'm not on stream. I typically will set a timer that'll do that as well. So very, very cool. For sure, for sure. And again, I'm going to be testing a bunch of stuff down below to see if it works. Down here. Now, I don't know why it hasn't reset yet, but let's give it another go. Over here. Let's press some buttons and flip some switches as I like to do, because holy moly, do I got so much stuff going now. Let me go ahead and refresh this and see if it refreshes. There we go. All right, let's refresh that. Again, there's a lot of technical expertise that you need in streaming on keeping all of the stuff going. I know it seems simple, but making something seem simple when it's incredibly complex and difficult to keep it running, that is the true genius of anything that you do in your life. That's why I love working for Apple, because they make things that in the moment seem incredible, like almost magical, right? The touchscreen that was on your phone. Well, my day didn't have touchscreens. In fact, didn't have phones. You had to find a payphone, bro. You had to find a payphone on the side of the road to call AAA to say, hey, I'm broke down. Back in the day, some of you remember, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember those days when you had to search down a payphone. Oh my gosh, that was not easy. Now you can't even find one. I mean, you find a payphone, it's like finding a golden egg out in the middle of nowhere. It's like an albatross or something. Hard to find. All right, so let's keep it going. Let's go ahead and choose our route here. Now we got 2 ways to go. Now I usually aim for these chests over here because that's going to give us some loot, right? That's going to give us some loyalty tokens there, or we can go for the gold up here. I always feel like it's better to go for the loyalty tokens or the blue chests, because those blue chests will give you extra chances to get bonus skins. So we'll either go green or blue chests. And I feel like we're just going to go down and across. Let's go ahead and start the first battle so you guys can start putting your units down. So we know where that's going to go. Oh, this is looking cool. What do we got? Cybernode Zip. Okay, terminal that can be reprogrammed by hitting it enough times, increasing the nearby unit movement and attack speed. Ooh, okay. What else we got in here? Goblin Punk, the orc from the future with a short-range laser blaster. All right, this is all future stuff. Okay. Goblin Punk and Metalhead. I love their events. They're always so great. The orc held in cyber suspension follows commands given to it by a mysterious entity. All right. We'll get into that in just a second. You go ahead and start putting your units down. I'm going to go check out the store over here and see what scrolls we got. All right, we got a little bit of... Oh, look, my archer is ready to level up. Do we got enough cash? Yes, we do. Oh, just enough, and bam, out of cash, just like that. But that's okay. That's okay. Look, our archer is level 29. Oh, man, so close, so close. What quest do we got today? We got our barbarians done. Let's get that done. And again, we'll play Satisfactory here in just a moment. We're just getting our stuff fired up. Get 5 assists from buffing. All right, well, I do that buffing quest. It never seems to work. I have to give him some feedback on that, but we're going to give it a try today. Let's go ahead and try it out. I feel like we can try it out on a 1 star. Let's go ahead and get my flag bearer in there today. I'm going to find Subi and get right behind Subi. There you go, Subi. I got you back, bro. I got you back. Now, again, it is free to play. You can find the link in the chat. Feel free to come in and join us, everybody. We're going to have a fun time playing that all day now. Boom! Back to Satisfactory. Did you know that I can have not only PC, but Xbox, PS4, and Switch, and mobile all tied in at the same time? Took me a long time to get that all to work, everybody. I can actually have every single platform running at every single moment. I have every single one. This way I can play all the games with you because it's all about the games and having fun hanging out with all of you guys here in the stream. So let's get into some Satisfactory. Now, we had started completely over again from scratch because of Update 4. And what we're going to do is we're going to go in and build, and we've set ourselves a limit this time where we can't just build up in the air, you know how like you do in Minecraft, you just like let stuff float or whatever. Can't do that anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use supports no matter where I go. So what we've done is we've started off, we've done our basics, right, where you start with your biofuel and you do all of that stuff. And then we had to seek out a little area for water. We could not find any water on this particular map except for a little tiny puddle of water, at least it seems like a puddle, way out here on the edge. And you can see it way out there. There it is right there. So we tapped into that and we made ourselves some coal power. Now, coal power at the very beginning is perpetual power. It'll keep the power going, so you don't have to go collect leaves and, you know, chop down trees with your chainsaw and all that stuff. And once you get to this point, the game gets really, really fun. And that's because now I can double the size of my factory that I already have. And usually what I do is I retool my factory or rebuild it in such a way that I can expand it and then store all my stuff. Now, have I looked at all the new stuff yet in Update 4? No, I'm not in a rush. I don't rush off to do all of that and get it going on. But I do enjoy all of that stuff. Why is my timer down there? Hold on. I thought I moved my timer up here. Let me move my timer back up there. There we go. Oh, maybe I did move it down. Oh, I moved it to the back. That's what I did. Hold on. Yeah, it'll pop back up over there in a minute. All right. I moved a lot of stuff to the back. So I also moved up here. So you guys are doing all the interaction down there. You can do all sorts of stuff, including redeeming a bunch of stuff in my channel points, which directly affect my stream avatars, by the way. You can drop bombs on them. You can knock everybody around. You can start boss battles. You can do all sorts of cool stuff down there with stream avatars. So not only can you do battles on another thing, you can do battles on that as well. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's go ahead and run down. I'll give you a quick little tour of my current factory state. Right now, we've been kind of tearing everything down. And you're like, why are you tearing everything down? Well, at the beginning of the game, you're doing a lot of stuff just to get started, right? You're getting your, oh, look at this concrete, Reddit. You're getting your concrete going. Let's get into the thick of it here. You're getting your concrete going. You're getting all your stuff going here. And as you can see, I've got lots of various lines of production running and running through here. Now, in the beginning, you're just trying to get stuff started, what I call the basic build, right? So you start with your basic build, you get all that going, and then you do a super build. A super build is when you're starting to build up a backlog of resources that you can use to continue to progress through the game and also build the giant mega structures, which is the next level, which is the mega level of building. I mean, huge, huge stuff you can build in this game. It's pretty fun just getting to this point. I can't even stay up on the ladder today. Come on, Kismet. Come on, let's get it going. This is usually how my day starts, everybody, where I've fallen off the ladders for a while. And then I'll get into it. All right, here we go. Also, by the way, everybody, I forgot to mention that I am the father of a 16-year-old child. Yesterday, my daughter turned 16, and boy, do I feel like time went by like that. It was just yesterday, everybody. It was just yesterday that she was just a little baby, and I was pushing her around in her stroller, and I'd come home from work. She'd go, Daddy's home, and I'd pick her up, and I'd fly her around the room. I remember that, and I'll always remember that every day. Getting a little emotional there. Every day, and today, yesterday, it was her birthday, so we celebrated her birthday. She went and got her driver's license right away. Such a brilliant and strong young lady. Incredibly awesome. My wife did a good job. I did my part, but mostly it's the wife. Mostly it's the wife. Incredibly genius level too. Way smarter than me. Gets it mostly. See, I'm hard work smart. right? There's two types of smart I find in the world, right? There's like, hey, you're super smart, you can do anything and everything, and you can just remember it like you got a photographic memory. Congrats to you. The rest of us, we have to be hard work smart. Well, we read that same paragraph again and again because we don't get it. We don't get it. We just read it again and again and again and again. And then we're like, okay, now I get it, right? After like the 53rd time, you finally understand what the heck you're reading, right? That's the kind of smart I am. I'm just hard work smart. I'm just working at it, trying to do the most I can and learn the most I can. She's on the honor roll as well. Amazing, amazing. She loves to do a whole bunch of different sports that I loved to do when I was young too. She loves to go to the swim, also plays instruments like violin and things like that. I like to have my kids try a whole bunch of different stuff and find what they love to do. I don't force my kids to do anything like go, play football or, soccer or whatever. I don't need to live through my kids, right? Let them be who they're going to be. I feel like as a parent, it's your job to slowly transfer all the responsibility to your child, right? So when they're young, you have to take care of them. Otherwise, all of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for someone. If it wasn't for someone, feeding us and clothing us and having a roof over our head, no one would be here. So at the beginning, of course, you take all the responsibility, and as they get older, you teach them how to dress themselves, you teach them how to take care of their stuff and how to come straight home, work on their homework, and focus on those things that are most important. And as you go along, you have to keep transferring that responsibility, and at some point, it's all on them. It's time to fly out the nest. A couple more years, and then I'm gonna be gaming all day, every day. Everybody, get my kids going. Also, my my other two daughters. I have twins who are 13, turning 13 next week. By the way, they're a week apart on their birthdays, and so all three of them, I went and. I don't know how I'm going to pay for it, but we went and bought it anyway because I said at 13 that my twin daughters could get a new phone because my oldest daughter got one at 13. So we went and got them some new phones. The older version of the phone, though, not a brand new phone and all of that. And when I was in my 20s, I did make a lot of money, and if I still had that money, I would probably cave and go, buy the daughter or at least a used car or something like that. But, I'm partially disabled now. I'm not a wealthy man anymore. I just do what I love to do every day. It's not about the money, everybody. You have the money, you still have the same problems, including more problems on top of that. It's about enjoying every single minute of your life. You got to enjoy every single day. And I'm going to have a good time today. I hope you are up for it as well. Let's keep going. So thought I'd share a little moment with you guys I had yesterday. Big strong man, all getting all weepy and whatnot. When you get older, everybody, you don't have to prove you're a man anymore. You don't have to prove how macho you are all the time. You know what? It's okay just to be you. To be you and love what you love. You love a certain type of music. You love dancing. You love to sing, even though you ain't a great singer like me. I'm a terrible dancer and a terrible singer, but I do it anyway. You know why? Because I enjoy it. It's fun. I love dancing with my daughters. When I go to a father-daughter dance, I don't just sit there and go, hey, I don't like to dance. I'm going to go to a dance with my kids. Whoa, look out! Look out! We got Al Pito coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, showing that love. We got a new Teamwork Tycoon in the chat, everybody. Show him some love. Thanks for coming in. True story, nice words. True. You got to go out there and do it. I tell you, I've been on every end. I've made lots of money. I've had huge success in my life. And there's always one thing that's above all other things, and that's my wife. And then next is my family, and those are what I set as my president. My family calls me right now, says, hey, Kismet, I got a flat tire. I need this, I need that. I'm out of here. That's it. I'm gone. Boom. That's always my highest priority, and I set that above all things. So I suggest not worry about that money. Money will work itself out over time. All that stuff will work itself out over time. I've been in lots of ups and downs in my life. I can tell you, it eventually works out. Just keep at it. You're gonna make it happen. Keep it going. All right. So over here you can see we've got some stuff coming in here. We've got some reinforced iron plates. We've got our secondary item here. Now also what we did is we got an upgrade to all of our stuff. Whoa! Look out! We got a 98 dime. I don't know what that means, but thank you very much for dropping the love on the stream. How you like those 3D animations? You know who does those? This guy. I'm glad you guys enjoy the stream enough to say, hey, I like this Kismet guy. Bam, I'm going to hit that follow button. I appreciate it big time. I appreciate every single person who's ever come in my stream, showed me the love. I appreciate all my streamer pals who come in and raid my stream as well. I appreciate everybody and anybody who comes in and says, Kismet, I love what you do. I love your positivity. I love everything about your stream. That's what I try to do, everybody. My goal, you should have a goal in your stream. My goal is just to create moments of joy every day, just to bring the love every single day, a little positivity into your day, because you got enough people dragging you down in your life. You don't need that in your entertainment either. You just want to have some fun, maybe watch some Satisfactory today, do some stream raiders, maybe some stream avatars down there, jump around. Look at them dancing down there. All sorts of fun. So there we go. There we go. My name has to do with my project vehicles. Oh, really? Oh, now inquiring minds want to know what kind of projects do you do, if you don't mind me asking. Yeah. Oh, look at them all jumping in the chat. Yeah, jump, get that loot. Get that loot. True story. Yeah, true story. You got to get out there and get it done. You always get it straight up in here, everybody. I don't BS people. I don't sugarcoat stuff. I just tell it to you straight with love and appreciation. That's how I do. Okay, so this is a gigantic, what we call spaghetti, everybody. If you've ever played Satisfactory before, this triggers my chat, and I think it's the funniest thing. It triggers me, too. I can't handle it either, but I think it's funny when I start running the conveyors all over the place. You're just running them high and low and up and down, and they're everywhere. Now, I get about this stage right here where I'm about tier 3 and 4, and I'm ready to revamp my entire factory. That's right. I'm going to start putting it on different levels. And as you can see, I've got a structure started. Now, remember, in this playthrough, we have set the limit that we have to have support structures when we're building, because you can just build it up in the area. I mean, I could just start building something up and make it go for 1,000 miles that way. But in this particular thing, we've set where we have to put supports in as we go. That's going to add a real fun extra element to it. And I played through the game like 30 times. This is an 11 out of 10 game in early access. This is an incredibly fantastic game. I highly suggest, if you love building, exploring, you love doing all that stuff, take a look at Satisfactory. Incredibly great. Made by the awesome people at CopyStain, who are just knocking it out of the park, bro. They got Satisfactory and Valheim. Both of those are amazing games in early access. I recommend them both. In fact, be here this Friday and Saturday. You may win. You may win a copy of Valheim. I'll be giving it away on both days. So you be here. You be here. I contacted them and said, hey, you got any more codes I can give out to my community? And it's like, Kismet, we got your back, bro. So appreciate them over at CopyStain and also Iron Gate Studios for making an incredibly fantastic game. So we'll be playing that as well. So hang around. Oh, you got a Chevy S10. I see. Oh, lowriders. You know, I'm from LA, so I know all about lowriders, man. I got lots of friends who, that's what they would do. They would make custom lowriders all the time. So there you go. I've never heard the term 98 dime, though. I guess I'm just out of it. But maybe I heard it and forgot about it because, you know, at my age, I forget lots of stuff. But yeah. Some people, most call them lowriders, but they have a different type of suspension. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to go to all the car shows. I used to go all the stuff where people would do custom cars and all that kind of stuff. I love that stuff. I'm always down. Someone's like, hey, kids, I'm going to a car show. I'm like, hey, let's go. Let's go check it out, bro. Let's check out all the epic cars out there. So thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Now, let's go ahead and keep on firing it up. So we're going to start tearing things down, redoing all of it. Now we have perpetual power, so we can just let the factory run. In fact, we have so much power that we can double or even quadruple the size of our factory now. We could really go to town on it, and that's what we're going to do. So let's start with step number 1, which is figuring out what the heck we're going to do. That's always a good step. Now, as you can see, we've got an extractor down here. It's extracting a bunch of iron and limestone right there into that box. And we're going to double those up today. So it's going to cost us double the power to extract it. But we're going to be getting double the amount of everything. So that means we can double our production and double the output and get a lot more. Now, one of the things that I'm doing is color coding. As you can see up here, we're color coding different areas because you can color things in. Now, the purple means that's where my hub is, right? That's the center of my kind of base or factories right here. And then we have our blue, which is where we have our storage, where we want to run everything up into that storage so we can just literally walk up there and bam, we got a bunch of loot that we can use. So we're going to run over here to the next level, and this will be my production level down here. And up here will be my kind of living, hanging out, storage level of all my stuff. And you can see my hub there. And this is for miscellaneous stuff right here. We also just unlocked our larger boxes. So we put all of our miscellaneous stuff in there, right? Like say you got a little extra iron or you got some tickets for the Awesome Shop or any of that kind of stuff. You throw it in there for now. You deal with it later because it's going to fill up your inventory very, very quickly. You're going to run out of inventory space very, very quickly in this game. So make sure to be upgrading via your MAM. We'll get into that as well as putting all that excess stuff either in the Awesome Sink where you like the garbage disposal. You grind it up and get tickets and you can unlock more stuff in the game too. We're going to be doing all that today. But I want to go ahead and run my resources right here. And so I kind of establish where I'm going to put my resources. And the first thing I'm always making the most of is concrete. Concrete is everything. I'm talking you're going to be building foundations for days. And you know what else is coming up? An update for Astroneer. We're going to be checking that out too. They're working on tons of killer stuff over there. One of the things, what makes me think of Astroneer is the fact that I wish they would join Satisfactory in using foundations, right? Foundation items where you could build out your base on there, much like you can in here. Now, the building in this game is second to none. It is incredibly fantastic. I can run out here real easily. I can hit F like Frank on the keyboard like I'm taking it out. I hit middle mouse button and I just picked up that item. And then I can tell that exactly where I want it to go. I just picked up the foundation here. I can tell it to go there. I can tell it to go there. I can tell it to go way down there if I want. I can tell it to go up here. And every time I do it, this is how you know your game is awesome. If every time I do it, it's fun every time. I just love the fact that it's so subtle and so fantastic in the way that it builds. And you would think that would be obvious in every other game. Every other game would do the same. But it doesn't. Believe me, I played all those games. They're tough. They're tough. Great example, like 7 Days to Die. You're up on the thing and you're trying to put the block down, but you got to lean over the side and you fall off and you end up on your spikes or whatever. That's not good. I've fallen off so many times, I tell you. But in here, I just click a button. Bam. There we go. It goes right where I want it to go. Or I can just take it out. It's like, nah, take it out. And go over here. Now it gives me all the resources back, so I don't lose my resources. I don't have to go collect more just to put another one down. I love all those kind of game mechanics in this game. It's really, really good. Now, one of the things we want to do is feed from the lower level down here. We have a bunch of conveyor lines and all that stuff running up there into here. So we start at the end, and this is great in any job that you do. In graphic design for many, many years, this is how I would do it. I would start at the end and work my way backwards. What is it going to be first? Where's it going to go? What's the thing going to become? Right? You start with that first and you work with it. And it seems obvious that you should do that. Not everybody does. A lot of people, they'll start at the beginning. They'll just start designing stuff and whatever, not thinking about, oh God, I got all this stuff I have to do to make it work down here, down the road at the end. And the same thing here, right? I've got to get it to build the thing, right? Just extract the original ore, take it, convert it into what I want it to be, and then make it into this box. So we want to go into this box, see what's in there right now. We got a bit of concrete in there. But one of the problems with this particular box is a little bit too far forward. And so we're going to try to solve that problem today. So we're going to go click this. See this? If I try to run that up right there, can't do it because it's a little too far forward. Now, another thing we could do to circumvent that, make it a little bit easier, is we could have our walls, which help us attach items to the edge of the wall. Now, I can't do it right now because I don't have that stuff unlocked yet, but let's go ahead and pull up our awesome shop. We need some screws. See, you'll always need something, everybody. You always need something in the moment. Now, let's see if we got any screws laying around here. Nope. Let's go find some screws down here. Oh, let me turn my sound on as well. There we go. I usually keep the sound off on the game until I really get into it, and then I fire it up. Okay, let's go down here and look in this gigantic mess that I have, just triggering my chat, and see if we can find some screws down here. Because again, see how disorganized it feels? Stuff's running all over the place. Where's my thing? Where's my stuff? The second you start to organize something, it really, really takes on its own existence. It's like that storage container. Oh, we got one right here. Let's just take that one out. And then we get all those resources back, and then we can just go build it up above. Now we're going to also add a bunch of other transport stuff like hypertubes and stuff like that, which are really awesome. They get you from A to Z super, super fast. Pretty great. Pretty great. Now again, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet, Kismet. If you put my name in the chat, you don't have to use the @ symbol. Just put my name in the chat. It'll highlight in red. Know you're talking directly to me, and I'll always circle back to it and say hello as well. Update 4, reduce radio wheel for building as well. Exactly. Select the building foundation, etc. And hold F to build it. That's true. You can hold down the F and get it going on if you want. Absolutely. I like to just, one of the things that I feel like really made my building so much better in Satisfactory is just hitting F, right? Instead of using the radio wheel or instead of setting the hotkeys down there, is hitting F and then saying, I need another container. I already got one, middle mouse button, bam, now I can make another container, right? That seems like not a lot, but if you're doing that over and over again, you are saving so much massive amount of time. You don't have to, select it. You don't have to press the button on it. You literally just 2 keystrokes and you can just keep going and keep building the same thing over and over and over, because you do a lot of continuous building of the same thing in the game, I find. So once I kind of trained myself to do that, oh man, I'm telling you, it really started firing off. Really started firing off in there. Now again, remember, I played through the game like 30 times. I've unlocked everything before, but we haven't unlocked everything in Update 4, so we're going to see how it goes. Now watch out for backseat gaming as well. We like to discover stuff as we go through the stream. So I do appreciate it, though. I know you're just watching my back. We are going to do a Learn to Play tomorrow on Airport CEO, which is a sponsored event where you can backseat game all you want. You can tell me everything about it if you want. So we try to get it out of your system so that when I'm playing a game and we're playing through the first time, we can get those discovery moments of, oh, okay, that's how that works, or oh, wow, look at that, that's awesome. I love those moments in gaming. Those are my favorite. Now, we got a bunch of new stuff in here, including light panels and control panels, all sorts of cool stuff in there as well. Now, what we were looking for is we're looking for walls. So we got all sorts of wall attachments and things like that. I love using these wall attachments. They are pretty awesome, including conveyor walls. And there's different levels of them. There's 1, 2, or 3 connectors that you can put in there, and then you can connect your lifters there and then just run them into your boxes. Now, that would be great to unlock. We need 7 for there, but you know what we're saving up for? Saving up for that. I love this. This is my favorite thing in the game, by the way. And I'm representing today, everybody, for you just coming to stream. I'm representing. I got my Fix-It shirt on today. I'm representing the our corporate overlords, who are the main storyline in here. The Fix-It, who have sent us down from outer space into this planet to collect resources. And as we send resources up to them, we unlock more and more cool stuff. And now, this game was already an 11 out of 10. It was a 9 out of 10 when it first dropped into early access. Then they added trains, which made it a 10 out of 10. Then they added fluids and a whole bunch of other stuff, which made it an 11 out of 10. And 11 out of 10 is as high as I go. And so now they've added even more cool stuff, including a bunch of logistic stuff, including power storage. And I loaded up a previous save when it first came out, and we went and looked at all the cool new stuff, nuclear power and plutonium, and we got flying things that we could do and all of that stuff. But again, we're not in any hurry, right? We want to play through, get the most out of our dollar bills. Man, I've already got my return on investment on this game 100 times over. That is for sure. Incredibly awesome. I mean, it's such a huge replayability too. And I don't go and do every single thing in the game. Because I liked in early access, I just like to fool around, and then when it drops into release, then that's what we get into. We're in experimental right now. There is 2 different versions of the game. If you're on the Epic Game Store, there are actually 2 separate things you'll see in your library. You'll see the early access version, which is the more stable version, and then the experimental, which right now they're testing out Update 4 in the experimental. So we're testing it out, giving it a go, giving it a playthrough from scratch, right? I don't get attached to previous playthroughs. I don't mind just throwing them away, starting again. Always a fun adventure to get going again. So we need some tickets for that. Now, I put my tickets back here. And you see we got 9 tickets. We need 10 tickets to get our vehicle going on today. So let's keep that in mind as well. We'll keep working on that. But right now, we don't have those resources that we need to really go ahead and take our base to that whole next level, where we're connecting it to walls and we're doing side connectors and all that stuff. I actually like to unlock the vehicle. Well, actually, the first thing I like to unlock is the ramp. is the angled ramp here. The double ramp is the jam, bro. But that's what I'm using right down here, this double ramp. Because it's very easy to build upwards and downwards while you're there. Otherwise, it's really awkward. You have to do like a ramp and then a foundation, a ramp foundation. That's really tough to build. When you use your double ramp, forget about it. You can build whatever you want, up, down, left, right. You're going to really get started on your base once you get that double ramp. That's the first thing I suggest. Then the vehicle, because we're going to be driving pretty far away. Now we're going to start expanding our extraction and get into that. And then I will get into power. Where I start getting the power connectors, the ones that attach to the walls, and then we'll start unlocking even more stuff, walls and all that stuff. But for now, we have to figure a way of making this work. So we're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to go ahead and take out a little bit of stuff over here. Now, as you can see, stuff's dropping on the ground, and that means my inventory is full. Like I was talking about earlier, your inventory is going to fill up very, very quickly. So we're going to use our temporary box over here to hold all this temporary stuff, just like that. Because you got to move this stuff out of the way, otherwise you can't build there because it will obstruct your ability to build. And so we're going to take this and we're going to push this back. And you're like, Kismet, do you do this on purpose? Do you put stuff? Yes, I do. I do think out every single one of my streams. Not to the point of I know everything I'm going to do, but I have a general idea of where I'm going. Always a good idea to have some sort of general idea of what you're working on for that day, both in real life and in thing. I actually do my to-do list of what I'm going to be doing today. Last night. It's an incredibly effective technique where you figure out, okay, what am I doing tomorrow? I'm going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to do some battles all day long. We got 2 more minutes on our battle. We're going to be doing the Return of the Kismet Love Train raid, taking it to a whole nother level. All of that stuff, you should be planning out ahead of time, at least to a certain degree, and you're going to find that everything works out much better if you have at least somewhat of an idea. It doesn't have to be, you know, you've made a script of your entire day. I suggest don't do that. It's better if you just be you, I find, than to go in and script it all out. I'm not that way with videos. I'm not that way with the stream, but I do like to have an idea of what I'm doing. And today is retooling the factory, so let's get it going. Now, as you can see, I moved it back and I ran it down. So I don't really need those pieces right now. I would like to do those later just so it looks cleaner and runs a bit easier. But right now I can just move it back a little bit and then we could run it down, up and down from that lower level. So a good idea to establish that early. Now, one of the things I also like to do is I like to have this like this. Now, why do I do that? Right? Why do I put that like that? And let's go ahead and put some of the concrete back in there again. And that's so I can just glance over here and say, oh, that's concrete. That's what's in that box. Now, you can also hit F, and it will tell you exactly what's in the box. Now, the first 2 items there are the, if you do extract the box. So that's not actually in the box unless it says more than 20, right? Because it takes about 20 of the bars in the, bars and the things. What are they called? The pipes. The beams in the pipes. It takes about 20 beams and pipes to make one of those boxes. So at the first 20 is just it if you deconstruct it, right? You're going to get those back. But everything else is in there. The 1,123 concrete is actually in that box. And we go to the next one. See, I got 198 plates. Incredibly awesome technique to find. Oh, look out. Hey, good job over there. Incredibly awesome. Nice jump there, Beer Bear. Incredibly awesome way of finding that thing that you're looking for, man. You're like, oh god, where'd my rods go or whatever. Incredibly great way of doing it. Act like you're taking it out. You hit F like Frank, and then you're able to find that particular thing as well. But me, I like to organize it so I can just look visually. I'm a very visual person. I'm a graphic designer, so obviously, and an artist. So obviously, I prefer to see it very visually. Now, I'll go through and I'll make every single element in the game roll out, except for my radiated elements, roll out right up to my base. Because why do I want to go pick it up? I want it to come to me, right? I don't want to have to chase it down for the whole rest of the game. So instead of that, we're going to run it right up here next to our hub. And then as we need it, it'll be right here. Oh, I need some concrete, which is funny. Oh, it's battle time, everybody. Time to fire it up. Our first battle of the day. Let's get it going. Oh, I see my mods in the chat. Thank you for hanging out. My awesome mods backing me up. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Boom. Now it's a little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Incredibly fun. It is free to play. We're going to go ahead and do a battle. Now, I got a little spell here. I can put a spell on you. Let's do it. Bam. Let's go. Battle time. Let's see if my guy actually gets credit for his buffing today. Let's do it. Oh, look at that. Oh, man, they're blowing it up. Turn that down just a little bit. Oh, man, they set it off over there. Holy mackerel, we annihilated them. Oh, it actually worked. It actually worked, everybody. Yay. All right, cool. It worked today. All right, Grassy Wars. I guess they fixed that. Subi coming in, getting some gold. EMZRT, so you get bonus loot right over here. Notice I'm up here now, so I'm not blocking the bonus loot. There you go. Horse as well, getting some love, and also becoming an MVP with 13 kills there. Fantastic job. Of course, giving you guys all sorts of extra loot. I always crank it over to you guys, so you guys get the max amount of loot. Oh, look at that. 200 gold to start the day. I'll take it. Ooh, look at this cool skin. I love the artist who does that. Does an incredibly great job on all of that stuff. Again, we're gonna go low side. Let's start another battle, and I'm just gonna go ahead and pull my flag bearer in again. I feel like we want to go right for this thing right here. Yeah, we want to get both of these on our side. Then we're gonna be able to control all of those. So see, the hardest thing is deciding which side you want to go. This one's red, so we might want to go for that one first. So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to buff all you guys up. Just go ahead and put your units down right over here next to me. I'm going to buff you guys up, and we'll run out there. We'll try to wipe them out. Now, again, this is a side game we play called Stream Raiders. We play it every 30 minutes or so. Incredibly fun. I suggest you come and join us. It's free to play. Why not, right? You play it on mobile or on desktop. Click the link. Come and join us. We're going to have some fun. So let's get into it. Let's get into it big time. So now the next thing we're going to do is establish where all of our stuff is going to be. So the first thing we want to put in here is our plates. So let's put our plates right there. Let's go ahead and put our rods right there. And this over here is going to be, oh, let's see. The problem is it took too many out. Now, here we go. Just take one stack out because you don't need more than, I find, a couple stacks in the very beginning. Later on, you're going to need a lot. You're going to need stacks and stacks and stacks. But at this point, you don't need that much on your inventory at all times. And we'll go ahead and make that one screws. Those are all the basics right there. Now, beyond these particular basics, we are going to be working on our copper stuff as well. So we want to go ahead and pick that up and see if we can get it to snap in there. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and start working on our copper items over here as well. And again, as I'm putting it around my hub, it'll just keep expanding until we have every single item in the game, including the new stuff. We'll get there. Don't worry. We're going to take our time. We're going to play 3 days because we're going to call a mulligan on last week and the week before. I had all sorts of IRL stuff going on. They were trying to work on my bathroom, which they never showed up and they never finished it. So I still have to now wait for that. Next week, by the way, also getting my COVID shot because I'm 50 years old and partially disabled. I have lots of medical issues. So go out there and get it done so we can go outside again, everybody. Go out there, get that COVID shot done so we can go outside, hug family, hang around all the people we love worldwide, right? It should be a worldwide moment of love when we get it under control and we can go outside again and walk up to a random stranger and give them a hug. Probably not a good idea. You might get stabbed. But at least your loved ones, walk up to them and show them some love. Make good choices, everybody. Make good choices. All right. Let's go ahead and put our wire in there. I feel like that's what's going to happen, everybody. Everyone's just going to start hugging everybody because they're so happy to be out of quarantine. I have a feeling. I know I'm going to show some love to all the peeps that I haven't seen in a while because, now, I'm not much of a person that hangs out outside anyway. But when you're forced to stay inside and you can't go out for, like a dinner with your family or whatever, because you're afraid of dying, because I have a high chance of dying, everybody. So I got to watch out. I'm in that risk group. So I am going to get mine done, and wife's going to get hers done, and then GG. And my extended family have already gotten their done, who are older than us. You have to wait. It's like age gated, right? So the people who are older get it first, and then they work their way down because they're in the highest risk factor, and they work their way down. So next week, I might be out that day. I don't know how I'm going to react to it, so we'll see. But it's like getting your immunizations when you're a kid. Believe me, it saves you a lot of pain and suffering in your lifetime from getting those terrible illnesses. And big love to all the peeps who have already got their COVID shots. Big love to all the first responders. And, of course, all the peeps out there keeping us safe. I appreciate you. And all the military, of course, standing to post for the rest of us. Appreciate it. Big time. My family is a military family. My wife's a military family as well. So long back history in the military. So. In every branch, in every branch, that's for sure. And a bunch of peeps who hang out on my stream also are military vets or are currently serving in the military. So much love to all of you. I hope you're having a great start to your week as well. All right, so what do we need to put in here? We've got our copper wire, which is kind of the first thing you typically make with copper. Then we have our cable, which I always get confused with wire because it looks more like wire to me than the other one. But this is actually cable, which you make from that other thing, right? Which you make from wire over here. And then the next thing we need a lot of is this right here, which is our copper sheets. Now, our copper sheets are going to be for our hypertubes, and we're going to do a bunch of that at some point, so we need a lot of that going. So that's kind of our goal right now, is to get those nicely organized and running into this particular box. Now, we got plenty more to do, everybody. Let's go ahead and add some more boxes right here at the end, right over here. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to start blocking your main access road, and see what's happening there? I'm starting to block the road that I'm probably going to put here, including trains and all sorts of cool stuff. That's right, you got trains in this game. It's awesome. It's awesome. So we're going to say, hold on. We're going to stop it right there, and we're going to call this our road. Now, how can we establish this as our primary road? Well, what we can do is we can use this thing right here, our color gun, to get that going. And we can click this, and we can go ahead and select that, and bam, we can recolor this. Now, wherever I put a yellow road, I never build anything on that road. And that's because I want to have a thoroughfare, so when I'm driving my little car, when I eventually unlock it, I can go A to Z to B and all over the place without having to worry about it. Big time. See something flashing over here. Hold on, let me click some buttons as well. And so I always establish myself some roads so I know where I'm going. Now, you can also see that there's a bunch of yellow coloring over here as well. And this is my primary road. This is a three wide road. I always have a primary road that runs right by where my hub is. So if I'm running my larger vehicles, or maybe I'm running a track where my vehicles are going and picking stuff up, you can do that in this game. That's right. You can set up vehicles that will go off, pick up loot, bring it back, and just automate it. So it just does that. It's one of the coolest things in the game. Incredibly awesome. Welcome back, Kismet. Thank you, Ashab. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, I'm ready to get in and play some games. Now, we got a lot of stuff going on big time, so feel free to come in and relax, take it easy, put your feet up, everybody. We're going to have a great day today playing some serious Satisfactory here today. I love this game. It's so incredibly fantastic. All right, so we got that established now. Now we're going to go ahead and say, you know what, let's build out. And again, I hit F. Look how easy that was. I don't have to press any buttons, even though I do have some of it programmed down below. I just pick it up. Way easier. Watch how easy it is to put these foundations down, right? Boom, 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 boom. Right? You find that nice angle, right? You can just click in the same spot 3 times. 1, 2, and then sometimes 3, depending on the angle and how far away it is. So there we go. So we're going to expand a bit using our concrete. We've got 1,000 of it on us right now. I usually keep about 500 to 1,000 on me because I do a lot of building. Now, as we get further and further out here, we got to say, hold on, Kismet. You said that you're going to do your, you were going to use all your supports and not just build out in the middle of nowhere. That's true. We're going to call it right there, and we're going to have to go out there, and we're going to have to make some supports and extend it out to keep that going, right? Now, I've only extended it out by a couple, but we've set the tensile strength of our steel foundations. This is all RP, by the way. This is not part of the game. It doesn't fall down if you just have it floating up in the air. It can just float up there all day long. Watch, I'll just show you here. You can just go ahead and take this out. Take that out. It'll float all day long if you want. It's however you want to play the game. But for me, in this particular playthrough, we are using our supports, and we cannot build out too far without adding those supports. So you'll see me add more supports down there. We've got some loot down there. I hate those boxes laying around. That tells me there's some loot there that's not being used for something. But we're going to go ahead and do our supports as we build out. So I'm going to build out just a little bit there. And we're going to color that in with our boxes. And then also over here, we're going to go ahead and take these out. And we've got our supports here, so we're good. And then we're going to run all these down. Now notice as I'm going to convert my use of tier 2 stuff into just tier 3. We're going to just be doing tier 3 from now on, and then as we unlock more and more, we will just use that level. You can go in and optimize everything. You can make everything, tier 1, 2, or 3 based on its actual inputs and outputs. I typically don't. I typically get to tier 3s, and I'm going to make so much steel that it won't matter anymore. It won't matter. I can use level 3s for everything. And that's where you want to get in the game. You have that perpetual power, and you have that perpetual production running constantly. It is an awesome, awesome moment in the game. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch from over here, and we're going to say, okay, where we're going to line this up. And I like to line it up, at least the first one, off of this one, and we're going to set it back a little bit. Now, notice I only put 2 in this time. That's because I'm thinking ahead. Oh, okay. Not quite back far enough. Because this is going to run off the back 2, and it's going to come from that lower level and run up here into this box, right? And we have to figure out all the... Part of the fun of this game is figuring out the logistics of what you're doing, right? How am I going to get it from where it's at to where it is, right? How am I going to get it there? So I'm going to go ahead and back this up just a little bit. Now, notice it's not all the way off the side. And that's because you can go ahead and test and see. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Perfect, right? So it can be inset a little bit into the box and you'll still be fine. We'll run that down just to get an idea of where that is. We'll revamp all of these, of course, later on. So now that we've got this, the spot, though, now we've aligned that. By the way, you can hold down Control, and this stuff usually does snap in there, but sometimes it just auto-rotates. Remember, I am in the experimental version, and not only is it early access, but it's a early access experimental. So sometimes it acts a little funky. You just roll with it, everybody. Now, these ones here in the back, I'm going to make a tremendous amount of these to get it started. And I will actually put a gap in there, usually right about here. Let's take this one back out so I can have a road through there. And so there we go. So now we're going to establish our kind of next level materials. Usually a combination of multiple materials, like this material plus this material equals that finished thing. A great example of something you have to learn very early in the game, and I call it the Kismet's Rule of 8, right? You master the Kismet Rule of 8, you've mastered this game. You've mastered the whole thing. It's about finding that equilibrium about your inputs. You always want to start with your input numbers and then finding it so it's at maximum efficiency. Now, because we've unlocked our tier 2 items, where our Mark IIs, where we can extract at double the rate, we can double up our Kismet Rule of 8, and we're going to go do it here in a bit. We're going to do it. Right here, we're going to go ahead and put that first thing in there, and that is your reinforced iron plates. That's the first thing you will probably start to struggle with when you first start to play the game, is that right there. Now, I actually need some of this out of here so I can put a thing here in the front so I can see that I have those in there. There we go. Now, that's going to be your first hurdle, and that's done through combining 2 materials together, including your screws and your plates. And then also you need rods in there, too, because rods become screws. So good to know that as well, and we'll get more into that as we work on that. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to have this paint gun, or you'll have, like, your thing up, or, like, a chainsaw. And it's just kind of in your way when you're building. And that's why you'll see me with the coffee cup. Now, why is the coffee cup so cool? Well, the coffee cup is cool because the name is Coffee Stain. That's the name of their studio, which I absolutely love. And the fact that it actually keeps your view from being blocked all the time. So you just switch to the coffee cup, which you unlock from your awesome shop over here. It's one of the first things I unlock. It's the most vital equipment in the game, I find. Is the ability to not have to run around with that barrel nut the whole time, which is what we used to do back in the old days. You just run around that barrel nut wherever you go, just so it's not blocking your thing. Because there's no key that puts your item away, which would be a great key, kind of like, you know, in Fallout, when you hold down R, it puts your weapon away, so your weapon's not blocking the whole screen. So I just use the coffee cup. So that's why you'll see me with a coffee cup most of the time. All right, let's go ahead and run that out of there. Now, what else we need to make that's in the line of what we've done so far? What we've done, some rotors. So let's go ahead and put our rotors in there. And then usually what I'd make after rotors is going to be our modular frames. So let's put some modular frames in there. Now, we don't want to keep them all in there. You know, want to keep some on us. Or what we can do is just put a few of them in there. Press the right buttons today. Just put a few of them in there to get it started, and then take it back out to be used in your stuff, because they don't do you any good sitting in the box, but they do you good to establish where it's going to end up, right? So we can just establish it there, maybe leave a little bit in there, and then we can come and go and grab it. Get that going. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff we need to start going, because we need to get our next milestone going over here. So let's see what we got. Oh man, we already got tier 3 done. Which is our coal power, and we've established our coal power. We have got our vehicle already made. I typically don't use any truck stations anymore because I'll use trains eventually, but we did unlock some inventory slots there. We've got our basic steel production going, obviously, because I can make those larger items now. Here in Tier 4, we've got our advanced steel production, including our Mark IIs, which we're going to be working on today. Our improved melee, which gives us our larger Xeno Basher, which is awesome, and inventory slots and hand slots, which are very important. Our Hypertube we have not unlocked yet because we have not started working on our case industrial beams. I usually stop right about this point, and instead of just rushing through the progression. I usually stop about this point, retool my factory, because it's going to really help me a lot when I get into tier 5, 6, 7, when you're starting to work with your space elevator and run materials into your space elevator. Going to help you a lot to just take the extra time to build out your factory so that it's working very efficiently. Now, also another one we want to unlock, which we got, is our logistics. And this is the first new thing. If you haven't played Satisfactory in a while, there's a bunch of new stuff. But in recent times, here at Update 4, that just came out a couple weeks ago, is the power storage. So that's the new thing that we've gotten so far. And there's all sorts of killer stuff to unlock as we go through and re-establish our space elevator. See, it's flashing right now? That's because we took our space elevator out. We're going to need to put our space elevator back in and start feeding some stuff. So we want to try to do our hypertubes next. So we're going to go ahead and just do that. We're going to go ahead and start feeding some of that stuff in there. Now, watch how awesome this is, everybody. Look, I need some copper sheets. So I just walk over here where my copper sheets will eventually be running. And I'll just keep one in there. And now I got my copper sheets. So they're running to where I do the upgrades. And there we go. We're good to go. Now, I could go and make 50 industrial beams probably pretty easily right now. But that's okay. We'll come back to it. We're not in that big a rush. We'll let that sit for a minute. Now, let's go ahead and establish our Kismet rule of 8 and expand that as well. Now, we're going to need our Mark II item. So let's go into our production here, and we're going to start doing our to-do list, right? They actually have a to-do list in here. I swear. Hey, Unapologetic Canadian, how you doing, man? Thanks for hanging out the stream. Appreciate you coming in and chilling out big time. Appreciate you coming in. I love your goat, by the way. I love your goat thing on your profile there. Awesome. Again, welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and tell it, okay, we need a miner Mark II. Now, what do we need we need portable miners. Those are easy to make, but we need some encased industrial beams. And at every stage of the game, you'll find yourself building the next thing manually first, and then you actually will start to build up a production around that particular item. Now, I also like to put my craft bench here at the end where I have all my other random loot, as well as I'll go ahead and put in an equipment workbench. Now, normally I don't like it to go across onto my road, but I try to tuck it in there just as good as I can so my road is still fairly clear. And that allows us to go in here. And I could run inside my hub. I find running inside the hub unnecessary. Again, look, I can make 139 of them right now. And I'm going to hold down the space bar. If you didn't know you could. You hold down the space bar instead of clicking with your mouse. I'm holding down the space bar. You can also set a macro if you want, or put a rock on your space bar if you want. Whatever, you put a weight on there to hold it down for you. I like to manually do it because I love to progress through the game that way. I'm never in that much of a hurry. So there we go. So we only need about 10 of them. So I'm only going to make as much as I need to get me going. And that's going to allow me to do a level 2 extractor. Oh, wait, we have 2 level 2 extractors to work on. Hold on. We need to get 20, right? So let's go in again. Let's tell ourselves, hold on. We want to do 2 of these Mark IIs. There we go. There we go. So let's get 2 of those Mark IIs going on. And we're going to try to make 20 of those. Now, I typically don't make the portable miners because they take up a slot. Each one of them takes up 1 slot in your inventory. I typically don't make them until I actually get to the place, because you can always put down one of these, which is your workshop, and then you can just make it while you're there, right? No reason to make it and then be overburdened the whole time you're running around, or having your inventory full the whole entire time. That's no fun. But there is something that I left down here by my limestone that's going to be useful, and I need to look and see if I have enough room, which I do. And I can just run down here. Remember these things I left down here? Right? Remember, that's why I left them there, everybody. So we go ahead and pick that miner up, and then we can go ahead and use these instead. So there's no reason to use those anymore. I'm going to be extracting plenty of limestone through my extractors now. We're going to come back and work on our limestone in a bit. Now, if you're old school Satisfactory player like me, you remember the days of when your travel was all done by conveyor belt. That's right. We used to make it where the conveyor belts, we'd make conveyor belts just for travel. So you get on the conveyor belt. Whoa! Sometimes you fall off too. You just get on the conveyor belt, and you would use that for your travel from A to Z, right? Going from one place to another. Now, this is probably my signature thing right here, which is basically the Kismet's rule of 8. If you want to master this game, this is how you do it. You find the equilibrium in the numbers. And this is actually fairly easy once you get the gist of it. And the reason why I call it the rule of 8 is once it's like the infinity symbol, if you have an 8 sideways, as well as it takes 8 constructors. And you can see we've got our constructors over here. Don't get mashed up. You actually can't get mashed up in there, but I always feel like, oh no, I'm going to get mashed up into the engines. And you're going to see that I have 8 of them here. In fact, we're going to double it. We're going to make it 16 today. We're going to go in and we're going to double it. So everything starts from your actual nodes. I have 2 iron nodes here, and they're normal nodes. So instead of us starting with just the basics, we're going to get it going. I enjoy that your tune is carrying around the coffee. I know, right? Now, I have some RP for the coffee, too. Like, if you click it, right, he takes a little sip. But also, the reason why it never spills is the fact you see his thumb over there? What you can't see under there is there's a little button, right? Because this is space, right? This is like the future. And so there's a little button there. And so when he lets go of that button, a little force field comes up and your coffee never spills. And so when you go to drink it, you press the button down, you drink it. And then you're like, oh, wouldn't that be great in real life? A lot less spills, I think, in life if you had an automatic force field in your coffee cup. So there we go. So right here we've got what's known as a Mark 1. And it's extracting at a certain rate based on the quality of the resource that we found, right? This is an iron node. It's extracting at 60. Now, a coarse node is 30. A normal node is 60. And a pure node, which is the one you're looking for, is 120. So double this is what you can get. Now, I think we found a pure node somewhere. I can't remember. But we have mostly impure. So we're really a tough start. There is actually, if you choose this third one over, it actually starts you with all pure nodes. So if you want to really have some fun in the game, you're already kind of getting it down, you understand how it works, try that third selection. You're going to have to build vertically, though, because it's right in this little vertical canyon. But you're going to start with pure nodes. It's going to be pretty awesome. We've already played through every single start zone so far, because one giant map, and you just start in different parts of the map. You might start in the something flying overhead. You might start in the desert. You might start in the forest, which we starting the forest one. I have not done the forest one in forever. I'd probably say like a year. So we're starting the forest one here new again. So this is extracting at 60. So how can I make that go faster? Well, I can go in and I can overclock it down here, which is a great way of doing it, right? We can double that up. But I don't do overclocking in the beginning because it comes at a high cost of power. In fact, it's better to go find more nodes than it is to overclock it because in the beginning you're collecting manually, right? You're collecting the leaves and you're collecting the wood and you're putting it in the biofuel reactor and you're doing all of that, so it's taking up all your time. Instead of expanding your factory and adding more nodes, you're over there collecting wood all the time. But now we have added our coal power, and our coal power, which we'll eventually go walk to in this playthrough, is now providing us with basically perpetual power. It's extracting the coal and running the coal into the coal plants and also extracting the water. But first we had to start it up with that biofuel, and so we started extracting the coal, we started extracting the water, and then the water went in there. We then got the power, which then is now perpetually running the coal and the water. See how that worked? That cycle works? And a lot of the power systems in the game work off that particular cycle as well. So we're going to go ahead and take this one out, and so it's going to go from 60 right here, and it's going to go ahead and double up now to the next level. We're going to rotate that around, just line that right back up again. Now I can also upgrade it as well. See, that's now 120. Maybe it's hard for you to see if you're watching on mobile, but that's now 120. But you can also upgrade the one you already have there. Let's go ahead and do this, and then we'll go ahead and choose Mark II. And then what we can do is just kind of roll over it and try to upgrade it. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't upgrade it. It doesn't upgrade it. Why is it not upgrading the particular one I have? Well, you can do that with conveyors and things like that. I find the better thing to do on here, because you're going to have lifters and all sorts of stuff that typically don't work after you upgrade this. So I typically take it out just by habit. I will take out the extractors every single time because remember, it's early access. You know, they're still working on stuff. I have the biggest problem with the connections after I upgrade these. So I don't ever upgrade them. I go ahead and just take it out, put it back in. Great Kismet tip for you to avoid screwing up your whole entire factory. You're like, why is my factory not running? Why is it not extracting stuff? Now we need to put in a belt that's fast enough with this, right? So it's got to be at least 120. But again, I'm just going to skip that part, and I'm just going to go right to the level 3s. In fact, I'm going to program my button down here at the bottom now by just pressing 3 on my mouse, because I do have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic. See all the buttons on the side? I got 12 buttons on the side. I love the Naga. It is the greatest thing ever. It's the greatest thing ever. So I can just press 3 on the side of my mouse. Bam. Now I've got that level 3. How appropriate. Level 3 belt. And there we go. We can run that out. And now we can fire this back up again by running our power right over here. We're going to really optimize our power and how all this extracts and all the different levels of this and whatnot down the thing. So now that's fired up. So now that's going at double its capacity than it was before. Now, guess what? I got another one over here. I got another one right over here. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and take that out. And we're going to go ahead and establish another one. Now, here's the thing. When I took that one out, by the way, I also got one of the extractors back. So notice that I have plenty of things because I got one of the portable miners back from taking that out, right? So I don't have to go make more. I've already got some already there. So there's no reason to make 12 of them ahead of time because you already got one. That establishes one right there. All right, so let's go ahead and put that Mark II in there. And then we're going to put our Mark III belts in. And that's more than enough speed. More than enough speed to keep that running. All right. Now that's going to really get cooking. Look how fast it's going now. Whoop, whoop. That's firing in there, in fact, faster than we can run it right here. Now we're going to retool this entire part of the factory. So guess what we're going to do? One of my favorite moments in the game. You ready, everybody? Here we go. You hit F and you hold down control and you go to town. That's right. I'm just going to take it all out and one big old swoop. Bye-bye. We're going to rebuild it again, but only bigger and better this time, right? We're going to double up our production. Now, why am I doubling up this particular production? Why am I doing this one first versus redoing all of my concrete and all of that stuff? Well, one, to show you my Kismet rule of 8 here, but also the fact that we're going to use these plates on a whole bunch of other things, not just conveyor belts, but I'm talking about like heavy modular frames and a whole bunch of other things like rotors and things like that. That are going to combine with other items that we're going to need later on down the road. So this is a real important thing that we're going to need. And we're also going to take our particular build here more vertically. So we're going to actually build up. I don't like to build at the ground level because that's where all the dangers are. I'm a big fan of towers and vertical builds. Really, that's kind of the next level thing that you do in the game. First, you build horizontally, you build at the ground level, and then you start to build up. And then as you start to build up, you start to build your factories, you will find that it gets very, very fun in those stages for sure. For sure. There's a tip above just holding the space bar if you want to hear it. There's a tip above just holding the space bar. You mean you could just set a macro on your mouse and just let it run that way? Is that the tip? I have a Naga. I could program it for days. I don't ever program any outside macros of any game. You know why? Because I don't want to make it too easy. I feel like that's just, on that borderline of cheating or making it a little too easy on yourself. I like the struggle. I like to get in there. I'm old school player, everybody. I like the struggle. I like the journey. I want to have every ounce of that journey, squeeze every bit of fun from that struggle as we go. Again, I don't need to make it too easy. For sure. For sure. Let me know if that's what you're talking about. There you go. I forgot I had a goat. I know, huh? I look at actually everybody's profile when they come in the stream. I click on them and see what's up. I click on them and see what's up. And then also how long they've been following my channel. Like Dracy in there has been following my channel since July of 2020. Thank you very much for those long-time follow. As well as you've been following my channel since February. So thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it big time. We have lots of fun here in the stream. If you are new to my stream, everybody, my name's Kismet. I'm a partner streamer. Can you believe it? 50-year-old partially disabled man who's a partner streamer here on Twitch. All thanks to love and attention from all of you guys through all the years and a lot of hard work on my end. Believe me, it wasn't easy. But I try to work very hard on the stream. And today we're going to reintroduce the Kismet Love Train raid. I've been working on it on and off for just a long time. And I'll get to a certain point on it and I'll just like, don't like it, throw it away. That's the problem with doing your own stuff as a graphic designer, is that you're just so much more picky at a higher level than you are working on other people's stuff, because they tell you, hey, I want it to be like this, this, and this, and you make it and you say, this is what you want, that's what I want. All right, bam, there you go. Because, you know, it's not your stuff. Your stuff you want to be like next level, right? You want your stuff to be boom. Wait till you see it, man. It is full next level, man. It is full next level up here in the stream. Very, very cool. Taking it all the way to the top, everybody. We're going to go all the way to the top of Twitch at some point. We'll try it. We'll give it a go. Right? We'll give it a go over here. Now, these old boxes, we can get rid of those. I'm just seeing if there's anything in there. I don't want to have to pick up that stuff, but we're just going to go ahead and disconnect. Look at that. Oh, so quiet. No factory running. In fact, we're going to pull out all the power poles. We're going to pull out every splitter and all of this stuff. We're going to take it back down to the basics. Right over here. All right, we got that going. We've now start from the very beginning. Now remember, we got double the production now. So this ain't little spot here ain't gonna cut it no more, right? Ain't gonna cut it. We gotta really take it to another level. Now, one of the ways to make it easier so you can build bigger is to build vertically, or you can build vertically and then horizontally, because then you're gonna get up above the trees. You're gonna get up above any obstructions you got. Like we got these trees over here. Of course, I could just take my chainsaw, give him a little zip, right? Little zip. Another battle time, too. Another battle. But we're going to go vertically, everybody. Now, remember, in this particular playthrough, we have to put in supports. We can't build just out in the middle of nowhere. You can if you really want to in your game. But in my game, we have set the precedent that we are going to set supports. So the first thing I'm going to do is see where the back corner is that I can set my supports here. Let's say way back here. So I'm not basically obstructing that or getting in the way of that. So that's the first thing, is I'm going to set what's called the Rosetta Stone, right? The first thing that sets all the rest going. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say right over here, we're going to set that. We'll do that battle here in just a moment, everybody. And then we're going to set the pillar base right here. Okay, again, we're going to say that the 4 is the distance. All right, hold on. One more. That's only 3. We can go one more for our base pillar. And there we go. All right, that's now established. And sometimes you're going to have trouble because you're going to run into your equipment. So you want to think this stuff out first before you go and you build a big old giant base and you realize it's not going to work out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could put it right here, but it's in the way. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be it. And then we put it right there or right there, but it's not going to work out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and just put an extra one right there, and then that'll give us 1, 2, 3, and then 4 over here. Again, this is not necessary in the game. You don't have to put supports in. It's really your prerogative of what you want to do, but I'm going to go ahead and do that around there. And we've got this one, and again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to say right here is going to be our center support. So we're just having an extra support over there to bridge that gap. And then we're not going to run the support with that one. We're going to use this one as the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then right here would be our other one. So this has got to go. Now, don't be afraid to tear your entire factory down. Don't be afraid to tear it down, retool it, because guess what? It's going to be only twice as awesome, or maybe 10 times as awesome than you made it before, right? It's going to be way, way better if you take the extra time at this point at tier 3 and 4 to really upscale your base. And we're going to make it into a super base and then eventually onto a mega base. Look out. Oh, poor OBS. It's like, Kismet, begging for mercy. My OBS takes a lot of beating, everybody. I get so many things running at the same time. Okay, so we've established our supports before we start to raise our stuff up. Now, let's go ahead and do a battle here for all of you guys. Get you guys some loot. Oh, you guys are in the center. Well, I'm going to get everybody who's by me down here. And we'll meet you in there. Let's go. Battle time. That's a little side thing we play called Stream Raiders. Incredibly fun. Free to play as well. You can be playing with us right now. For sure, for sure. Let's do it. It's easy to be picky about your own work. I know, right? I hear about that, doing your own stuff. Yes, I do. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. Now, every time I say that, by the way, I always get contacted Kismet, hey, can you make me some 3D animation? Kismet, can you make me a logo? Kismet, can you do that? I still have clients from 30 years ago who still try to contact me and say, Kismet, can you make me this, that, and the other thing? I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't do graphic design for other people anymore, though I'd be crushing it right now. You know what I'd be doing right now? I'd be making graphics and 3D animations for everybody's stream and stuff like that. I'd be making the big cheddar right now. Oh boy, for all you people who are out there who are aspiring artists, I'm talking emotes, I'm talking channel stuff, and be super reliable. That's the most important thing in any business that you start. Be super reliable. So when someone says to you, hey, I need a logo, get back to them within 24 hours. Absolutely. Even just to say, hey, I'm going to get back to you on Friday. Right now, super busy, working on some other stuff, but I'm going to get back to you on Friday at 3 o'clock. Call them at 2:55. 5 minutes early. Always a smart idea. If you're on time, you're late. Never be on time. Always be early in everything that you do. It shows initiative in everything that you do, and also respect for your clients, respect for your coworkers, and respect for your boss, who's the one who's watching you saying, hey, is this person showing up on time? Is this person doing what they're doing? Because they hired you to do a job. They're paying you money to do a job. And so you come through on that job, you should get rewarded. If they're not rewarding you, then you should say, hey, bring that reward. Look, I'm crushing it, bro. And I have gotten so many pay raises just because I'm the one that's the most motivated. And I've also always been the boss everywhere I've ever worked. I've always gone on to be the manager or whatever it is because I had a passion for doing graphic design. I'd do it even if they didn't pay me, but don't ever tell your boss that. Don't ever tell your boss that because I love every minute of it, and I love doing it still to this day. And that's something that's really hard to find in your life, something that you so enjoy that you just love doing, right? So like maybe it'll be gaming, or you love doing music, or maybe you love to sew. I don't know what it is. I have a thing for embroidery, not hand embroidery, but machine embroidery, because my wife's into quilting and things like that. So that's the only thing I haven't really crushed, and I feel like I'm going to be working on this. I might even go back to school at 50 and take some 3D animation courses, because there's always gaps in your knowledge. Even if you know how to do 3D and you know how to model and you know how to do all that stuff and lighting and editing and all of that stuff, there's always gaps in your knowledge. And to fill in those gaps, you've got to have exposure, not directly right now during COVID, but over like Zoom or something, with other people who have a different set of skills than you. You should always, no matter what stage you are in life, and whether you're just getting started or whether you're a bit older like me, should always be seeking out people who have a different set of skills so you can learn from them and they can learn from you. And it really is a great exchange when it's like that. I love that. I actually just signed up for a place called Pipeline, where they help you as a streamer, and you can connect with a bunch of other streamers who are also trying to do their thing, right? Whether they're doing an art stream, or maybe they're doing IRL, where they're doing cooking and stuff like that. Whatever it is, I love to connect with other peeps and learn from them. And then, if they say, hey, Kismet, how do you make your 3D animation? I'll say, well, I do it in Maya, and this is what I do. These are the problems that I have on stream. And so you don't have to spend the thousands of hours that I've spent solving those technical problems and overcoming those technical hurdles every single stream. I still have technical problems because my stream is way beyond what most people do. I have just crazy tons of stuff running at the same time, including some stream raiders. Let's go ahead and check out some loot here. Subi getting some love. EMZRT, you guys are walking away with all the loot today. And Subi coming in MVP again. Look at you go, man. Again, I wish there was something I could do after like so many times as MVP. I hope they add that to Stream Raiders. Well, so many times as MVP. If you're like MVP like 50 times, that'd be a great quest. Basically, you get like extra loot. Because I love to be able to press the button up there and just like give the MVP some extra loot. It gives you something to reach for as a battler. Get that going on. Ooh, we got to earn 1,000 gold. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think we're going to earn a lot of gold up in here today because we're going to keep the battles going. So even when my stream ends at 3 o'clock, when I go out to mow my lawn, I'm going to keep the battles going. I'm going to do a bonus stream. It doesn't replace any of my other content. It's in bonus to all my peeps who love to do Stream Raiders and wants to get massive amount of loot today. Settle in, everybody. We're going to do battles all day long. Sometimes I do 12, 13 hours of battles all day long. So settle in, all my Stream Raiders peeps. And if you're not a Stream Raiders peep, hey, go grab it. It's right there in the link. Go ahead. You can find the link in the chat. It's free to play. Play it on mobile and on desktop. Super fun because you keep building up your units. You keep unlocking better units. You can unlock all sorts of skins and stuff. Very, very fun. All right, here we're going to do this one again. Okay, now what do I need to do? I need to use my bannerman over here, and I'm going to show you guys some love. Oh, we already got some peeps right here. I'm going to go get right up next to you there. buff you guys up. Now they have different quests in here as well, so you can unlock different quests. You can unlock different units based on as you're going along. You're going to get tons of meat, which allows you to put down epic units, right? So you save those for when we're doing the really hard stuff like the chests, and then also the boss battles too, or maybe a mystery battle, which might be tough. We'll get into that. All right. Now, again, we do a lot of stuff here in the stream, so watch this. Boom, right back to Satisfactory. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, everybody. How we doing on break time? We got a bit. Oh, you know the other thing I need to work on? Mods, I need to still work on the page thing. It goes off like every 3 months or something. I think it updates, and like every 3 months, my page thing stops working. And so I have to go in and figure out what's wrong with it and run it again and do all of that every time. All right, so I have a set down here. Down there at the bottom, you can see down. Oh, I'm not even close. I'm not even obstructing into that stuff anymore. Pretty cool. Down there at the bottom, you can see I've got a set there just for my lifters here. Now, what we did is we learned from over there on that side that this is actually 3 in the middle. So 1 at the bottom, 3 in the middle, and that's going to be just high enough to be higher than our extractors. So we're going to go like that. And we're just going to trust in our knowledge. And again, the most powerful thing you can do is attain knowledge in anything that you do, right? You attain that knowledge, and you are going to be powerful. You're going to be powerful because you have that knowledge. You know it's possible. Nothing's going to stop you. Whoa, Fred! Fred always walking through my base all the time. He always like, "Hey, Kismet, you building a base? Hold on, let me just walk right in front of you in your base." God, scared the heck out of me. Came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere. Fred's a little sneaky. He's like a little gigantic ninja. Look at him. He just loves to get right in the middle of my base every time. Whenever I'm building, you'll see him show up. All right, there we go. 2 and 3, and then over here, same thing. God, look how great the building is. See how I'm just aiming that little hammer in the right spot, and it knows to go up, down, left, right, whatever I need to do. Like here, look, you can put that on top of there, right? I don't have to make a stairs to get up on top of it to put it on top. I can put it on top from down here, which is what I want to do, right? I want to establish the height of my supports. Look at that. Oh, that's super sexy. All right, let's get this one over here too. Over here. Just like that. Now, I wonder if my chainsaw has enough fuel in it to get rid of this stuff. Let's see. Darn evil foliage. Die, evil foliage. Ah, I ran out. I ran out just in that moment. That's how it always goes. That's how it always goes, everybody. I've got some back in my base, but you know what's smarter to do while you're doing this? And I put them everywhere. Everywhere that I build a base. Remember, I'm not going to have anything at this lower level now. All that stuff that we built, not going to be there. It's going to be in the upper level. So we can go ahead and put our builders down here, which is what we need right now. And then we can also put a nice equipment workshop down here. And that's going to allow us to build all the stuff we need. Now, one of the things that I need right now is some biofuel converted, right? So I need some solid biofuel. And again, I have some in my base. I could run all the way back. I can grab it. But one of the things that you can do, if you can find them, I've probably collected a bunch of it already, is you can just go in and grab these bushes, right? You just hit E, and it should, oh, if I had enough room in my inventory is full. Another good thing to put down is going to be one of our storages. Let's put one of those down. Let's put it down over on this side, right there. And so we can go ahead and put some of this stuff back that I don't need right now. Back into here. We've got a bunch of these that we don't need. Now, this is from when I took everything out. You're going to get all this extra stuff. You can run all that in your awesome sink later if you want. That's like a big garbage disposal, which is pretty awesome. So there we go. So we got that going. Now, what I can do if I have some inventory space, which I do now, is I can just run around and hit E, and I can grab all of this stuff over here like that. There we go. And so I can just manually grab it. This is what you do at the very beginning of the game. You go around, and as you're running around, you want to just hit E a whole bunch. Grab yourself a bunch of leaves there, and you find any wood on the ground, you get that going, so you can make yourself some biofuel. And one of the first things that I unlocked, the first thing I beeline straight to is my chainsaw. And because this way I don't have to manually go around and collect it anymore, and you want to keep going on those upgrades as you go. But I can go in now and use that biomass, that leaves and that wood, to make myself enough biofuel that I can then use my chainsaw, and then I no longer ever have to do that unless I leave it back over there. Normally what I'll do is I'll get to a point where I make a bunch of extra biofuel, so I have it for my chainsaw, and I'll create a whole production line just along doing that. And you still have to manually collect all the stuff, though. There's no automatic collection of your leaves and your, at least not yet, in there. Now, I'm sure there's mods for that you could do biofuel auto collection. But I don't play with mods, and I don't even play with alternate recipes. You know why? Because anyone watching my stream could do anything that I'm doing with those basic recipes. And then when you get to that level, you're already next level anyway. So once you get to alternate recipes, then you're going to understand your alternate recipes a bit more and be able to really make your thing awesome. Now, I'll get into alternate recipes eventually when the game does release. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and get this going on. Now, what's going to happen here is we get in the middle of this chainsaw. It doesn't matter what you do. Boom. It should go ahead and clear all this stuff out. And now we've kind of made it perpetual, right? So we're using the biofuel to collect more biofuel. Now, what I'm doing is really just moving the trees out of the way because I hate stuff clipping through my base. I don't know. Put a 1 in chat if you're like that as well. If you cannot stand stuff clipping through the bottom of your base. Fallout 4 is a great example, right? You go in, you put your foundations in, and you got the stuff coming through the bottom. Oh, it drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. At least they fixed that in Fallout 76, by the way. Very unknown feature in there. If you put foundations down, it actually takes all the stuff out from underneath it. So big love to them. Oh, look out! Things blowing up down there. So yeah. Starting a new world. Yes, we started it. I forget how many hours in I am on this playthrough. Hold on, let's go look. We are about 20 hours in, and we are crushing it. We're crushing it in. So yeah, this is only 20 hours in, and I'm already at tier 4. You can see I've got the bits of a starting of a mega base over there. It's going to be pretty awesome. And we're retooling our factory now that we've got to tier 3 and 4. Now, I've played through the game many times, everybody. I've unlocked everything. I've done trades. I've done giant mega builds and all that stuff. You can see all of that, by the way, on my YouTube channel. You'll see it pop up. Oh, wow. That was convenient at the exact moment I said it. Right there, Kismet BP on YouTube. You're like, Kismet, why do you use the B and the P at the end? I get that question all the time. BP stands for Blood Pledge. Blood Pledge is such an old term. It means guild. That's right. That's my guild from a long time ago, from 18 years ago. That's right. I have one of the longest running guilds, still running this day. We're going to play some New World this year, hopefully. Fingers crossed. With over 800 members, been together 18 years, still running to this day. That is from my guild, the Kismet BP, or the Kismet Blood Pledge, aka the Kismet Guild. Right, that's what that stands for. Or Kismet Ring of Destiny, which is another name that we're known by because we were part of the rings, right? If you're into Lord of the Rings, we had the One Ring, we had the Ring of Fire, and we were the Ring of Destiny. We were actually the largest guild of all the guilds. That's right. Over 300 members back in Lineage back in the day. Remember that game? Oh, such a fantastic game. I played for many years. In fact, I was one of the largest guilds and one of the highest level princes. In fact, I was the highest level prince in the game for a long time. And then I was one of the first to hit level 50 on the server. And that game is old school. You want an old school game? Go play some Lineage. Because when you die, you lose XP. You lose, you can actually de-level. I've done it before on some of my characters. I've actually de-leveled before because I've died and lost XP. So you got to grind like old school, bro. So that kind of achievement is big. I'm telling you, that's a lot of hard work in there. So a lot of those games are like that. Of course, I've played a bunch of different MMOs and whatnot. And of course, my guild is so massive that we played just about every single MMO there is from the old school, stuff from, of course, Lord British, or aka Richard Garriott, Ultima Online, of course, EverQuest, which I see Sidebo saying in the quest there. A lot of my members have played that as well. I did not play Ultima Online or EverQuest. I was busy playing other games at the time, but I have played Lineage and Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2, and we played, of course, World of Warcraft. We used to do dual 40-man raids at the same time. I'm talking 2 raids with 40 people in it. I'm talking big monster raids, bro. I'm talking 40-man PvP. I'm talking all of it, man, back in the day. But me, I'm doing some building right now. We're doing some building. Now, we got to establish how we're going to get up to our upper level. Now, we already have a ramp right here that we're using to go and extract on our other side over here for some additional limestone, which we need to up our limestone today, too. So we've already got a road already established there. So I say, here's what we do. We use what we got, right? Instead of rebuilding some of this, we can go ahead and use something that's mutual beneficial to both sides here. And again, same thing over here. We're going to raise all that up. We're going to double that up today. And so we're going to take this and we're going to take that out. And we're going to use our double ramp. I love the double ramp. Get the double ramp unlocked as soon as possible. Absolutely right at the very beginning of the game. You won't regret it. You won't regret it for sure. Now, my foundations, by the way, everybody. Now, my bottom foundations, I use the thicker ones, right? So they sit in the ground and you can adjust the height of them and whatnot. And then when I get up to the upper levels, I do a little RP, right? A little RP of, you know, this little tiny little minuscule thing. That ain't going to hold no ginormous factory. I can tell you, unless it's space metal. I mean, you can RP in some space metal if you want. Now, I'm not a big RPer. I don't go play GTA 5 and do RP, though I love RP. I love to watch GTA 5 RP. My buddies over there, Bearded Guys Gaming, they're crushing it over there big time. Joe, oh my God, Joe has just got that comedic timing, man. Big love to Joe over there. Good friends of mine, Bearded Guys Gaming over there, and a bunch of my other peeps who do RP as well as a lot of my members who do RP who are way better at it than me. I love to just do what I call simple RP. And that's where when a game doesn't have something, I just add it myself, right? Great example is when that thing is drilling through the foundation over here, I just say, you know what, I went in and I cut it out. Or if I put a foundation that goes into the rock, because you can't, you know, shape out the world. This ain't no Astroneer. You can't go in and shape out the world. So when I put it in there, I just RP that I went in and I, you know, shoveled it out and then I put the thing in, right? Just RP in that stuff yourself. There you go. So that's what I typically will do, RP in. And one of the things I do is I say, okay, the foundation needs to be so thick to hold my factory up. And so that's why I use these, because I feel like they're more of a legit thickness that keeps my factory going. And I'm that type of person who thinks about that. I'm sure some of you do as well, right? You want your factory to look like it could really do that particular thing or really be that factory. And so we're going to run these across. And again, we have set a precedent in this playthrough that we have to have foundations in everything that we build. And we have to have supports that run across. I mean, obviously we're going to have foundations, but we have to have supports. Look at this. Oh, I just love the way it builds. I just love that moment when you do this. And you can literally just stand right here and fill all the rest of this in. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Now, normally when I'm playing offline, I go really fast. In fact, so fast that you wouldn't even know what the heck I was doing. So I usually slow down a little bit on stream. But once I have already done something and I've talked about it a bit, you're going to see me accelerate the speed in which I do it. All right? Now, if you do have a comment or question, use my name, Kismet, in the chat. I love talking to people in the chat. It's my favorite thing to do here on stream. And sometimes I get a little involved. Sometimes I get sidetracked and involved in talking in the chat. But that's what it's all about, everybody. If you're a Twitch streamer, remember that you're here to entertain people. You're here to make their day just a little bit better, because who knows what kind of day they might have had, right? They went to work all day and they did all that stuff, and maybe their spouse is driving them crazy, or maybe their boss is driving them crazy, or whatever. And they're here just to chill, just to have a good time. That's what we're all about up here, right? We want to just have a good time playing some games, maybe learn some new things along the way. And that's what I'm always thinking about, all you guys, all the time, here in the stream. So let's get it going on today. I'm super excited, man. I want to get this factory retooled, check out some new stuff. Look at that. Getting that established. Getting that established. Now, we're going to definitely need some more supports down there. So let's go in and do some more supports. Let's get it. Yeah, so brand new world, start over again. Yeah, save it EverQuest. Yeah, exactly. I did start over again. I think, let's see. I think this is like the 4th session in this particular build. Again, I've played it a lot. I've played this game a tremendous amount. Again, have I been everywhere and done everything in the game? No. I don't do that because it doesn't leave me anything to do. If I do burn myself out on the game really, really quickly, and I see a lot of people do that. I see a lot of people just like, hey, look at me. I did it in 10 hours. I did everything there is to do. I'm like, why would you do that? I don't understand. Is it like an ego thing? You got to prove something to somebody? I don't have to prove nothing to nobody. I'm 50 years old. I'm telling you, I've done it all in real life. I don't answer to nobody anymore. You'll find that in your life, everybody, you're trying to prove yourself a lot of times when you're young, and then you realize that you didn't have to do any of that. You answer to nobody. You can like whatever you like. You like listen to certain type of music. You want to listen to classical one day and then thrasher rock the next day. You go ahead and do it, because guess what? It's your life. You choose what you want to do. Don't let nobody tell you what you can do or what you can be. Sometimes people look at me and they go, oh, you're a gamer? Yep. And I say, one day it's going to be the #1 entertainment in the world. Guess what? Right now, gaming is #1 entertainment. More than sports, more than football, more than anything in the world. Gaming. Number one, baby. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it 40 years ago. I knew it when I first sat down, started playing some games. You know the first game I ever played? That I knew I was a gamer. I knew Ultima 4. Incredible. It's the grandfather of all modern RPGs. You know the Fallouts and all the other games that you're playing, RPGs like EverQuest and all of that other stuff. Ultima 4 is the very first one, the one that had questing in it. And what you would do is you'd go in and you find your different virtues, and you would build up those virtues, and you would become the Avatar, of course. That's why I call it Quest of the Avatar. Who in the old school here in the stream have played some Ultima? Put a one in the chat. If you played some Ultima either recently or back in the day. Because they still have Ultima online going and all that other stuff still fired up and going. People are really... I mean, they're hardcore Ultima players, man. People got their own servers and everything. They're hardcore, man. That's my favorite game of all time because that's the one that started it all. It's the moment I knew that I was a gamer. I knew that was the moment. And it's also awesome to find those moments in your life, like when you first fall in love, when you first find that thing that you love to do. When I first saw a printing press and I knew that's what I wanted to do, be a graphic designer. And first time I did 3D animation, all that stuff, and so on. And so when you find those moments in your life, cherish those moments and then just go to it. Go to it with every ounce of your passion. Don't let nothing stop you. Don't let no one's negativity slow you down. I'm living proof, everybody. Look, I'm 50 years old. I'm a partner streamer on Twitch. The chance of that happening, 0.05%, less than 1%, super, super low. You're probably younger, better looking, and have a lot more stamina than me. And you could probably crush it. I'm telling you, you could absolutely crush it. In anything and everything that you want to do in your life. You just gotta bring it all. You can't half go into anything. You can't half go into love. You can't half go into anything that you do in life, and especially what you do for a living. You gotta really go to it because it's gonna be a hurdle. It's gonna be a hurdle no matter where you start, whether you start with nothing or you start with everything. It's gonna be a hurdle no matter which way you start, for sure. For sure, for sure. And guess what? Even if you do make billions of dollars, you still got to live every day. You still got to get up every morning. You still got to deal with all the things that you had to deal with. And it's nice not to worry about your mortgage or worry about your house payment or how you're going to eat today. Those are nice things, and I've had those things in my life. They are nice luxuries in your life, but remember, they're luxuries. If you got food, water, and shelter, guess what? You got everything you need, other than love. And that's the real tough one. Because believe me, there ain't nothing hurt worse. There ain't nothing that hurts you worse in your life than fall in love with someone who doesn't love you. And frankly, if they don't love you, then they don't deserve you anyway. You need to go find someone who loves you for you, and you need to find someone else that you love for them, even with all their flaws and imperfect imperfections, because everybody is flawed. I'm flawed. I have lots of flaws. Believe me, I am imperfect, and my wife puts up with it because she puts up with all this crazy gaming and being a streamer and all of that stuff. Because I did become disabled, and I did have to step down from my epic job. I worked at Apple for many years, and I had to step down for that job. And then I came up with this crazy idea to get myself out of the bed every day because I did fall into a pretty big depression. I did have to give up a lifetime worth of work. I'm talking 45 years of working to be a graphic designer and to reach that highest level, that upper level as a senior tech over there, making that money, working from home. I don't know about you, but I know a lot of you dream of getting to that point where you have either your own business or you work for someone, you work from home so you can spend time with your family, you don't have to commute back and forth. I know a lot of people now are doing it because of COVID, but this was before COVID, before all of that. Is that ultimate dream job is where you work for your favorite company or you work for and do your favorite thing. And you're just doing amazing work every day. Every day you're making a little bit of a difference in someone's life, not only just your own, but someone else. That's always what I aspire to, and I had to give all that up. I had to give it all up after all my lifetime of work, and it still makes my stomach sink just thinking about it. Right now, I get emotional about it to this day. If I could still do that, I would do that instead. I never thought, hey, one day I'm going to become a streamer. That wasn't my goal, and still wasn't my goal until I discovered how much I enjoy doing it. And that's what you want to do first, everybody. If I could give you, if you're a new streamer or thinking about streaming, my biggest advice is don't spend a lot of money on your stream. Get a really good microphone, Blue Yeti or an Elgato, right? spend some cash on your microphone. Your microphone's your thing, right? People think it's your video or your alerts or all that other stuff is the hardest thing. The hardest thing is your audio. Make sure you have incredibly good audio. I'm a loud talker, so I don't keep the microphone right here. Plus, I hate microphones that are obstructing people's face. I like to look at people. And that's why you see me looking directly at you, because I like to address people like you would in real life. You look them in the eye, you say, hey, how you doing? It's great to see you. I appreciate you coming in. It's great to have you in the stream, right? That's how I would treat you in real life. If we were standing across from each other at TwitchCon or whatever it was, right? That's how I treat people, and that's how I like to do here in stream. And so I'm a loud talker, so I usually have my microphone away. I'm still loud, even with the microphone away, but I usually have it off shot. But get yourself a great microphone. Don't spend tens of thousands of dollars on your stream. Get yourself a great microphone, an okay camera, and get yourself whatever computer you got, whether it's Mac or PC or maybe you're on Xbox or whatever it is, and give it a try first. Try it for a good 3 months, 6 months, whatever you feel is appropriate. Don't quit your day job. Keep your day job going so you can keep that food money so you don't have to worry about all of that. And just keep giving it a go. And see if you like it. And that's what I did. I tried it for 3 to 6 months to see if I enjoyed doing it. And if it would get me out of the bed every day. I was like, man, this is actually really fun. I love talking to my chat. I love taking a moment to inspire people and whatnot. And I inspired people and people inspired me back. And that got me out of the bed every day. And then it got me inspired to lose weight. And so I lost 50 pounds, everybody. 50 pounds. Yeah, I did. I did it very slowly though. I didn't take no magic pill or, buy this special machine that, I always see those commercials. So underhanded. I don't like tricking people. I don't feel like that's a good thing to do into thinking, oh, well, hey, you just buy this machine and magically you're going to be. No, it comes from your effort and your time. It's the thing you don't want to hear. It's the thing you don't want to hear that you got to put a lot of time and effort into losing that weight. And so that's what I did. I stopped drinking soda, which lost 10 pounds just from dropping. I'm telling you, just soda alone, I lost 10 pounds. It's incredible. And then I started working out again, and so that lost another 10 pounds. And then I started doing what I call substitution. I used to keep a big bowl of M&Ms, and then I'd be streaming, and then all of a sudden the whole entire bowl would be empty. That's not good. And so I took those M&Ms out, and I started putting strawberries and grapes in there, and I started eating those instead. And so to me, I'm just munching on it as I'm here working behind the scenes or whatever, but it really made a difference in my weight. So I lost another 10 pounds. And then I'm like, all right, now I'm at the gym, another 10 pounds, another 10 pounds. And before you know it, everybody, you got that momentum going. Don't let that momentum stop. Keep that momentum going. Even if you got to work out at home, I'm trying to get the stuff cleared out of my garage now because we've been working on the house, so everything's just like jammed everywhere. I'm trying to get my garage cleared out so I can put a kind of like a home gym in there. And I might even do a little bit more IRL stuff, which I've done in the past of me going to the gym and stuff. I'm working with my buddy over there, my personal trainer. I always suggest, by the way, when you go and you're in the gym, don't let your ego get the best of you. Don't be like, I already know everything, right? You go into the gym and do that. People can spot you from a mile away. I never do that. I go in, I'm always ready to learn something new. I'm always ready to learn how to do the exercises. I have been working out my entire life, everybody. Since I was like 17 years old, I got into it because a friend of mine was into it, and he was huge, everybody. He went from really overweight, like 350 pounds. I'm talking really huge, and he's only like about the same size as me, 5'9", average size, which is great because everything fits me. You're like, oh, Kismet, you're only 5'9"? Hey, bro, I'm happy to be 5'9". I was 5'1" for a lot of my time, and then bam, jumped to 5'9". And the thing, it's not always greener on the thing, because tall people, a lot of my friends, some people are 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall, they have heart problems when you are at that taller stage. So not always greener on the other side, everybody. See, I have the advantage of everything fits. Everything's made for me as long as I'm not overweight. Everything, like earbuds fit me, cars, I fit in cars, and that kind of stuff. So you always want to look at the positive, not just the negative, in everything too. So that definitely was a big impact working out with him. And I see a lot of people in the gym just wasting their time. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever gone to the gym and you see people over there just doing the exercises completely wrong, right? You know that they're just wasting their time. They're getting no benefit from it. They're not watching their diet. They're not watching all that stuff that you have to watch if you want to progress your health. Your health, your finances, and your family should always be your number one thing, right? My family is actually number one, then my health, and then my finances. Never let go of the power of your money. No. I don't care, you're male, female, or whatever. Do not let go of the power of your money. You got to know where your money is at, every single penny, where it's going, where it's coming from, what you're doing with it, and maximize the use of it. Get that return on your investment, right? Like I was just talking about, I was in that pipeline. I was talking about the fact that I have Kismet.gg. And they're like, well, Kismet, that's real expensive. You know, it's like $60. I actually found it. I got them half off, by the way, for $29.99. I sent them to a one where they can get it for half off. But they said it was $60. And I said, well, even if it was $60, it's the return on your investment. Do I get a return on having such an easy domain, Kismet.gg? I absolutely do. In fact, I have my longtime domain that I've had forever, for 18 years, KismetBP.com, forwarding to that new domain. So not only am I getting that, but I'm also getting the benefit of my previous domain going in there. So it's always that return on your investment. I feel the same way with games. And I play very financially when I'm playing a game. I like to crush it economically. For any of you who've played Civilization, you know what I'm talking about, right? You have your religious win, you have your conquering win, and you have your economic win along with diplomatic wins and all that other stuff. I'm very economic. I like to go in economic. Like when I play Fallout, I literally make trillions. When I play No Man's Sky, making trillions in there too. Because I like to crush it and figure out how you make the most money and most efficiently and all that stuff. And the same thing here in Satisfactory. I like to make it the most efficient when it's using the least amount of my time for the biggest reward. Because your time is your most valuable thing. Your most thing that's going to cost you in any game is how much time you have to invest in making and doing stuff, right? And that's what we're doing right now. We're running a whole bunch of stuff over here. And let's see what we got down here. Oh, okay. None in there. What do we got in this upper one here? Let's go see. I'm looking for some concrete. Oh, these are empty. So when those are empty, man, take those out and then you'll keep looking in those. Now, I could just hit F and look in there and say, okay, this has got a little bit of that. That's got a little bit of that. But this is where I had my concrete. Just see if there's anything else in there. And we're going to take stuff out and replace it as we go along today. And we can see we've got some concrete up there as well. That we could tap into, but let's run up here. Now, one of my big suggestions and my Kismet tip for this particular section of the playthrough is to start putting resources where you're working. So it's a good idea when I come over here and I've got lots of inventory space, it's a good idea for me to take out all of the concrete I can, and I actually put some over here too, all the concrete I can and literally lug all of it over there if I have the room. Now, we'll make a hypertube and all that stuff that takes us from this side of the factory and all that stuff, and we unlock that, but bring it all with you. And then here's what you do. You might want to make a couple trips, right? So you make a couple trips, especially you have your hypertubes or you use your vehicle to run back and forth and drop off a bunch of loot over there so you're not, every time you run out of something, you're running back, right? That's going to really suck up your time. So you want to go ahead and bring a bunch over here, even if you have to put it in a box so you have room in case you take stuff in and out. Just bring a bunch of loot where you're working. And you'll see me do that throughout the whole entire build. As I move to a different section or I move to a different point, I will bring a bunch of loot, put it down, a bunch of resources there, and then use it. And then when I'm done, I'll then grab the resources and move it elsewhere. So I'll have it there as well. Now, as you can see, I'm kind of building up here. And the reason why is there is a kind of mountainside here. And so we're going to go ahead and just set a precedent here as this is all going to be elevated. Now, the thing I don't do in this game is I don't rush. I take my time because it is just so incredibly fun. It makes me smile every time I think about it. It's so incredibly fun to just take your time and make it just how you want it. Just so, right? Now, I'm building what I call for the long term, right? Right now, I'm building for the long term where this will probably end up being the final stage of this particular part of my base, at least the foundations and the way I'm doing my supports and all that. So I want to take that extra time to just kind of fill it in. Make it real nice over here. Again, notice I'm using those thicker foundations right here just so it's full on legit. You know, it's not floating under there or whatnot. I'll put it in the ground. There we go. Now we brought that up. And now we go ahead and pick this up over here. You're going to need lots of concrete in here. We're going to get that going. You're like, dang, Kismet, you're really building it out. Yeah, we really build it out. Uh-oh, look at that. See what happened there? So we want to go ahead and test and see if that's going to line up. It ain't lining up. Hold on, let's take that out because this is 3 pillars high. And when I came up a stage, right? So I put up a ramp, 1 full block, and so I have to bring it down to 2 now. And that's okay. That's okay for right here on this level right here. It's only going to be 2 high. Now I got to watch out because if I put certain type of machinery under there, it's not going to fit. But there's a lot of machinery that will. And at this stage, believe me, we got We're not even into the big stuff yet. We're into the smaller stuff for sure. Now we're gonna do that battle here in just a second. Let me go ahead and finish this out real quick. So we can go ahead and finish up this part, and we can start rebuilding our Kismet's rule of 8 here. That in there. Again, I'm going to be using a lot of techniques here, like hitting F, and then middle mouse button to switch. And sometimes I just kind of change it up. I build down below, or I build up above, depending where it is. You can do a lot of misclicking in here, too. At least I do. I have my mouse is very sensitive, so when I'm playing, like, other games so that I need real sensitive mouse, like Valheim or something like that, when you want to, turn very quickly and wipe out the mob. And it does have different sets on the Razer Naga, so I can go in and I can set, okay, I'm playing this game, I want it to be this sensitive, and so on. I find that the mouse for the Razer mouse is awesome, and the software is terrible. At least, well, it's not good. It's not as great as I think it could be. How about that? It's not as good as it could be. I hope they improve it at some point. But a lot of manufacturers do that, right? They build a great product, but their software is kind of lacking, or maybe they make great software, but their product is lacking. I'm always looking for a combination of great of both. And so I don't mess around with it. I set it to whatever I want it to be, and then I just deal with the repercussions of sometimes misclicking. Like so. And again, I can you have complete control over the sensitivity of your mouse, how many DPI your mouse is, and all of that stuff. Look at that. I love this stage of the game where things are starting to fill in, right? Things are starting to look cool. They're filling in, looking cool. All right, let's go ahead and get this over here. Now we're going to use this as the rule, and this one's just going to be because I have that ramp there, and so on. So we'll use that one as the rule, and we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do that battle here in just a moment. F, middle mouse button. 1, 2, and 3. Because again, we know what our things are. We know the exact height. That's going to allow us to make it higher than our extractors over here. And you can see already that we have it over the top of our extractors, so we know what that combo is, right? A base, 3 middle pieces, and then a topping, a top piece, and that's going to make it just perfect for that. Now, we're going to also start using some vertical power. Wait till you start using the vertical power that they added in the game. Oh my gosh, so one of my favorite new things is you can go ahead and put it straight up so it's super clean and you're running your lines really clean using your foundations up above. Very cool. We'll get into that. But first, let's go ahead and do this battle so we can keep our Stream Raiders battle. Whoa, look at this. Holy mackerel, we got 77 units firing it up. Oh, you guys should come and join us, man. It's going to set it off today. We're going to set it off. Let's go. Oh, man. Glaudar knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, put a 1 in the chat there. There we go. I miss Ultima. I did Fantasy and Fantasty Star back in the day. Oh, there you go, Reaper. There you go. I'm 6'4", and I have back problems, and also have to test fit cars all the time. I know, right? A good friend of mine in high school was 7'2", and he wasn't like a skinny 7'2". He was like a big 7'2". He was also crazy. I don't know. Something wrong with the air up there. I don't know. He was crazy. We played some baseball. Baseball was my thing when I was young. And he would be up there, and I was standing one time in the outfield, and he's up there talking to someone, and someone starts arguing with him. Like, no, it's my turn. I'm going to bat. And he's like, no, it's my turn. I'm going to bat. And, like that kind of argument, I actually don't remember exactly what the argument was because I was way out in the outfield. But it was something like that, like, hey, give me the bat or whatever. And so without a second thought, he starts arguing with the guy starts arguing back, he takes the bat and he knocks the guy out. I mean, dead cold out, man. He went down like a sack of potatoes. And I'm like, that's the kind of friend I want on my side and not be against that guy. Right? You got to choose your battles, everybody. Oh, man. He always had my back, though. Wherever I went, we started getting in, because in my day, you had to prove you're a man all the time. So we get in all sorts of fights and all sorts of stuff. You always had to prove you were a man. You know what? You don't have to prove nothing to nobody. You don't have to prove nothing to nobody, everybody. Only to yourself. When I was young, you had to prove you were a man and, how strong you were and all of that BS. That's a huge failing of previous generations, by the way. Racism and being homophobic and all that other stuff. That's a failure of your parents and your grandparents' generation. That was a failure. I was like, nah. No, I'm good. Thanks. I'll pass. Because you know what happened when I was young? I'm going to get into some heavy subjects here. is they say, hey, you know what, this person's going to be like this, right? The person who's say gay, or a person who's, doesn't look the same as me, right? They're from a different place in the world, wherever they're from. Oh, this person's like this and this person's like that. Well, I go meet those people, and they'd be the nicest people. They'd be kind and generous. There'd be some a-holes in there too, like there is in every group. But there'd be a lot of nice people. And so I'd go, no, I'm gonna judge for myself, right? I'm gonna judge for myself how people are. And I learned, doesn't matter where you come from in life. It doesn't matter what you look like, because guess what? You had no power over that. People have no power over where they were born, what they look like, who their parents were, and where they started off in this world. In fact, you don't even get to choose your own name. That should blow your mind, that somebody else chose your name that you're going to use for the whole rest of your life without you having any input on it at all. So I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how tall you are or what gender you are or whatever. I just care how you treat people. If you treat people well, if you treat them with respect, hey, we're down. Let's hang out. Let's have a good time. If not, you're going to get banned out of my channel because I don't mess around. I'm 50 years old. I don't play that little child game anymore. Try to treat people horribly so I can try to make myself feel better about me. I'm not down for that anytime ever. I'm always down for having fun, though. Having fun, playing games, chilling out with great people. You're going to find I got lots of great people in the chat. Feel free to say hi. People will actually say hi back to you. I know it's crazy, right? You come into stream, people, you want to say hi, you want to interact with people, you want to interact with me. You just feel free to try it out right now. Go ahead, say hi in the chat. Watch, people say hi back. Let's see, grant some rewards. Let's go. Ash getting some love. LOC, the last splash as well. Shock set, overall MVP. Look at you go with a 7 assists there. Fantastic job. Oh, more loot. Man, we're rolling the loot. Rolling in the loot. Tank scrolls, which I don't need. I have an extra 1,000 of those. Okay, now it's time, everybody. Now it's time to rise up. We're going to go ahead and do an... Oh, look out. Down there at the bottom. There's some loot. Exclamation jump. Now, remember, I'm about 10-second delay because Twitch has to compress this video and send it out to you. But you see that coming back for your guy. You get about, say he's about halfway. Exclamation jump. And by the time that gets over there, you might grab it, right? Go for it, everybody. Go for it. Get that loot. Remember, that unlocks more stuff. Oh, look out, Reaper with the boss move. Look at that. Gets that thing. In fact, hold on, everybody. Hold on. I'm going to give you another shot at it. I think it's time for some super loot. Boom! There you go. Now, exclamation jump in the chat, everybody. Earn that extra loot so you can unlock tons of epic stuff down there. Now, let's go ahead and get this battle started, everybody. Now, you're going to need your epics. You're going to need your legendaries. Let's fire it up. I'm going to call in me. That's right. I'm in a game, everybody. Look, it's me right here, the Wasteland Tycoon, all dressed up for TwitchCon. Right there, right here. Here we go. Let's get in there. Let's fire it up. I'm going to bring in the big gun so you guys have a higher chance of winning and getting that epic loot. I'm going to bring in my max level tank for you right there. I'm going to take a beating and maybe even die so you guys can go grab the loot. So come and join us again. You find that link in the chat. It is free to play. Look at them getting all that loot. Look at them getting all that loot in the chat. Get it, everybody. Get that loot. All right, back to some Satisfactory. Look at what we're doing here. We're really making some progress here. Making some progress. Now, we want to take this loot and we want to run it up here. So we want to think, how are we going to run this up there? Now, this one right here is going to be at 120. And we can revamp our entire factory now, including the way we run our lines. This is a really important stage in the game. And so we have 120 and 120. It's going to be 240. Now, instead of having them at two separate lines, we can combine them into one line because we have tier 3 items now. So when I go in to add that, I'm going to change my set down there at the bottom. There we go. So when we go to do our level 3 lines, we can go ahead and combine these two on a level 3 lifter and just run one line up. So we're really consolidating our stuff here. So now where do we want to run it? Well, let's get up on the top and take a look first before we decide where we're going to run that one line. And so instead of running, 3, 4 lines and running all that stuff we had before, we can start to condense that stuff down. Look at me making an extra box over there. Happens a lot, everybody. You'll make an extra thing from time to time. So right about here is where we're at. So let's go ahead and open this up just so we can kind of peek down here and get an idea. So let's say over here, or we can go straight up right there. That actually is a pretty good spot right there. Now, your foundations are not going to always line up off your stuff, though you can fine-tune it and line it. But I always set one foundation. This is just the way I build. I set one foundation over there at the very beginning on the very first node I start with, and I line it up to that node. And then everything else in the entire game lines up off my original base, and that's so I can align things later on. If I'm building multiple levels or running trains or whatever I'm doing, everything is aligned to the very first foundation I put down. I know it takes a lot of extra effort to do that, but it's worth it in the long run for sure. But you don't have to do it. You can build separate factories in separate areas and align them separately. They don't have to always align to the central base, but I just think that's something cool to do. So that's what I've done. Okay, so let's go in here and add our lifter. And that'll tell us, hey, Kismet, that's where that's going to come out, right there. And so that gives me a little precedent of, okay, I'm going to have that come out. And then we're going to go into our next stage, right, which is going to be our forge stage. But before I do that, I'm going to add a nice industrial container over here for any backlog because I'm going to actually start this up and start it going ahead of time. And I'm going to do what I call the overflow, the extra one at the end. So I'll have a little extra, which I can also run back to my base in there when I first start up. So let's go ahead and do this. And we don't have any vertical connectors yet, so we're going to work on that later on. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and run that. Oh, actually, we got one down here. Let's take this one out. There we go. All right. And let's go ahead and run that into there. Well, that one's already connected. And then we'll run this over here. Now, normally, I don't like stuff to clip through. I get triggered. I get triggered when stuff clips through like that. But we'll fix all that later on. So there we go. So we got those connected there. Now, we disconnected the rest of the power for right now because when we're retooling stuff, we definitely want to think about how our power is going to be. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring this, not really up, it's going to be going down power-wise. But I'm going to bring this up, say right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and reconnect this way across here. And we're going to put in the rest of those foundations there. Just temporarily to find where I had my other one out here. Oh man, it's way out there, way out there. Okay, so we'll run that across right here. Now, I can tell you I'm going to redo this. This is a given. This is a given that I'm going to definitely redo all this power. But we're just going to run it way out here in the corner. And now we have power on both corners. Watch this, how far you can run stuff. Isn't that cool? You can run it like way out there, and you don't have to run over there every single time, because that would get tedious if I had to run over there every time. But it's awesome. I can run that up. Now that's running across, and I've got power on both ends, so I can run it to the rest of my factory. Now, all this stuff's going to start back up again. You're going to hear it charging up. And so we'll go ahead again. We're going to use the level 3 lifters from now on. We definitely need to get our steel going after this. And we're going to run that right up in there. And then we're going to run it right into there. All right, awesome. Now that gets one going, but it has a bit of a problem, doesn't it? It has a problem of, wait a minute, I want to add my other one in there too. So hold on, let's rethink that. In fact, let's make this super nice. Let's go ahead and take this box in which we learned earlier that we could go in and we can take our box and we can put it right up against the edge here. It doesn't have to be totally on the edge. It can be in a little bit in, like that. And then we're going to run the lifter from the back of the box, right? Not from the thing, but from the back of the box. And we're going to run it right down here like this. There we go. All right, so we're going to try to line that up. Now, it's a little bit offset right now. And so I really need to kind of fine-tune it first. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. I can just jump down. Ah, splat. If I take a little damage, oh well, it'll heal me up. Back to 3 blocks here in a bit. Now, if you're out and exploring, you don't want to be doing that because you're going to die. But I'm just in the base. If I die, I can just literally run back over here. No big deal. Now, this is going to go ahead and run a splitter. Now, really, it's not what I want to do. I don't want to run a splitter. Normally, that's what you do. You run a splitter. I actually want to run a merger first. And the reason why I want to run a merger is so that I can merge what's in here into here and then lift it up to that upper box. Right? So we're just going to kind of walk our way through. Now, look at that. Now we got a problem, right? Because the offset is now making it I can't go through there, right? So how else could we do that, right? We could go ahead and run it off the sides as well. So we go ahead and run it over here and run it that way and then run it in there. There's about 100 different ways. Now, of course, normally I'd use the wall mounts, which are really fun, where you can go ahead and attach it from one wall to the other, and we'll unlock those as we go through our playthrough. We're going to be working big time on our awesome sink here. But how can I get that to go in there better? Well, I've kind of lined it up here, and it doesn't really matter because really the most important thing that I want is I want it to end up in that box, right? And so it doesn't matter about which way this is going. I can just take that out, and I can change the direction and just make everything work itself out, starting at what I consider the in part right now is just end up there. So I'm going to go here first, right? Bring this down. Now, you would definitely want to replace that later. We'll get into that. And then we'll go ahead and do it this way, right? So we'll look here and we'll add a merger. We want to make sure that our green arrow is aiming into there. Again, this is a merger, not a splitter, right to there. Now, we can go in and say, okay, now, how are we going to run all the rest of this now, right? We're going to run this way, like that. Yeah, I got a bit of a problem right there, right? Bit of a problem. Now, here, you can work your way around that problem, by the way. You can lift it up and try to get it around. A little bit of contained space there. It's kind of tough to get that going. There's nothing that says it has to be straight either. Only your inability to deal with it at an angle. If you don't like it at an angle, then you're definitely going to have troubles in this game. I'm actually going to put that at an angle for once. I rarely ever do. I rarely ever put that at an angle, but I feel like it's appropriate for this particular moment. Now, we're going to go ahead and run this one just nice and straight right into there. Now, watch how easy this is. This is probably one of my most fantastic tips, and that is the ability to put stuff on an existing line, right? You just slide it on that line. Now, I don't need a splitter. I need another merger along this line, or I can just go and try to run these lines differently, right? So I can run it where I'm rotating this back and merging it in this side, or I can run a lifter and then run a lifter here and run it in the other side. But I find, hey, just use two mergers. This is easier. Just easier, and it runs cleaner if you roll it over. Now, notice where the green arrow is. Watch if I aim a little lower. Whoa, what happened there? Well, it's just going to put it on the ground. It's not actually putting it on the line, and thus it's not oriented in the correct direction. You got to have that little hammer that you see in the center there on the actual conveyor belt itself. This is something that I really struggled with in the very beginning to master that and get that down. And there we go. So now there's a merger there, and thus we can go ahead and run this one into that merger. And GG, everybody, GG. Now, since we took that out, though, we need to also put our power back in because we can see it's red. See the light's red right here. So make sure to put our power back in. And now we have 240. Instead of 120, we have 240 iron being extracted there, so we can double up our production. All right, so that's it. That's all we had to do. That's all that's going to be there, everybody. That's the entire amount that's going there. Now, when I'm done here, I'm going to go ahead and take out all of this stuff and all of this here and see if it starts to drop stuff on the ground. Like over here, look at this. I'm starting to drop loot on the ground. We'll come back for it. Leave that there. And so now I'm going to move my production. That's done. I'm going to move all my production up to the higher level. And so let's get up here. We've already got that box established. We're going to go ahead and fill the rest of this in. Over here. Maybe add a few extra. To just have a little... I built one down there. See, I take those out right away or I'll forget and leave that foundation there forever. Now I'm going to have what I call the junk box. And that's where you throw your junk when you're overburdened. And it's going to happen a lot in this game. So you go right over here. And you're like, okay, I don't need no biofuel on me. I don't need no leaves. I don't need that. I don't need this thing here. I don't need the raw ore. I don't need all of that stuff on my character right this moment. Let's throw that in there. And so all the other stuff I've got, so I can go. So now I have a starting point. Now this box should start to fill. And you're like, why is it not filling up with stuff? You have it all run, right? I got it all done properly, right? I got all the mergers going and everything. That's because these things are the worst things in the game. Because even though they're properly connected up here, when I put that in down there, it's not properly connected to that. So you always put these in last. And this is something I'll talk about till the end of time. So make sure to start at the bottom there and then bring it up. And you can also feed it up to the second one if you want. It's up to you. And then bam, run that in there. Watch it's coming up the line. And then go in and make sure that you see it going into the box. If you've done that, guess what? That's going to start to backlog a crazy ton of that while we're working on the rest of the factory. And that's what you want to do. You want to start backlogging so you can make extra when you finish your factory. Now, the next thing we need to do is make a bunch of iron ingots so that we can make the rest of our factory. So we're going to go ahead and work on that next. So let's get in here and let's make a bunch of smelters. Now, I'm going to do what's called inline running, where we run a bunch of stuff in a row. And so we want to go ahead and think out our math here first. So I'm going to go ahead and just put this a little bit forward. There we go. And we'll go ahead and say iron ingots, what we're trying to make, we got to go 30 in and 30 out. So pretty easy. Instead of 120, it's going to be double that. So we need double the amount of smelters. and we're going to go ahead and fire that up. Now I'm also going to leave room for expansion later on, so I'm only going to do one row over here. I'm going to leave lots of room ahead so that when I double up again on this, which is what I will do when I get my tier 3s, we'll double up on that again. I need to think about that now instead of have to tear everything down later and redo it, right? So we're going to leave a whole row for expanding our smelters later on. But we're just going to build out to the left first, and we're going to build out double what we've already built, and I'll show you the Kismet rule of 8. So let's get into it. So we're going to have, let's start with 120 first, and then we'll go up to 240. So normally you're going to find some nodes, and there'll be coarse nodes or various different nodes, and you want them to equal 120 raw ore, right? So whatever you need to get that combo going on at the beginning of the game, so that we can have a certain amount of these. Now, I'm going to use Suri because Suri sits here and does nothing all day long, and so I'm going to help her out with my math. Of course, you can use the calculator in-game and all that other stuff too, but I just think it's fun to use Suri, so that's what I'm going to do. Hey, Suri, what's 120 divided by 30?
120 divided by 30 is 4.
It's 4. So that's basically telling you that I have 120 ore that I'm bringing in, and I'm going to need 4 smelters to maximize that production. So we're going to start with that. So we're going to put 4 smelters in here, all in a row, like that. Now, because we've doubled our production and we're going to go to 240, we're going to need double that amount now. And of course, we're going to need more power, which we've already added for sure. Now, I'm going to have this come out of here. Now, eventually, I'm going to have one side that's over there and then another side just working on that side. So we have a lot of these plates coming out of here. So what we want to do is we want to run it out of this box now, that's backlogging our resources, and put this in here. Now, because I'm backlogging the resources, I'm actually going to add an extra one at the end, right here. And I call that the overflow one. The overflow, if your power goes off and you've got a bunch of extra, it'll burn up all the extra and feed that extra automatically. It comes at an additional part of power. But here's the thing. Your stuff turns itself off when it doesn't have any resources. It's not using any power if it's not actually making something. So it's like an auto shut-off. It's an auto shut off of all your stuff if you're not using it. Now what I'm going to do is align these splitters here to the back of here, like that. And we'll go ahead and add our overflow. So I'm simply going to take this one and run it out of here, into there, into here, and so on, right down the road. Now you know what would be even better? Is not having it at the ground level. Because, hey, we ain't doing no basic build here. We're starting to go up to super build now and eventually mega build. So, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's take that out. Let's think this through, right? Let's think this through. How can I make this so it's vertical so I'm not jumping over those things all the time? Well, I can go ahead and do this and bring this up. Oh, I can try anyway. Get it oriented properly. Bring that up. Get up there. There we go. I should remember my orientation if I didn't misclick there. There we go. All right, so let's bring that up a little bit so it's easier for us to walk under it. Now, this is when you really start going next level, everybody. And then you want to align your merges in there. Now, we might have a problem of it doesn't come around and fit. We'll see how it goes. And sometimes you just got to try it and see what happens. Now, right here, we got to line it up to the side of this. And we're going to line it up this way first. And usually that very first gap between the smelters and my splitter, I just ignore that and I move forward by 2, 1, 2. It doesn't always work out because of the way you have your foundations, but sometimes it does, like that, right? Now the only one that matters is the top one. Its orientation, right? So I want it to be an input on this side, which we can see by the three lines. 3 lines are inputs. These are outputs. This here, one with the green arrow. And so we can go ahead and try that, and let's try and see if we can run it. Oh, I think we get away with that, right? We get away with that. It's not perfect, but you could get away with it. But am I going to do that? Nope. Because again, we're next level on this, right? We want to get a nice perfect 90 in there, right? How can we do that? Well, let's go ahead and first do the splitters before we do anything else, right? We already know what our distances are between all of these, but let's go ahead and get this part just right. So we're going to go in there and we're going to line this up. And again, we're going to do one side over here and one side on the other. I'm going to line it up to the corner of the foundation there. And I'm kind of in the center of this one. So I've centered down that way. And then I'm going to use the corner edge here. And then up and up again. Now let's take a look. Oh, now we're looking better, right? How can I get a perfect 90? If I want to get a perfect 90, I could just go ahead and use these like this. And here's what you do. You line it up off of this, and you line it up off of that, right? So you got them lined in both ways, and you move it 1, 2, and then you put that up there, and then you run your line, and then you run your line again. Now, normally I don't like to have segments, but we'll go ahead and do it just to make it perfect. And then you take this out, and there you go. Perfect, beautiful 90, right? Sometimes you care about how much as well as it looks as actually what you're doing, right? I could do it all day long and just run lines, and that's easy. But making it look awesome, that's just another bonus plus right there. Now this time we're going to do this a bit reverse. We're going to go ahead and do this, and then we're going to go ahead and take our smelter and try to line our smelter up off of this. Now here's one of the things with this is you can't put your smelter down you can't put it over it. So you just kind of have to remember where you had it. It'd be great if you could do that, and then it just takes the thing out so you can line that up better. But we get the general idea. See, I see this line that's right here, right below me there. See that line that's going along? So you look for the lines on your foundation to help you line stuff up. Another smart thing to do is to take out this stuff and use this to align it, right? So you go over here and you say, okay, I want it to be right about there so it connects. And then you just move it back like this. Try to keep it aligned. Move it back over here. Put that one down first. Then you can take this one out. So now you've created an alignment. Let me take all this other stuff out too so we're not misaligning. Holding down Control, by the way. Hit F, hold down Control. Takes all that out. Quick and easy. Get all the resources back. And so now I've got a template that way and a template this way to do it. You can hold down Control, by the way. It'll also snap to your other devices and to your other stuff. Sometimes a little awkward with Control. I find most of the time I don't use Control because it doesn't get that weird awkward snap. I just look for the green lines, and there we go. So in theory, that should be perfectly offset for our lifters so we don't have to have all of our conveyor belts on the ground. So we'll go ahead and connect it, and it should automatically reorient itself into which direction. Even though I went from the bottom up, it's a good habit to start from the top down because that's the direction in which it's flowing. But it doesn't really matter. It'll automatically do it. Something it doesn't do in Satisfactory program. But let me show you the problem with trying to do this. It doesn't let you do it because you're encroaching upon the clearance of this item. So I can't actually do it from the top in this case. So that's why I did it backwards just by habit. I did it this way because that's the only way I can do it because it's so close to my object. Now, once you have one thing done, guess what? You're ready to rock, man. You're ready to blaze the rest of this. So let's go take this out and line these back up again. And now we're just going to blaze all the rest of this real quickly. And again, remember our number was 4 smelters here. Oh, that's going the wrong. See, one of the things that it doesn't do is it doesn't pick up the orientation of the item that you're picking up. In fact, most of the time it puts it the opposite direction. It drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. It should pick up the orientation of the item that you're picking up with your cursor. So if I hit F and middle mouse button, it should automatically orient it to the one I'm picking up because most likely I'm going to put them all in a row. This is the most common use of that pickup of where you're picking up another item is to put them all in the same row. Now notice, by the way, that it did it after I put it down. Now it remembers because I already put it down, so it already remembers the orientation. But it doesn't do it beforehand. Beforehand would be way more useful. Okay. Now again, remember the bottom two don't matter, only the top one. And again, we're going to line these up and we're going to fill these in and get this started. Again, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up a bit. And we're going to try to get these smelters going. And remember, I have a 5th one, which is my overflow one. That doesn't look right. Always be eyeballing, see if you're lining it up. I clicked it and it moved forward just as I clicked it. And the last one right there. And let's go ahead and connect this in. This one to that one. This one to this one. Oh, by the way, if you misclick like I did there, you just right mouse to get out of there. Now, look at this. Oh, now you can run up in here, right? You don't have to jump over the belts all day long. It sucks. Remember, you got to go from the bottom, line it up, and do the same thing over and over because it'll remember your orientation. If you go and you do all your lifters at once, always put your lifters in last. And there we go. And I left a little bit of a gap in between these here, just to give myself a little bit more room to run in between here. We're gonna air out our base. We don't have to jam them all together if we don't want to. We can air out our base a little bit and kind of keep that offset out, right? You don't have to jam it together unless you want to. It's your game. You do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. There we go. I live out in the middle of nowhere, and lag super does not help this loot collecting. Oh no, I found a Canadian. Oh no. Oh no. I really enjoy the way you think these games through. A lot of games you play, I never will, but the info can be translated to other similar games. Makes things easier way I never thought of it before. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too, right? If you learn one thing in one game, or even if it's a game you're like, Kismet, I don't like the game, but I love hanging out in your stream. I get that all the time. It's okay. You're going to learn something for when you're playing Sphere Program, or maybe you're going to play Astroneer, or maybe you're going to play Rust, or 7 Days to Die, or maybe some Valheim, right? Valheim, incredibly fantastic game. All of the mechanics and all the stuff you're learning here, a lot of the stuff also applies to that. So when you're doing building or building structures and things like that, the structural integrity of it, very, very important. So you're going to learn all that too as we go along with my Kismet tips as we go. All right, so there we go. We got our stuff running. Now we just need some power, everybody. Now, one of my favorite ways of doing power is actually to put it up on the top here. I'm going to show you a great little trick of running all of this stuff over here. So first thing we do is drag some power over, right over here. That's going to be our main power line to get it started. But if you notice, I can put that down right there. Now watch what happens if I try to do just a straight pole. Doesn't work. Right? I can put it on the ground, but when I put it over there, it doesn't show up. Because the trick is, what you do is you actually act like you're going to run a power line, and it automatically does the pole. So if you do that way, you can put your poles right up here. Now, I like to put them like this, and then run them across. Now, I don't know why they don't let you just do that by default, because that's how most people love to do their power, until they got their stuff overhead, and then vertical power is awesome. But this is usually how I do power in the very beginning. And so we want to make sure that we have enough to connect there, because we can only have 4 connections right now. And then we also leave a connection for our next one. Now this one here in the middle, see this one here is full now. It's got all 4 being run. We got our entry line, and then we have 2 going to machine, and 1 that's chaining to the next one, right? So this one here in the middle is not getting it. So we need to take one of these out. We need to run this down here. If I press the right button, there we go. Run that down and get that one. Nope. Add misclick. I do a lot of misclicking. It happens. We try to get this one. There we go. Okay, so we get these 2 and those 2 from these poles. And then we're going to go ahead and run another pole. Now, eventually, I'm going to move that pole 1 more forward, because we're going to add more here and run it out over that way. Or in the other way. I'll probably go the other way. And so on. So we'll go ahead and run this across to here now. And then now, we didn't run out of lines, right? Because that can happen all the time. You can run out of lines as you go. So now, it's fired up. Right, those are all fired up. Now, here's what I do all the time, is that I forget to come over here and tell it to be iron ignis. So it's sitting there doing nothing the whole time. It's sitting there doing a whole lot of nothing. So let's get in there. Let's tell it to do iron ignis. This is going to happen to you quite often. You'll forget to get it going. Now, I do have a backlog, so the 5th one is just for the backlog, but the 4 of them are the equilibrium, right? You want to start with 4 smelters. And then we're going to keep doing the Kismet Rule of 8, which is how to master this game in any game that has to do with mastering the numbers, finding a balance between all of those numbers. Now, again, start with 120. That's what you're going to need for iron, right? Start with 120 iron. However, you got to combine it together so you have 120 to start with. Now, we've got our smelters going, right? Now we need to start doing our production. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and merge all of this together, and I'm going to run it this way. And we're going to run it a bit off the side here. Now, we can only go so far, because remember, we've set a limit to where we can only make our foundations every so far. So I'm going to go ahead and push the limit here. And I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. And we're going to have to take these trees out. Now, by the way, depending on the tree itself, sometimes you can take the trees out from up above. So you can try to just like cut that tree from way up here. See? But if it doesn't go and go like that, you can't get it. Depends on where you're at. Usually right about that level right there you can grab. So we'll go down. We'll cut that tree down in a minute. But you can just clip through it if you want. I hate clipping through stuff. I prefer to take it out. But let's go ahead and just push the limit of our supports here. Just going to push this out a bit more. And you definitely want to figure out your spacing before you get too far into building your stuff. That's usually what I do first. I usually figure out my spacing of how far out I'm going to do stuff before I get into it. Again, notice how much I have 3,000 concrete on me, and I'm going to use it all. I'll use it all today. Absolutely. Just today. So we'll need 3,000 more for tomorrow and the next day. So we'll need to get our concrete back up and running. Now, right now, a whole lot of my stuff is not running because I've dismantled it, but that's okay. I'm not in a hurry, not in a rush. I want to get this set up, and then I want to get my concrete going, then steel production, all of that stuff, and we'll get it going. So we're going to need a lot of these, right? We're going to need 8 in this direction and 8 in the other direction. But let's take a moment, cut down those trees, and then we'll keep it going. I just started a world, and I have 3 pure iron next to each other. You started on the 3rd selection, didn't you, Sidebow? You started on the 3rd one over. Oh, I love that start. That is so incredibly fun. You're going to find a lot of pure nodes nearby. It is really awesome. Let me know in the chat if you did. Absolutely. Hey, Riverdog, my awesome mod is in the chat, everybody. Show him some love. Make his job nice and easy by following those chat rules. Remember, no backseat gaming or any of that kind of stuff. I do appreciate the love, though. I appreciate you coming in to Kismet. I got you back. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. I didn't want to pick that up because I'm going to take out some trees. I'm such in a habit of picking those things up because if I don't pick them up, I forget. So let's go ahead and put all that. Get that out of that my inventory. We can use that on our overflow one here in a minute. So here we go. So we've got that running out there, and I like to take the extra time to go out and take out these trees. Now, some trees you can't take out except for with explosives. Now, that one I can just chainsaw out over here. See, I like taking out all the foliage. It's like mandated by the corporate office. Speaking of the corporate office, everybody, if you're a Satisfactory fan, boom, wearing my Fix-It shirt today. Wearing my Fix-It shirt, everybody. Representing today. The awesome Satisfactory. Representing big time. They got awesome merch, by the way. They got awesome merch. Do you work as a teacher in real? You a pro to teacher? Well, thank you. Actually, I do have a private post-secondary degree, or certificate, I guess it is, and to teach adult ed. So I could teach if I want. I am a graphic designer, been a graphic designer for 30 years. 3D artist, a gamer, and also an educator as well. So I do, you will kind of hear that kind of tone in my voice, that kind of, I'm not going too fast, but fast enough for the people who are advanced, but slow enough for the people who are not. And there you go. So I tried to do that. I know, hey, if you learn something in my stream, or if you're inspired to play some games, then I'm doing it right. Then I'm doing my job right, which is entertain you and add a little bit of joy in your day. Maybe you learn something. You're like, oh, man, I didn't know that. Awesome. Right? That's what I like to do. All right, there we go. We'll clear that out, flatten that out. I'm not really going to put anything over there, but we'll flatten it out nicely there. Okay, and then while we're at it, let's pick the rest of this up, and we'll put that into there. We'll come back to it. Let on. Get all that stuff off of me that I don't need. I try to keep all the stuff that I'm picking up at the end of my inventory, and I try to sort it first before I pick anything new up. Then it's at the end of the inventory. Very easy to throw into the box. Another great Kismet tip for you in any game. That's a great any game technique right there. We're going to go ahead and get this fired up. Now let's get over here. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. Now let's get over here, and we're going to start merging in that direction. So let's go ahead and start doing our mergers. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure to adjust my orientation. So see this right here, the green? We want to make sure that that's on the other side. There we go. Same that way. There we go. And once we have one that aligns all the rest of them for us nice and easy. Again, I think you guys get the gist of it. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. Again, I try to go slower in the beginning so you guys can see what I'm doing. And then once you get the gist of it, I'm going to go very, very fast. I'm going to go much faster. But again, you can always ask and say, Kismet, what was that you did? I missed that. I AFK'd, someone was talking to me, whatever it was. You're welcome to ask in the chat. I love talking to people in the chat. And so we're going to speed up. And I go way faster than this when I'm not playing online. I go really, really fast. You'll see that in my YouTube videos. You'll see me go much faster and building, and then I do time lapse and stuff, and fun stuff like that too sometimes. All right, so there we go. So now what we got to do is we got to get 8 of our extractors right here, because this is going to be 1/2 of the total factory. And then we're going to build the other half here in just a moment. I'm going to build that way faster than this side because I'm kind of explaining this side as I go, and the other side I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to build it out very, very quickly. But before we do that, let's go ahead and do another battle so you guys can get tons of loot. We're going to be doing battles all day, so settle in, everybody. We're going to be doing battle mode all day, getting you guys tons of event loot. That's right. This is the place to be if you want to do some stream-ready battles, because we're going to blow it up all day long. So yes, I do actually have private sector, and I've taught a lot of things across years, graphic design, talked about internet, 3D animation, a lot of stuff over the years, because I'm a teacher who does as opposed to a teacher who teaches, if you know what I mean. I'm a graphic designer first, and then I'm a teacher because I like to pass on the knowledge. Because all of those thousands and thousands of hours that I've spent figuring that stuff out, because I have nobody to teach me on some of this stuff, I like to pass that on so people don't have to spend thousands of hours doing that same thing. And then also where the gaps in my knowledge are, I like to learn from other people as well, right? So I don't know everything. You're not going to know everything in your life. And as you need knowledge and you need information, it aggress to exchange knowledge with other people. And then everybody benefits, right? Everybody elevates together. That's how I like to do it. Open the captain chest. Grant you guys some more. Let's see. LOC, Ashaf, and Subi all getting some love. Thanks, everybody, for being in the stream today. Hope you're having a great start to your week. We're blowing it up. CW getting fired up. 8 assists there. MVP. Oh, man. Look how many we unlocked there. Holy moly. We unlocked a bunch of stuff for doing that chest one there. Hold on. Let's get this loot, everybody. Holy moly, we're rolling in the loot today. All right, well, there's the first 6 tiers unlocked. Oh, make that 7 tiers. My mistake. Oh, look, we're getting artillery scrolls, too. Okay, let's keep it going, now. What are we feeling? I'm feeling high side. I want to see this boss up here, so we're going to go straight for that boss. Now, this is another tough one. This is another hard one. So I suggest to put down as many units as you can. You put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. Now, again, this little side game we play called Stream Raiders. It is free to play. Go and click that link. Go in there. You get it fired up and whatnot. So let's go ahead and get our unit in. Now, whenever I do this right here, I just forego getting myself any new scrolls, and I go ahead and bring in the big guns, my tank. Right here, I have 1,255 extra scrolls because I actually have 2 tanks at maximum level. But I love to put me in there. That's me, everybody. It's me dressed all up for TwitchCon. I actually do wear a yellow fedora and a suit and a red tie and all that stuff. For a couple years at TwitchCon, my other nickname is the Wasteland Tycoon because I play a lot of Fallout. Love me some Fallout. We're going to get back to that next week, everybody. This week, we're going to call a mulligan on the last couple weeks because my IRL's been up and down and all sorts of nightmare stuff going on in trying to get my house fixed, and I'm trying to get some shower doors in because we took the shower out. I promised my wife that at some point we would take the bathtub out and we put a nice shower in, and I would get the shower doors in there, and it's literally been like 4 months of trying to get these shower doors in there. Still not it. Still not it. After all this time, it's like a nightmare. It's like a nightmare of waiting around. So hopefully at some point they actually do get my shower doors in because they said, oh, well, it hadn't come in yet. I was like, well, you could have called me and let me know, so I'm not sitting here wasting my time waiting for you to show up. Yeah, so I hate that when other people drop the ball and it costs you your time, right? You know, people don't show up, people don't call you and communicate well with you. I feel like communication is the key to everything in your life, everybody. Communication with your spouse, communication with your friends, communication at work, all of that stuff. Communication is always your most important thing, especially when you're working in a team. Communicate what you're doing. You let them know what you're doing, right? You don't have to tell them blow by blow. Like, hey, I'm going to walk over here and I'm going to eat a sandwich and I'm going to go here. You don't tell them that, but hey, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to collect this. Or hey, I'm going to go build on this. Or hey, I'm going to go look at this, right? That communication is vital, especially when you're playing a multiplayer game like Satisfactory or whatnot. And feel free to come and join us for some battles too. When you're playing Satisfactory and you're playing in multiplayer, you'd be like, hey, I'm going to go work on the iron. Say, all right, cool. I'm going to go work on the copper. I'm going to go work on this. I'm going to work on the center base. I'm going to work on the trains. I'm going to work on that. Right? That kind of communication is vital in everything that you do. So you don't have 2 people overlapping and doing the same thing because one of the people are going to get frustrated. Usually. Because, you know, you were working on it and then someone comes up and does the same thing that you're doing. And you're like, why are you doing the same thing that I'm doing? That's not very efficient. That's not very good. And it also kind of steps on the toes of the other people that you're kind of, you know, getting in front of. Now, here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to test and see if this works. I most likely might run off the edge there, but we might put down another foundation and run it further. But I'm going to start here at the end and work my way across. Now, one of the things that I needed to do ahead of time before I put these smelters down is actually put my constructors down first. But we're not going to worry about it. I'm going to show you a way to make it work anyway, because we're going to keep expanding our constructors anyway. And so what we can do is we can either create what's known as a double line or a stacked line. So I'm going to go ahead and line this one up here. Now what's going to happen is if I try to line it up to the next one, it's not going to work. Look, you don't have enough room, right? Because you wanted to put that down first. before you did the rest of your stuff. And I never mind taking it out, putting it back in, taking it out, putting it back in. So you do need to leave a gap between your smelters if you want them to work out perfectly. But we can also use the ability to lift up above, and then run it into our stuff. And we can run it at the lower levels or we can run it at the upper levels. I'm going to run it at an upper level. And so I'm going to take those out, and I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, up here I want to add a splitter. And I'll show you why here in just a second. And so we'll add a splitter, and then we'll go ahead and offset that over here. Now what I could do is I could do that, and then I could add another one down here, and I can run them across. But you can align all of your constructors off of that. Like so. And so what I can do is line that up right there, and we'll re-add that later. And what I can do is I can have it run all the way to the end, then lift up, right? Lift up into a splitter up on top. So this really helps you condense your factories down like this. And then it's going to go this way. It's going to start from over there and work that way, and then go up, and then go back in the other direction, and then feed down into all of our machines. And figuring out the logistics of that is really, really fun. Now, in this case, since I'm going to run it this way, I need to think about my orientation and what I want to do. Now, because I'm a stickler and I like to have my bases just so, I will then again go in, take all this out. Never worry about taking stuff out, everybody, and redoing it just to make it. If you make a mistake or you run into problems, it happens to me all the time. I'll think, I could probably do that better, right? And I find myself doing that a lot. How can I do this better than I did it before? Right? So we'll take all that out, and we'll rerun all of this. Again, I'm not in a tremendous hurry. And again, I'll do the other side just done. But this side, I'm going to do it little by little so we run into problems and figure them out as we go. And so I find that what you want to do is you want to build the thing that's the largest thing first. So in this case, if it was an assembler, I would do the assemblers first. We will eventually go to assemblers, but we are only going to need 4 assemblers, so it's not like we're going to really have that big of a problem. But your constructors should be really the first thing that you put down. You work your way backwards from those constructors. So how many constructors do I have? Well, we're doing the Kismet rule of 8, so we need at least 8 constructors. We're actually going to go 9, so we have an extra one. 1, 2, 3, 4, right there. And then, it's so beautiful, I'm starting to cry. And then here we do another one. And so on. And there we go. All right. Now, I've already set up the distance of my lifter, so you need to figure that out as well, too. So you got it coming out of here, going into there, going up to there. Now, what I could also do to make it easier on me in the long run is I could lift this up to here and then just have it run straight into that machine. Because the way this works is when you're converting this, it's going to go 30 in and 30 out. So really, I just need to go straight into the machine in this case of these particular machines, right? So I can just run them straight. I don't have to even do any of all of this. I could literally run it straight out of here and run it straight into there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a 5th one that's going to be overflow. And so that's going to have extra. And so that extra, I want to feed that extra into the line as well. And so that's why I'm not just running them straight. Because you can't just run everything perfectly straight if you want. Just put it right up behind there. You have to do all this lifting and converting and doing all of that stuff. But I do like the ability to expand the line later. And that's what I'm doing. I'm building for expansion later on. Now, if we really want to get this going, let's really get crazy. You ready? Let's do it. All right, we'll take all these back out again. Let's take them all out, and let's really get crazy. All right, we're going to do this, and we're going to figure out all of our distances while lifting everything at the same time. So let's go ahead, lift this up to there, right? And so we're going to merge it up there on the top. And we're also going to try to split it. Now, here's the biggest problem with doing that is that you're not going to be able to do both at the same time. It's not like it's a pipe. Pipes actually do splitting and merging at the same time. So you're not going to be able to get that going on. And so as I put this up here, and it merges into there, of course it's the wrong direction right now, but it merges into there, it's not going to split over here. This is a merge. This is the way in. So if I did lift that up and bring that up to the top, it's not going to work. Now I could bring it up and then bring it back down and feed it at the bottom level. I could do that as well. Oh, look out. We got, I love meat spin. Meat spin? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means, but thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, that's you. There you go. Yep. Not been on any TwitchCon, but watched it on YouTube streams. Well, there we go. Overflow. Yes, overflow is the extra amount that I'm backlogging right now. Right now, I'm backlogging a bunch because you know what? I'm over here doing it, but it's still extracting a ton. Look at all that extra. So whenever you have that extra, you want to put that into your thing, into your line. Because sometimes, you know, your power goes off or whatever, and you start backlogging a bunch of this. Now, you can also run it in the Awesome Sync, which I also do. And so I'm going to put an Awesome Sync here as well for any extra backlog. Oh, we got a unicorn in the chat. The Destroyer. Coming in, bringing in that unicorn. How you like my 3D animations? Awesome, aren't they? Yeah, I have a lot of variations of my follow alert. I'm working very, very hard on it. Hey, Destroyer. Hi, welcome. Everybody say hi to the Destroyer in the chat, everybody. All right, so there we go. So all this stuff in the back here, too, this all is useless now because we went in. Again, this is what I do when I'm first building, right? I'll go into the detail of all the problems that you're going to run into. So you can see them. You know, you can see someone else make the mistake. So maybe it'll help you a bit in your build down the road. All right, so there we go. So now we got that. So again, you want to build one line out first and then build the rest of the lines, right? Build this whole part out, and then it's just a carbon copy. Now, hopefully, eventually they do blueprinting where you can just make one line and then blueprint that, and then just like boom, 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 right? Now, I've actually seen that they have a mod for that, by the way. They have a mod so you can just blueprint and then stack those down because they're going to be exactly the same all the way down. So why not? Why not have blueprinting? Blueprinting would be amazing in this game. I mean, hey, Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 has it. At least they should have it, right? Now, I need to make my choice as to which level, which one's going to go up and which one's just going to stay at the bottom level. Now, in this case, I'm actually going to lift this up and I'm going to run it down in this case. So at the top, it needs to be a merger, and at the bottom, it needs to be a splitter. And the reason why is, again, I'm going to do the same thing, except for I'm going to run it in the opposite direction. I'm going to run it this way because I have a gap here in the middle because this is where my thing is. And also, this is going to be my primary road where I run back and forth because I'm thinking that far ahead. I'm going to go ahead and run this down to here. Oh, look what happened. Look what happened. Offset, right? It's going to happen. It's going to happen, everybody. Just keep reworking it until you get it just so. Right there. Make sure your outputs and inputs are all going the right direction. So we're going to check our input here on the top part. And we're going to say it's going to come out this way, and it's going to go in down here, right? And then put your lifter always in last, right there. And so now we got a direction, right? We're going to come down this way, go in there, come back out over here, and run directly into our constructors. And this way, if we have any overflow and whatnot, we can use that ninth one, which will help us have excess of whatever it is we want to make. Like we need more plates or we need more screws. Always need more screws, by the way. Always need more screws for sure. I find very early game, you're going to use a lot of screws. Absolutely. Okay, so now back to it. Now we can take our constructor, get it nice and close here. And then I like to leave a little bit of gap. You can get even closer. I like to leave a little bit of gap. And that I will just go ahead and put down there. Now, why do I like it to run at the lower level like that? Just so I can see that it is running. Now, later on, by the way, everybody, we will do what I call underfeeding, where we create what's called a sandwich level or a run line level, where we run everything on that lower level, and then we lift it up from behind into the stuff up above. So we could do that with this, right? We could do a smelter level where we're just smelting, and then we could run it up into our production level up above. And we'll get into all of that. Believe me, we'll get it going. There's a lot of pieces and parts that you need to unlock in the game as you go along for all of that. So I don't like to get into that until I have all of those pieces as well. So there we go. So we got that going. Now, there's 1,000 different ways of doing the same exact thing that I do. Discover it for yourself as well. Thanks for coming in. I'm doing good, Shadow. How you doing today? Thanks for hanging out. Good afternoon. I bleed purple as well, Shadow Hearted. Thanks for coming in. All right. 3D is cool. Yes, I love doing some 3D animation. Love doing graphic design. I do all my own overlays and stuff like that. But sometimes I do enlist artists and pay artists to do stuff like stream avatars and things like that because I love to support artists, not just gamers here on stream. So make sure to support all the peeps on Twitch out there doing what they love to do. Oh, my back's starting to... Oh, it's been 3 hours. That's why my back's starting to kick in. My back is telling me, Kismet, time for a break. Time for a break. But let's at least get this one production line going. Before we get into it, let's make sure that we have this on Iron Games. By the way, they did a new UI. Oh, look out, Lawman's bringing in that 6 months and unlocking a brand new sub badge, bringing in the Kismet Love Train. I don't do baby alerts, everybody. I do full screen. Do you see it pop up down here too? I do full screen alerts, man. I don't like, hey, Kismet, I'm subscribing to your screen. Oh, awesome. It's in 6-point type down there in the little corner. In fact, I have the largest alerts you can have. The largest ones you can have in Stream Elements. I've been with Stream Elements forever. They've been a huge part of my success here on the stream. And they let me make massive alerts, push their stuff to the limit. But the cool thing is, here's the thing that's so great about Stream Elements, is the fact that you're putting all the CPU cycles that you would normally use on your machine. So say you're streaming and you're playing the game at the same time. Guess what? All of that's on their computer and not yours. So your FPS goes up, your CPU usage goes down, more CPU usage for gaming, and less needed to go into streaming because all the overlays and all that other stuff is all on their thing. So it's really awesome. So I highly suggest Stream Elements big time. They are awesome over there. They always got your back. That's what I like about them. Doing good. Just got out of dental surgery. Ow, wisdom teeth. I was born without wisdom, Shadow. I was born without wisdom. I actually don't have wisdom teeth. I have a big overbite, so I never had wisdom teeth come in. The day machines of all sorts not need screws. I know, right? I know. We need tons and tons of screws. All right, so there we go. So we got this one running, and let's go ahead and tell it what we want it to be. We're going to do plates first in there, and let's go ahead and again bring our power. Again, remember to use the power line so you can stack this up on top here. Now I'm going to go up on top because it doesn't snap. I wish it snapped from down below. That would be awesome. And I'm going to put that right there. And this one, I'm going to go ahead and double feed it. Again, this would make an awesome blueprint because you could just do this. Come on, you. And just do that, right? So now you blueprint that even with the wire on there. You got it all set up. You can just blueprint it again and again and again. They don't have that yet in the game. I think there is a mod for it. I don't play with mods. I don't play with alternate recipes. Don't worry, we'll get into it eventually. But for right now, I want to be everything that I'm doing, I want you to be able to do in your first playthrough, right? I want you to be able to do everything that I'm doing. Now, I am going to take a break, and I'm going to run that ad for you, Try Hacker, that you requested in the chat. I do appreciate those ads. They do unlock the ability to have no ads for everybody for like 20 minutes. So, hey, I think that's good. Take a minute hit on it while I'm off taking a break anyway. So let's go ahead and put the rest of these in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then again. Now we're just going to build out the rest of this because this is all going to be rinse and repeat now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And double check your count as many times as it takes. There we go. Now we're just going to build this whole back part area again. Run all the lines. Boom. Kismet rule of 8 going to be up and running. In case, actually, it's Kismet rule of 9 in this case. But we're going to have actually an extra smelter and an extra constructor at the end so that we can burn through all this excess that we're backlogging right now. By the way, did you know that I can actually put another box on top of this? That's right. You can run another box up here, especially when you have the doubles, right? The doubles are great because you can go like this. Sometimes I will. I'm probably not going to do it in this playthrough. But sometimes I will have 3 boxes of backlog. So I could run that up there and then run that up to another one and then run that down and do all of that. In this playthrough, we'll just have 1 box of backlog. That's usually more than enough of backlog in there. And so we'll go ahead and just stand here and you guys can take a look at my factory. We'll go ahead and do a quick save too while we're thinking about it. Right at that moment. Crushing it. And usually a good idea, everybody, is usually about, I'd say a couple hours every time. Oh, hold on. Taking a minute. There we go. I would say every few hours a good time to take a break. Whether you're playing games or whether you're working away or whatever it is, it's good to take a break every few hours. Get yourself recharged and refired up to play some games. So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm just going to get up, walk around, stretch my back. I'm feeling my back starting to go a little bit. I was out running around with my kids yesterday. My daughter's birthday. She turned 16 yesterday. My oldest daughter. And there we go. You finish in every tier step by step. Just this part right here. This is like my signature thing, which I call the Kismet rule of 8. So I take a little extra time on this. And you'll see why. Because once you master this, you've mastered the entire game. I mean, from when you... This is like tier 1 stuff right here. This is tier 1, tier 2 stuff. And once you master this, you can master every single tier in the game. Not kidding. I'll show you when I come back. Be right back. I'm back, everybody. I told you I'd be right back. One of the great things to do is to get up, stretch your legs a little bit, get powered up, ready for some more gaming. I'm ready. I'm ready to fire it up. Let's get it going, everybody. And hello, Brunheen. Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. Did you guys see I set the super loot off down there? Let me set another one off for you. Let me set another one going here. I'll give you guys an extra few seconds here to catch up on the stream. I went ahead and read that ad for you there. Again, you can redeem me run ads, but I run them when it's convenient for the stream. Obviously, I don't run them just like randomly. Again, the ads don't really help me here on the stream, but they do help you guys where it just basically disables the ads for like 20 minutes. And that's great because now everybody doesn't get any ads. So that's good. So people who are coming in and out of my stream aren't getting ads every 5 seconds. Twitch's got to monetize itself. Otherwise, it's going to go out of business. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But excessive ads are really annoying. Like YouTube is really excessive. Like when you go to watch a video and the video is like 2 minutes long and you have to watch 2 minutes of ads in a 2-minute video, that's really annoying. I feel like watching a YouTube video is worse than watching TV. At least TV, you get like 15, 20 minutes of a show or a game show or whatever you're watching, and then you get an ad, right? Where, sometimes it's like every minute it feels like when you're watching a video, especially like when you're into the vibe of the video that you're watching. I only put ads at the very beginning and the very end of a video. I never put them in the center. It sometimes does it automatically, but I always put them at the beginning and the end so it doesn't interrupt the flow of the video, so that you can get the most enjoyment out of it. I hate watching a video and right at I'm about to go jump off the cliff, boom, ad. Man, there's nothing that makes you just go, screw it, and quit out of the video faster than that when that happens. I quit out of a lot of videos. If it does it at the worst time, if I feel like it's not worth my time watching the rest of it, out of the video I go. If you put an ad at the wrong spot, nope, I'm out. And again, they got to monetize their thing too to keep in business, but still, don't make it suck, right? Like I don't make videos for the algorithm and stuff like that. Like some people, they'll make a video and they'll make it 45 minutes long or 10 minutes long or 8 minutes long, however long they make it for the algorithm so that they get a better position in the algorithm. I make videos for people. I don't make it for algorithms. If I make a video, I'm going to make it as small and concise and take the least amount of your time for the biggest benefit than anything else. I feel like that has ruined YouTube, is the fact that you have to make it for the algorithm and stuff like that. I make like $1 or maybe $10 sometimes on YouTube every month or 5 months or how many ever times it decides to pay me for that. And I just put it into giveaways here in the stream. I just tell you, because it's not worth my time to put videos up there, but I do it for you guys. You guys are the reason I make stuff, not for no algorithm or not because of YouTube or whatever. I do it because I enjoy doing it, and I know you guys enjoy it, and that's why I do that. Because if you do it for any other reason, it's just going to suck all the enjoyment out of it. It's just going to drain all the fun out of that particular thing. Now, which way are we going? We're going to the right on this splitter. I need to pay attention to what I'm doing here. Let's see. Splitter's going this way. And this one is incorrect. Incorrect. Amundo. So this one should come in from the other side. And come through into that. So it can go this way. Okay. And then this one needs to go like this to match. You want to test that stuff out before you start doing all of them. And then you're like, dope, I did it wrong. All right, test them out little by little. Now, someone asked in the chat, who was it who asked? I just saw it when I was AFK there. Do I do every single tier like this? No, typically I don't. I don't, actually I'm on tier 4 right now. So during tier 3 and 4, I call it the retool stage, where I retool my factory because now I have more resources and I have the ability to do things that I don't have to do, couldn't do in the earlier game, including the ability to double up my production, right? So I've got perpetual power now because I got my coal going, and I did that in the first stages. And so you get into tier 3 and 4, you got your coal going, and now you have the ability to build your factory way larger than you did in the earlier tiers. And so I'll slow down, take my time, retool up my factory, and start to double my factory up so that it helps me in the long game, not just in the short game. Now, I could just have gone and made some encased industrial beams and went on to the next tier if I wanted to. But this is one of my favorite parts of the game, is when you start to tool up, start to retool your factory to do different things. Very, very fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and speed this up a little bit by just go ahead and taking our splitters here and running the same thing all the way down, meaning we're going to do the same item all the way down and in the same direction. So you've already got the orientation and all of that all the way down. And again, I'll on purpose, I'll build something that I know is going to be an issue, and then I'll rebuild it and rebuild it and rebuild it so you guys can see me rebuilding it. And so later on, you think, okay, hold on. I'm going to just do one line first and then do all the other lines. So it saves me from all that time. Now, look at that. That's not lined up. I can tell you that already. That ain't lined up. Even though it gave me the green lines, it still got a little funky chicken there. Let's fix that. There we go. Got a little funky chicken. And again, go in here and check these. Make sure you got them all lined up nice. It should obscure it when you're going by. All right, you can just visually check. That looks good. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our mergers up on top here. Now, again, we're going to have our merger going this way. So the only one that matters is the top one. And the one in the middle is just going to act as a support. And we're doing this just so we can lift this up and then merge all the lines together. That's our biggest goal here, is to merge all of this together, because we're going to have the extra smelters and then the extra amount of any overflow or any kind of extra that we create, any extra iron ignits that we're going to create, is going to go into the overflow one, which is right here at the bottom. Man, that worked out perfectly. Did I know that was going to work out perfectly? No. I just went and did it. And so we're going to have an extra one right here at the end, just for this last one. Now, again, the end one you don't even need to do. You can just put that right into there if you want. But I like to build it out, what we call inline running. And again, this is going to go this way and then feed back to the right. Like that. Okay, good to know your directions. Now, the funny thing is, the ones at the top I'm not even going to need. I'm just putting them there for visual reference because I'm going to have less smelters than constructors. And you'll see why here in a minute. All right, and so we got that going. Now we got to do our distances here. Now, by the way, we don't have to put the lifters in there anymore because we have this one for reference. So we can just use this one as a reference, right? And we hold down Control, it's going to snap to it. And then we can just move it over so you get the other snap. And then you can actually just put these in first. And I find that works pretty well. Just putting those in, and then you can put in all your lifters and stuff. So you don't have to put your lifter in and then take it out, because it doesn't work that way. You always put your lifters in last. So you might as well just save yourself a step. Right here, another great Kismet tip for you. It's just using the first one to align all the rest of these. And of course, they're going the wrong direction because I picked it up and I assumed it was going the right direction. And when you assume, you know what happens. Man, sometimes I don't even look at it. I just go right into the zone. Do it again. Again, you make a mistake in life, everybody. Just roll on. It's okay. You know what? Don't let people beat you up. Oh my God, you're imperfect. Let me point out how imperfect you are. Yeah, you are imperfect too, bro. So, you know, kettle called the thing black, or however they say that. Pot calling the kettle black. There we go. I know my brain would kick in there eventually. Spoiler alert, everybody. Nobody's perfect. Just so you know. No matter how much they pretend to be, or how much they ever bring you down for being imperfect, guess what? They ain't perfect either. And that's why they got to bring you down, so they make themselves feel better about themselves being imperfect. That's the most reason why people put other people down, by the way. I know. That was me when I was young. I thought that was the thing. That was the culture of my age, by the way, was to what we call burn other people, where you would just like, you know, oh man, well, look at them pants, man. What, are you waiting for a flood to come in? Right, that kind of thing. Right, those were my days when I was young, and I learned that that's a dead end road. It's a dead end road. It just pisses everybody off. No one wants to be around you because you're that jerk that's always doing that all the time. No one wants to be around you. Deal with your stuff. Deal with you being a jerk to everybody all the time. I don't want to be around people like that. I'm out of there. I'm like, all right, here we go. Jerk alert. I'm out. Count me out, bro. If you have such lowest self-esteem that you have to tear other people down. Now, if it's a buddy of yours, you know, I kid around from time to time. You know, when you have a rapport with somebody, and you're just, you know, you're talking your gamer speak like, oh man, I'm gonna totally own you, and they're like, nah, I'm gonna own you, bro. Right? If it's a bro thing, or it's a friend thing, then it's different. Right? It's all about context in what you're doing. But if you're just doing it as some random person that you don't know and you're trying to tear them down to make yourself feel better, doesn't work. But it doesn't matter what I say, they're going to keep doing it anyway because they don't know yet. They don't know that that's a fail. They don't know that that doesn't do any good for anybody, including you. It doesn't make you feel any better about yourself to tear someone else down. In fact, it leaves stains on your soul. I know, getting deep in this Kismet stream today. It just leaves a mark on your soul from where you were being mean to someone else. It doesn't make you any better of a person to tear someone else down. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. In fact, it makes you a worse of a person. No one wants to deal with your stuff. They want to deal with you being a jerk all the time. They want to deal with you putting them down and being negative every single minute of the day. They want to deal with that. They got enough, you know, strife in their life than to deal with someone treating them poorly all day long. I know I don't want to deal with it. That's for sure. That is for sure. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring these in, and we're going to go ahead and merge these down. And these are just acting as a temporary pedestal for all of these. So the only one, again, that we need to worry about is the top one. Make sure we got them all going the right directions. And we'll do that battle here in just a moment. Let me get these in. Again, the whole point of doing these ones back here is just to lift it up off the ground. So that's up off the ground. You're going to see I'll remove the under supports later on. And it'll be up off the ground so I can run back and forth through here and not have to run into those lines. While I'm even driving my vehicle or if I'm just running around. And again, I'm just going to speed up now. You guys got the gist of this. You got the gist of this. I've shown you every single way of failing at doing this, and now we're just going to finish it up. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. What am I doing? I added way too many things. God, I just get... See, sometimes you just get in the zone, and I'm talking to you guys. I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5. We're done, man. We're done. Why am I adding more than I need? All right. We don't need these yet. We're going to add these later, by the way. We'll add these later when we expand. But for right now, we don't need them. Man, I got way into that. We only need 5 smelters. 5 smelters. And like I said, these ones at the end aren't going to be useful right now, but later on, we're going to add them. And then the same thing with all of these. Man, I'm acting like I'm building the whole big thing right now. Later on, we'll add that, and then we'll actually move our production around a little bit. But we want to kind of build for the long term now, right? We're building for the long term for our mega build later on. And we want to really take some extra time on the stuff that's going to matter most later on. In this case, reinforced iron plates are going to be incredibly useful. Let's see. We got all of those going in there. Nice. And that's running across there. All these lifters should be working. We'll check each and every one of those to make sure that they're working. And we've got all of this. Okay, now again, notice how I can walk in between here? Nice and easy, right? This part you get. that's a little too close. But I could go over here and jump between here if I want. But let's go ahead and connect the rest of these. These are going to come in down here and run down this line. Now this is going to be a little tough on that one. A little too close there because of the back line there. But that's okay. We can always go up and over like this. And you can also fill this in from up here. So just jump one to the next, which I find incredibly fun. Again, this is the Kismet's rule of 8, and if you do fall down, you just take the ladder back up again. Easy. Our last one is offset. It's backwards. Backwards. That in properly. Okay, now the one at the end is our overflow. We're going to work on that one later. But right now we just want to get our main one in. So this is going to come down here. It's going to lift up into here. And then all of these at the top are going that way. All right, they're going down the line and going in the opposite direction. Again, we can just slide through here. And we can say, okay, this is going to forge this and then run back that way. And same thing here in the next one. And again, you can run all these lines ahead of time or you can run them after. It's really up to you. Me, I kind of vary what I'm doing because I've done this so much that I'll do it in different orders just to keep it interesting, right? I'll do it the same way every time, bore you to death. All right, go up here, and then we'll go ahead and bring this down. I don't know if it's working. I'm going to make sure it's working by putting it back in again, and then watch and see that it's coming down. If I see it's coming down, then I know it's feeding in. If I see this running, then I know it's feeding into the back of there, and so we're up and running. Now the rest of these need to go, it's going to come down and then go back, now back that direction, right? So we're bringing it this way, then turning it around and running it that way. And it's all about the logistics of where I'm going to have this, where I'm going to have that turnaround, right? I'm going to have the turnaround here in the center because I'm going to offset these and do the other side over there. And we're going to build that other side much faster. You're going to see I'm just going to build one, and then I'm going to build them all down, and then I'm going to fill them all in and do all of that. And I'll go into like full-on build mode here in a minute. But first, let's go ahead and make sure that we've got all of our connections. So let's start at the end, and then we'll go the other way, right? So we're going this way. And so we'll go up here at the top, and we can go across this way. Now, this way, if there's any overflow, any extra iron ingots being run, those extra iron ingots will run along this inline run. Now, sometimes, in the very beginning of the game, you can do center splits and things like that, which we do a lot of. But we're going to go ahead and run these down the line. Now you're like, well, Kismet, if the input is 30, why are you having all these extra, right? Because it's 30 into 30, so it's only going to go one of these one of these smelters into one of the constructors. Why would you need the extra constructors? Why? That is the question. That is the perfect question to ask. Why do we need the extras, right? So let's go ahead and go to the first one here, and we're going to set what this one is doing, right? So we've got it doing iron plates. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to tell you the secret of the entire game, and then we're going to do that battle, all right? Here we go. Now, I've got 120 input. Now, to master this game, you need to know your input and then matching all of your units, all of your constructors or smelters or whatever, and learn the different speeds, right? So if we have 120 input, we can do 4 smelters. 4 smelters ends up going to 8 constructors, which is why it's called the Kismet Rule of 8. And so we do iron plates, right? So 1 iron plate again, another one here, iron plate. So 3 iron plates, that's 3 so far. We're on number 4 now. Now iron rods. And some of you have already seen me do this multiple times. It's okay, all the new peeps are getting to see it. And then 2 iron rods. So 3 iron plates, 2 iron rods. Now, the actual in part here is actually the wrong way. Why is it the wrong way? Because I want to go out of these 2 right here, and I want to go into those right there. Now, what we could do, by the way, everybody, is instead of making those in this row, we can move those up to another row so that when we're doing the other side, it'll feed into those, and then we'll have those stacked into that row so we could combine from both sides. So we have any overflow on either side, it'll feed into the total thing, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take all this back out again. You're like, oh, Kismet, God, you just put it in, take it out, put it in, take it in. Yeah, I know. It's fun, though. It's fun, though. It's fun to do it. This way, I can explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And I feel like the why is the most important part. Not just the how of doing it, but the why I'm doing it. That's why a lot of people watch my stream, because I explain the why, not just the how, right? You can learn the how from anybody, but the why is always the toughest part. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run it forward this time, so I have another row of it. But normally what I do is I have 3 more, and those equal the total of 8. And those 3 more are going to do screws. And that's why I call it the Kismet Rule of 8, because now you'll make the perfect amount of plates, rods, and screws to make the perfect amount of your reinforced iron plates, where you'll be making 10 reinforced iron plates at any given time. But in this case, we're going to move those 3 forward because we're going to build another one over on the other side over there. And thus, we want this to come out and run into these. Now, when you're running your iron ingots here into here, it's only going to come in at 15 for the iron rods. And thus why we have this extra constructors is because we have the extra amount that we can produce. Now, one of the things that I run out of a lot of is iron rod. So I'm actually going to add an extra iron rod at the end right here to create any overflow of iron rods. And thus we will have extra iron rods here. And we'll actually create what I call a gap stop where we put the iron rods into a box first. And then from that box, if we have any extra iron and we're over here and we need some iron rods, bam, they'll be good to go. Same thing with our plates. on the other side, be very, very nice. All right, so we've kind of cut our production up a little bit more. So we're going to go ahead and run that into there. Now, everything else is ready to go. We just can run power and we'd be good to go. But we want to go ahead and now merge this stuff together. Right, so we want to merge it on this side. So let's take some time to do that. Let's go ahead and merge. We're going to merge in this direction. There we go. And I'm going to offset it just a little bit out. We're just going to do it at ground level. I could lift it up as well. But we're just going to do it here at ground level on this one. Merge there. And then what you're going to see up here is I'm actually going to add a couple more up here. And I'll show you why here in just a second. We're going to have them all going this way. And that's because these over here are going to lift up. Right, up to here. Now, if I'm going to do lifters, before I get too much into doing this line of stuff, you got to do the lifters first. Right, because they're going to be offset differently than you would if you were just going to run it straight out of there. So you're going to need to offset that a bit like that so that it lines up to the lifter roughly like that. And that actually will work. Even if it's really super close like that, that still works. So these ones here are now set up, but now all of these ones over here need to align to those ones. So this way we can use both the lower and the upper area. You can use the middle area as well. I've done that in previous playthroughs. But I typically use the top, the first level and the third level to line that up. So let's go ahead and see if we can line this up. Now this is, you got to watch out when you're backing up because you might back off of something. And then this you have to visually kind of get because it doesn't snap. And see, sometimes not so good, right? It's not so good. That's okay, we'll get it. And then again, we'll try it again this time. Right like that. That's a bit better. I find from that angle it's a little bit easier to see. Okay, we got that going. So we need the bottom one in there so we can line it up to this one. And again, going this way. You get the gist of it. Gonna speed up. Okay. Someone go the right way? Yeah, all right. Okay, now these are just going to go into the bottom. These are going to be our plates. So we're going to combine all three of our plates together into the bottom level. The bottom level are then going to run to this left side like this, in which we're going to run it into box. Now, how convenient that we have a little box level that we set up at the very beginning. That's right. That's how far ahead I'm thinking. I'm thinking from back there when I first started extracting, I'm going to have a box there and then also a box right down here. That's right, because I'm going to set my stuff up for expansion later on. So now my box, that box is actually aligned to that box too. And so I'm going to set it for expansion. So right here, right into there we go. Guess what we're going to do up on top of here? That's right, another one. Another one up there. And then what's going to come out of here is going to go in that higher one. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a backlog of resources. Now, there's about 100 different ways of running this in here too. It's going to be real awkward because it's not right there. So you might have a little bit of a problem turning that. You can go ahead and try the other way like this. Try to get that to go in there. Oh God! See, now also you have not only the horizontal level but the vertical level that you're running. Oh, pumpkin keys fired up. Also the vertical level. So we'll work on that a bit more. You guys go ahead and fight the Pumpkin King down here. You're gonna have to do it without seeing for a minute here because I'm gonna do a battle. But let's go ahead and get into a battle, and then we'll come back. We'll come back into it. So exclamation join warrior, priest, or mage is going to let you do those battles down there while we're doing the battle over here. And then we're going to get back to some Satisfactory. Let me catch up on chat a little bit here while we're doing this battle. Hey, Brunehead, thanks for, or Brunheen, thanks for coming in. Jump. There you go. Jump for it. My son said it best. I don't want to deal with the drama. I just want to stay positive and ignore negativity. I'm so proud. That's a good boy. You raised a good child there. You raised a good child. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it either. I'm at the age where I'm like, nah, count me out. I'm checking out every time. Check it out every time when people start getting negative and it can't be done. There's nothing worse than calling up like a support line, or you're with your friends and you're trying to solve a problem and they say, we can't do anything, right? There's nothing can be done. Right? I hate people who say that. There's always something that can be done. There's always a solution to each and every problem. It may not be the solution that you want it to be, but there's always a solution to the problem. And when someone says, well, we can't, there's nothing we can do. Right? That's what it is. There's nothing we can do. I hate that. I literally want to hang up on people who say that. But I don't. I still say, well, that's not what I want, but bye. And then I hang up on them. I at least say bye first. Grad Super Reward. Let's see. Ash getting some love. The Last Splash. Riverdog, LOC, and Subi. We're going to be doing battles all day long, even beyond my stream, by the way, everybody. We're going to be doing battles because we got a new event firing up. So make sure to be here in the stream. We're going to keep running these battles all day. CW coming in. I'll be out mowing my lawn, but I'll come in and check on it every 30 minutes to make sure that the battles keep running. Sometimes I accidentally run longer. It might be an IRL thing, my wife, kids, whatever. If something comes up, obviously I'm going to prioritize that. So if the battles do run longer, don't get all triggered. You'll be fine. You'll get tons of loot all day long. Don't worry. All right, back to the map. Let's do it, everybody. Again, congrats to CW being MVP. Oh, we already tier 8. All right, we're going up here. Let's get another battle going. Okay, this little side thing we do over here, a lot of fun, called Stream Raiders. I feel like we're going center on this. This was a 3-star. I think I'm going to pull the Bannerman out for this one. Let's pull the Bannerman out and go right center and boost the heck out of you guys. There we go. All right, let's do it. Now, again, this is a free-to-play game called Stream Raiders. You can join us in the chat. Feel free to come on in. All right. So we got a bit of a problem here with our storage. Is the top one won't go in the storage. Now here's what you can do is you can actually run a line and then lift it from that line as well. We could also run this down and try to run it in there and do all sorts of tricky stuff to try to make that work. Right? But what's the easiest way to make it work? Well, the easiest way to make it work is take this out and then align it yourself. Right? So go in, put this in first. And then say, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and take this organization here, and I'm going to try to align it to my lifters over there. And again, you don't have to put everything right up on top of each other. It's okay if you leave a little extra space so you can move around in your base. You'll be fine. And so we'll try to line that up, and then we'll put another one up on top here, and then we'll try to run that. And now we got a beautiful, beautiful lined up item. Now, guess what? I'm going to do a mirror image of that on the other side. On the other side. We'll see if it fits. Sometimes it's got to be pretty close. Pretty close. So we're going to do like a mirror image of that right over there. So let's just go ahead and assume. Whoa, Fred! How'd you get up here, Fred? Hey! 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 What are you doing? Get out of here! Fred! Get out of my base! Always in my base, Fred. Always coming in. How'd you get up here on the second level? That's what I want to know. How'd you get up here? Bad, Fred! Bad! Bad dog. How'd he get up here? Look, that other Fred way down there. That's Fred's cousin, Fred. He's down there. Look, he's not up there. How'd he get up here? Sneaky dinosaurs. Always trips me out when they just appear in my base. That's why I typically don't build bases at the ground level, because they always just come walking through my base while I'm trying to work. And sometimes they stand right in the way when you're trying to do it. And, he's not aggro to me, so I'm not aggro to him. Here he comes back again. Fred! I'm glad he doesn't destroy my base, though. Because right there, boom, he would knock down my stuff and break it. They haven't put that in yet. I would imagine they're going to put those collisions in eventually. If I get in your way, you just let me know, Fred. If I'm bothering you. All right, so there we go. So we got one running up top here, and then one running right down. Look at that beautiful 90. Mwah! Beautiful 90 right there. Look at that. I couldn't ask for anything better right there than a nice 90. Nice, beautiful angles when you're doing your stuff. We got plates going in the bottom, and up in the top up there, we are going to do our rods. Now, how do we get our rods up top? I'll show you how right here. So we're going to go ahead and do the rest of these as rods. So let's go ahead and put our mergers back in. Again, it doesn't have to be where you jam everything right up on top of each other. It's okay if you don't. It's okay if you don't. Dee, 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 dee. I don't know what that song is in my head I have just now, but all of a sudden I got a song in my head. Oh, that's The Gambler. Know when to fold 'em. Yeah, there we go. The Gambler. Katie Rogers. One of the all-times greats. The all-timers, everybody. Like all types of music, everybody. I like every type of music there is to like. I don't like all of it, but I like all the different types of music. Because I don't limit myself in like. I don't limit myself to, I have to only like this type of music because all my friends tell me so. Screw them. You like whatever you want. Screw them. They're not in charge of what you're doing in your life. They're not, you don't want them you don't want to wake up in the morning and say, you got to wear these socks today, right? That's when someone tells me I can't like a certain type of music. It's like them telling me what socks I should wear today. I'm going to wear whatever I feel like wearing. In fact, maybe I won't wear socks at all. So there, screw you. Right? That's what I feel like when someone's like telling you, oh, that sucks or this sucks and the other thing sucks. I'm like, nah. I like whatever I want. And again, you answer to nobody. You answer to no one. Do something positive in your day. I mean, don't do something crazy. It's going to hurt other people. But you answer to nobody. You can listen to whatever you want. You can like whatever type of music you want. I ain't no one telling me what to do at my age. I'm like, screw it, bro. Screw it. I already paid my dues and then some. And I'm still paying it to this day. Sleep apnea and vertigo sucks. I can tell you that. Absolutely. It's a daily struggle just to get out of the bed. All right, we got all of our stuff going there. Nice. Now we got to get our last one in here, our overflow one. Let's do it. And which way is this running? This is running... Always got to know your directions here to make this work right. All right. That's going to run to there. And that's going to run into there. Now, see, this one we need the upper one, but we don't need the upper one here because we're not going to add another forge for right now. We'll add more later. But for right now, we're good. Okay, and this last one is just an extra bit of rods, and it's going to build a backlog, an extra backlog of rods right over here. So now we're starting to build vertically. Whoa, people flying away. Another boss battle firing up. Who's firing up the boss battle this time? Let's see. Who's firing? Why is my chat's not scrolling? Or maybe I'm just not seeing it. Oh, there it is, yeah. There you go. You you defeated the boss. Oh, 25 gold. That was a mid-level boss. Nice job, everybody. Everybody's working together to battle it out, not only in Stream Raiders, but also in Stream Avatars down there. Very cool. Okay, so we got that going. Now we need to tell each thing what it's doing. Let's go do that now that we have it in order. Right here. Now, again, I've already built all of this before many times in many different playthroughs, and even in this playthrough. I'm just rebuilding it right now so you guys can see the process for those who are new to my stream. I will very often repeat what I'm doing just to get all the new peeps who come into stream and are like, Kismet, what are you building, right? Because I know someone's going to ask me that question, what are you doing and how are you doing it, all that stuff. So I just run through it. I mean, I'm not in that big a hurry. I'm not here to, hey, look at me, everybody. I built everything in 10 seconds. Look how impressive I am. I feel it's more impressive to explain the whys than just the hows. All right. So we got that in, and we got our first smelter a-going. So let's get our other stuff a-going here. We'll jump across here, and we're going to run a power line right there. Now, if I run a power line there, I'm going to have a problem of the rest of this is not going to have any power. So we're going to, and again, there's 100 different ways of running power, but I'm going to go ahead and do it on the back, what I call the back stack, where you stack it back here, and then you run it to this one, and then you run it to the front one. All right, like that. And it works out perfectly. So then you just go ahead and do the same thing on the next one. Again, remember I'm running a power line and not an actual power pole. And then there. There. And later on we'll get more upgraded things where we can do 8 of them at a time, and thus we only need half the amount of poles and so on and so forth. Even like a third of the poles sometimes, depending on the ones you get really later on, whether you have your vertical stuff that we'll be doing and all of that. But we want to just get all this plugged in, and we have one line left to perfectly run over here to our overflow. Look at that. Nice. Perfect. And now all these are going to start up because I've told them what I want them all to be. So now I've got all the stuff going. It's smelting the iron rods. It's going to go through, run all the rods and whatnot, even the overflow, the extra I have, which is going to end up in this last one. So this is the 9th one, but you typically want to start with 8. Get those 8 going, get your reinforced iron plates going, and then you style it. Now in this case, I'm building for expansion, so I'm leaving that extra one just so it'll burn up any excess that I have and actually make excess of that particular item. So I'm thinking more of the long term as opposed to the short term, just making a bunch of them so I can use the faster belts. All right, so there we go. So we got a bit of overflow there. We've got all the stuff we need now to go ahead and move on to our screws, which are the next stage of our building. So we've got our rods going up and into the top box, and we've got our plates going in the bottom part. Now the plates is what we need, so those are done. Plates are good. Those are ready to go into the assemblers. But up here, we're going to go ahead. And now, by the way, while I'm talking to you and I'm doing other things, it's now backlogging extra rods up here. It's already backlogging the rods. It's already backlogging the screws before I'm even done. So you want to start up your production, and as you're building your way through your production, start it up. Let it start to backlog, so this way, while you're doing it, you're kind of multitasking at the same time. Now, what I want to do is eventually go ahead and combine my rods and screws together to create a combined point for both one half and the other half, right? So I'm going to build this whole other half over on the other side. So if I'm going to combine it, I could actually eliminate an extra storage because I could feed it into that one and feed it into that one on the other side. You're welcome. You're welcome. Fred, get out of here. Get out of here, Fred. What are you doing? Don't make me start making walls, bro. All right, how far out are we? I don't know. I forgot where we put our last thing. Oh, it's right there. Okay, we got plenty of room then. We got plenty of room. Again, we've got the limit of we can only build out 4 foundations before we actually have to put some supports in. So let's go ahead and extend this out just a bit more. We're really getting into it today. It's worth the time, taking the extra time to get this going. Right, and I have a bunch of other production that I could be working on as well. But I typically work on this one because it's usually like the most complex of the beginning of your playthrough is your reinforced iron plates. And I like to get a whole huge backlog of them because I'm going to use them in future manufacturing down the road. And I'm also going to use them for building stuff. So there we go. So again, I could condense that down into as close as it possibly can be. You can definitely work on that if you want. You can also work vertically and all sorts of stuff. But I typically don't. I like to leave myself some extra room so I can move around in the factory, including using my vehicle to go back and forth. Great example of doing that would be to lift this one up right here. And so this belt is not in the way. And so you can go ahead and use your lifter here and try to do that, right? But then you'd have to lift that one up more and all of that. But we won't do that for right now. Plus, that's a nice 90 right there. We'll go ahead and leave that. Okay, so now we're going to work with our screws. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to bring out our stuff up here. Now, we could have done it the other way, too. We could have brought our plates up to the top and done our rods at the bottom. It's really up to your preference. It doesn't really matter in the long run, I find. But we'll get it going here in just a bit. And so what I eventually wanted to do is combine all this so all the screws are being made together with those rods. And I'll have an overflow for the screws, too. Now, how many screws do we need? Again, Kismet rule of 8. We've already used a bunch of them, right? So 3 plates, that's 3. 2 rods, that's 5, right? 6, 7, 8. So we need 3 more of these. And again, mastering the amount of, you need so much of this and so much of that and so much of that, it gives you a blueprint for just recreating that again and again. So we need 3 of those, right? Like that. And we're going to have an overflow one, just in case we have extra rods, in which we do. And then we're good, right? And so there we go. Now, eventually, of course, we're going to be doubling this up in this playthrough. But we got a bit of a problem, and that's getting this to line up to that. And so, hold on. Let's just take a moment. We know we need 4 of those, or 3 of those to start with. And so, how are we going to get it from up here down over here? Now, I'm actually going to use the top one, and I'm going to bring it down, and I'm going to turn it like that. And that'll make it real easy. Run it right down in there. Easy peasy, right? I could even do this and put another lifter on there and offset it so it's not blocking the output of this one, which I'm going to need here later on. And I could go ahead and run it down like that. Or I could run it in this direction. Like that. Right? A lot of options for you to use. Now again, I use F. I hit F and then middle mouse button to pick things up instead of having to have them in my bar or go into the menu. Really, it saves you a lot of time. So let's go ahead and line this up and try to get it where our lifter is going to bring that down. That's pretty good. And so, again, do not trust your lifters. Bring them down, reconnect them, so you make sure that they are actually sliding down and going into this particular thing. Now, these are going to make screws like that. Now, one of the things I don't want to do, though, is I don't want to have to put one in there, because how am I going to get the rest of them going, right? How am I going to get the rest of them going down the line? So, again, let's think it through. Again, I'm going a little faster now. I think you get the gist of this. And so I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, hold on. I want to bring this down, and I want this to go to a merger, a splitter over here. And so we'll go ahead and put a splitter here, and we'll send it in the proper direction, with the orange being the input, green being the output. And there we go. And then we'll, again, do the first line, and then you do the rest. So we're going to do the first one here, and then we're going to do that. And then we're just literally just going to run it straight out of there into there. Fairly close. Like that. So it's going to bring all of the rods down, and it's going to feed into there. And then now it's just rinse and repeat. Now you're really, really simple stuff across here. Like that. Now because I have it up high there's no reason I have to put it way at the ground level. I can bring it down and remerge it down and do all this stuff. But since I've got a lot of open space here anyway, I'm just going to put it at the ground level. It'd just make it a little easier. And then also we can watch the production running. If we're running around at the ground level, we can see if it's actually working. Because if you see your belts don't have anything on them, that's a red flag right there. If you don't see anything on there, there's a straight up red flag for sure. All right. Let's get up here. All right, those are all good. Let's tell them what they want to be. They're going to be screws. Now, you know, one thing I like about Dyson Sphere program is that you can copy, and it copies what it actually is making. So I could go in and tell this to be screws, and then I middle mouse button and I pick that item up. And then when I make another one, it's already screws. And then screws, 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 screws. I love it. I love the fact that the Dyson Sphere program is an incredibly fun game. We'll get back to that next week, too. And, of course, we'll still keep playing some Satisfactory. We'll get back to Astroneer. We're just going to have an update, hopefully, by then. It might come through this week. We'll see how it goes. And we're going to try out all of that. We'll start a new playthrough and run through that, as well as a ton of Valheim, Fallout, No Man's Sky. We'll get back to all that next week. But this week, we're calling a mulligan on our last couple weeks because it's been interrupted every time I go to play or whatnot, to really get into some Satisfactory here. All right, so we've got that running. We got that running down. We got that up there. Now we got to bring our power forward. And so we want to go ahead and run ourselves a nice little central power line. Let's say right there. And yeah, let's go forward a little bit. Something like that. Now this doesn't need any smelters back here because we've already smelted it and we've converted it into rods. Get up there with your big butt. I don't got my skates yet. And then all right, we'll do this one. Now this one we can go every other one because we don't have two connections. We only have one connection, like this, and then one connection there. And then we're going to go two at a time, like this. And then we can get that last one right from here. Okay, those are all fired up. And we told it what to be. It's going to be a bunch of screws, so we're going to end up with extra screws as well. In this case, we'll actually end up with more extra screws than rods because it'll burn up all the rest of those screws. And so there's our screws. And then we're going to be feeding that toward the center as well. So again, almost done with this, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. Almost done. And then we're going to go ahead and merge this in like this. Nice and easy. And just do it at the ground level is good enough. Now before I put in the side ones, I usually find it's easier to put these ones in before you do that. And especially if you leave a little bit of gap, you can just go ahead and jump over them like this. And this is why I usually leave a gap, because it's just easier to add in your lines. And combine all that together. Again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit. This is normally the speed at which I go if I'm not on stream. I go much faster. All right, and then now we've got our screws. And so I'm going to go and put this right up against here. A little offset. Run that right in there. Now we also have our stuff back here, our main item, our plates. And we're going to bring that forward as well, except we're going to make it a little easier. We're going to go ahead and put another box here just kind of as a transfer. And then we're going to do it from the upper level like that. And then that allows us to walk underneath it, right? So again, look how nice it is to walk around when you leave yourself some space, right? Got some space here. You can get through here. You can get into here. Now, again, density is great if you want to really get into density. It's a fun way of playing the game. But after you've mastered that density, then I find that you're just like, it's not really necessary. Because look at all this space we got, everybody. It's not like we're running out of space for a factory. So I do like to leave a lot of space. Now, we're in the final stages here. Now we've got all that going. It's going to go ahead and fire up our screws eventually. Now, we need to make sure that our screws are actually running. I don't see them running, so there's something going on that's causing our screws not to go. I see them here. Wait a minute. They're not feeding in here. They're not going down the line. Why are they not doing that? Well, it's something about the connection between this and that right there. And so let's go ahead and try it again. Maybe it's a distance thing. Let's go ahead and put it in there and run it again. These are always the last thing you should be putting in just to make sure that they connect. And there we go. Nice. All right. That's all running. Look at them go. Look at them go. We want to see those green lines all the way down the line. Now, while we were doing that, by the way, it was backlogging a bunch of iron rods. So thus we can use that overflow. And you can see we've got a bunch of them in there. And now it should then go ahead and make our screws. And we need screws and rods for our reinforced iron plates. Now, we're going to go ahead and run to the front. Now, there is a way of optimizing this so you can build kind of around in a way where it's like it comes in this way, it comes back that way, it comes back that way for making it maximum compact. You can do that. I'm just building forward, so it's easier for you guys to kind of understand what I'm doing. I could do a lot of stuff that would just make it very confusing as to what the different steps are. Because you're building it so condensely, when people are looking at it, they won't know what the steps are because it just looks like the thing's going in a circle. So that's why I typically will build out this way when I'm doing my Kismet rule of 8 here. All right, so that's done. That's good to go. And then beyond this, we're going to go ahead and start using our assemblers. Now, our assemblers I'm going to go ahead and just center because I know I'm going to end up with 4 assemblers at the end. And so we're going to build this out. I forget how many far out I am. I might have to build a support here. How are we doing? Are we floating over the side? No, we're still over land. Okay. And so we're going to build our assemblers out here. And our assemblers are literally just going to use these 2 boxes right here for all the assemblers. And so we're going to use an upper level and a lower level again. And so we'll go ahead and put a splitter at the bottom part right here. And again, watch out when you're backing up so you don't back off the side. I have done it many a time. I'm going to do a bit of an offset. And then I'm going to go ahead and let's see. We'll put them over on that side. And we'll go ahead and run this to the side. Oh, look out. Kismet Love Train getting fired up. Pink Ranger with 18 months unlocking a brand new sub badge. Congrats there, Pink Ranger. Coming in, showing the love. Let me catch up on chat a little bit here. Sometimes I do get focused big time. Do you know if power slugs respawn? I have never played it long enough to see if they have respawn because I typically restart a lot. Because I love when something new comes in, like update 4, you'll see me restart. Or if they come out with a big, like fluids they came out with, when they came out with trains, I restarted. Because I like to play through the game from the beginning to see how it develops as it goes along. I feel like that's one of my favorite parts of the game. Now, that was a little too close there. We need to go ahead. Now, show Pink Ranger some love in the chat. By the way, she's my very first sub here on Twitch. Did you know that? Very first sub. Show her some love in the chat. Okay. Because we need to go to the upper level and the lower level. Now, we don't need to use lifters. What am I doing? We don't need to use lifters there. We can just use our splitters. And we'll put lifters on the outside of it. So, basically what we can do is we can do this. Right? We can do the upper part like we did before. And we can do the lower part. And what makes that possible is the double-decker storage here. So, we can go ahead and feed our stuff from down below into here. It lets me. All right, it's offset. It's offset. Evil offset. Get that out of there. Even though I used the green line, it was still offset. Let's try it again. Oh, this is an output. That's why I'm going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. My bad. My bad. My bad. Let's get our input going properly. There we go. Output into an input. There we go. And so up we go. And now we got that lined up. And then over here. Oh, wait. We're not going to use these second ones, right? Or no, the second one is... Oh, yeah. No, I took those. Those are back there. I thought, wait a minute. I thought we had... we took those out. We did. So also we could stack these on top of each other if we want to. In this case, I'm going to be merging other screws and stuff in here to optimize my production, so I don't need double the boxes and double the lines and double all of that. I'm going to start converging all of that, and that's when you get to the tier 3 conveyors. You can start converging all that stuff, so you don't have to build as much structure as you would before you had those faster lines. And so that's what's going to happen in the game too. You're going to start condensing, and then doubling up and doubling up and condensing and doubling up and doubling up. It's a lot of fun. Really, really a lot of fun in the game. So we got that going in there. So we got our plates in this side, tons of screws backlogging in there, looking nice. And so we're going to have our screws, let's say, on the bottom level, and then our plates up above. It doesn't really matter. Only thing that matters is the directions of my stuff up here. There we go. Okay, so this is going to come out at the top and go into there. If I had it turned right, you're coming in that way. There we go. You're going into there like that. Yeah, that's coming out of there. Oh, these need to be mergers. What am I talking about? Hold on. These need to be mergers. No, because we're going to have to merge the line across. Mergers. Like that. Yeah. Okay, take this out. So we're merging the line. We're not splitting it yet. We're splitting it down the road. And so we got to have that come in here. And then, wait a minute. Got to come in there, split, and then merge into that one. This one is a splitter. Oh, boy. Got to visualize it in your head. I was misvisualizing it there. This one's got to come out. Now, again, I don't even need this link here. I can just run it in there. I don't even need the splitter. But you want to split there and then run that into a merger there. And then it will merge into one line across there. Or I guess I could just thing there. Because this one's got to come out of this one, go into there, merge with this line into there, and then it goes down the low. So it's a little tricky, You got to think that stuff out. All right, and then this is going to go out on that side. And this, oh, that can stay a splitter. Good. Sometimes, you know, takes time to figure it out. Takes a minute or so. All right, so it's out of here, into there. Same thing with this top side, into there. And now we good. Now, by the way, you don't need the middle ones anymore. You can take those out if you want, unless you're a stickler and you're like, hey, Kismet, I want to see them supports in there, bro. All right, let's do it. I'm down. Let's keep those supports in there. Now, again, we don't need to run it from the top one here because we're just running it at 2 separate levels. So we're running the bottom one with screws and the top one with rods and screws and plates. So the bottom one, again, is going to be our plates. And so we're going to go ahead now and we're going to run those into our assemblers. And so we'll go ahead and put down an assembler I call the play yard, where I just throw it down and figure out the logistics of it here. So there we go. So we've got that one, and this is merging together into a single line. Wait a minute. Why am I merging? I don't need to merge that. Why am I merging the bottom line? All right, let's make a choice here. Let's say bottom one screws. Bottom one screws. Then I'll still have to run that line out because it'll have some of that still in there. See, make sure it screws. And then the top one's right. I don't need to do that. I'm just running that one out and over. And then this one is the one that's coming out and going that way. All right, so it could have been just as easy as splitter. All right, just as easy as splitter. I'm over complicating it here. There we go. That's that. And then this is going into there. There we go. All right. Sometimes, you know, even I get confused. I confuse myself because I'm talking at the same time I'm doing it. It's easy to confuse yourself. All right. Now, splitters is what we need to do. Okay. So splitter here. right there. So we're going to run this at the bottom level. And this one's going to come in from that way. There we go. And then this other one is going to go from the upper level. So we need to put that splitter into here. Like that. There we go. And then this will come out of here, run into there. Now we need to offset this because we have our lifter coming down. So we want to go ahead and push this out just a little bit more. Again, it doesn't have to be this complex, by the way, everybody. You can just run it on the ground level if you want. I love doing this stuff. I love making it kind of like an upgrade to the whole thing. Oh, wrong thing. Assembler. There we go. And the hardest thing I find is lining stuff up. Oh, floor too steep. We're going to have to go put some supports. God, man, time's flying by. Flying by. What are we doing in our battle? 25 seconds left on the battle, everybody. Get her fired up. Oh, look out. Kismet Love Train coming in. Who is it? Ash coming in. 3 months of sub love. Unlocking a brand new sub badge there. Thank you so much, Ash, for coming in, getting on that Kismet Love Train today. You know that we're going to do the Kismet Love Train raid today. That's right. We're going to take it to a whole nother level here on Twitch. You're going to be here at the moment where we dropped the very first updated Kismet Love Train raid. I've done it thousands of times, gone off and showed other people some love. Can't wait to do that later on. We got a time, though. We got time. We're going to be doing a bunch of battles and stuff like that. First, let's go ahead and fire up a battle while we're at it. Get these battles fired up. Let's go. Let's get it going. Oh, hey, Hair Luna, what's up with the thumbs up? Hope everyone's having a great day. Yes, my awesome mod Pink Ranger. Make sure to show her lots of love in the chat, and also follow those chat rules. Make her job nice and easy. Now, while you're waiting for this battle, everybody, you can do me a huge favor by going and clicking on the link right there, the second link in the chat. If you go over there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. If we get to 5 retweets, I'm going to give you 1,000 Kids Caps to win epic giveaways. Hold on. Speaking of epic giveaways, here's the thing. If we get 5 retweets, I'm going to start a giveaway. How about that? I think that's fair. Let's see what we got up here. Oh, man, we got a bunch of stuff to give away. We got to get Boogie in here. We got to get Boogie in on these giveaways. All right, I'll start a giveaway. We get 5 retweets. Maybe we're already there. Let's go look. Let's go look. I got to bring up a bunch of stuff over here. I got to press a lot of buttons and flips a lot of switches. There we go. Oh, one more. One more like and retweet, and I'm going to go ahead and start up a giveaway. Let's go. I should make a bar that does that. When we hit a certain amount of retweets, wonder if I can get the retweets to show up and figure out how many retweets are down there. That would be awesome. We could set a little goal for retweets. All right, open the captain's chest. That's something else I can add to the thing. Grand Sermon Reward. Let's see, Reaper, Riverdog, EMZRT, and Subi all getting some love. And Sita MVP with the 13 kills. Way to crush it. Let's keep these battles going. Let's go high side. Oh, man, it's on like Donkey Kong here. Oh, look at this. What am I feeling? What am I feeling? Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling top side right here. That's a 20. That's a 10. Look, I didn't even need to look at the things that I could tell you already. That top one, just by instincts alone, is where I'm going. Let's do it. Now again, this is a tough one, so I'm gonna call in. Oh, not my paladin. I'm going to call in the Wasteland Tycoon myself. I'm going to put myself in there to tank that baby. Make sure to protect each other. Run right there next to each other. And we're going to try to bring in the win and get you guys tons of loot all day long. All day long. All day. Okay, we got that in. Now, we got the one from up above feeding down into there. And then this bottom one here needs to feed in there as well. But boom, look at that. Now, here's the thing about splitters is they are exactly the same width as the inputs of your assembler. So if you put your splitters right next to each other or your mergers or whatever, they will actually perfectly fit right behind the assembler as we did. See, so we can run it on the high side and on the low side, 2 separate items, and run them in here to be done reinforced iron plates. Now also what it allows us to do is keep us running it down the line. Now we're going to definitely need to take this out so I can continue to run it down the line because that's just excess stuff now to keep that running. So let's go ahead and run this into here. Run that into there. There we go. And then now that's got the screws. And then we look over here. There's the plates. It's got everything it needs to fire up other than power. It's definitely going to need some of that. And so we'll bring our power forward. over here. And then we'll bring some power up. Now on these, you can go ahead and go walk around the side here. It took me a long time before I actually saw that ladder there. You can go ahead and just get up on these and then stack these up on top. And we got it going, everybody. We got it going. Now, our goal right now is to finish this up and end up with 4 of these running at the same time. So, again, I'll go in and... Ooh, mama, that's a big drop. We'll go in and do our supports real quick because we can't go any further. I think I might have gone past where I should have gone, but we can't go any further. We have to do supports as we go along. We can't just build out and not use gravity. Though there's not really any gravity on your building. There's gravity on your character. You can fall to your death. Your vehicles can fly off of there. But no gravity on your actual building and all of that, which does actually make it more fun. So you don't have that tedium, especially when you're first learning the game. And then later on, if you want to, add your own RP like me, you can go ahead and say, okay, well, I'm not going to build it unless I actually have supports. Over here. And we got supports to support that all the way across. Nice. We'll build this out. We'll have to add a support under this one, too. All right. And we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 5th one is our support. No, I didn't go beyond it. I know, that was good. That was good. All right. And then we'll go ahead and switch to our other set, which is our kind of building set here. There we go. We'll just make sure. Let's see. I think that's going to be, because we're at the higher stage, so it's going to be 2 plus this one. And there we go. All right, we got our supports there. Now I got to add a support underneath here, so it looks legit holding that up. All right, so we got how many we got now as a gap? I'd say right here. 1, 2, 3, and this would be number 4. So let's say this is number 5. So we'll go ahead and put... All right, again, you don't have to do this, everybody. This is not required in the game. I am just requiring myself to do it in this playthrough. Oh, that looks so friggin' awesome. Look how cool that looks. That's cool looking. All right, very nice. We got that support in there, so we'll say that's our under support, and then we can go 4 more. Now, me, I'm a bit of a stickler, though. I would put my supports underneath my primary supports, if you know what I mean. I would go ahead and do it like this and then like that. It's just going to look nicer as well as look more realistic, as in it's really holding that up for sure, for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and do it like this. Again, you can do it however you want. It's your game. You play it however you want. And we're going to say that comes all the way down to here. So we're going to go ahead and put that into there. That looks legit. Legit and awesome. All right. And the same thing over here. All right, we'll go ahead and run this out. Now, see, when you work with the ground level, you don't really know, because if you're using the this level here, you're just fine, right? Because everything's going to match up, but the ground level is going to start to slide off or start to angle, and so you're going to have to do those a little bit at a time. Again, hopefully we don't fall off to our death. Mobs come around, knock us off. I've actually been knocked off by mobs before. Now, see, that's kind of acting as a support there. If we RP that in. But here we go again. All right, so underneath here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And right there. And that should line up to my up area. Yeah, I can see it right there. That should line up to there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is number 5. And then, see, sometimes I'll work my way down, too. I find working down helps a lot when you're in your under supports. Right? Put that right into the ground. And there we go. Okay, now we got our industrial strength supports under there. Go ahead and fill this bottom level in with these larger ones. And we can fill that in from up there. All right, now we're good. So we just put this in as our requirement for this playthrough. Okay, and I don't have to run all the way back up there. I can go ahead and just make myself a little bit of foundations here. Myself a nice little thingy there. All right, let's get up here, finish these up. Now I'm going to grab the smaller ones, the 8x2s, run those across, fill in any gaps. All right, and then we'll fill this in from up here. Oh, hold on now. Let's get that first. I hate covering those up, but oh well. Such is the way it goes. That's why I love hitting the F and then middle mouse button, because it's going to pick up the item that I'm already using in that area. In this case, the 8x4s. And so it picks that up and lines that up nicely. We do have a bit of dirt. Now, by the way, you cannot dig that out. This is not like Astroneer where you can dig out the dirt and do all that. They're not going to add that either. They said, nope, not adding it. So don't be holding your breath for that. But you never know. Maybe it's someone mod it later on and you can get it that way. You never know. You never know. The modding community is awesome in Satisfactory, by the way. They got really some cool stuff. So when you get to that stage, I would not suggest it right away. I would suggest to challenge yourself to do it without mods in the beginning. I hate this. I don't like trees coming through my stuff. Get our chainsaw. Boom. AoE that stuff out of there. Get out of my foundations. What I can fix, I fix. What I can't fix, then I just don't bother. Where's my coffee cup? There we go. All right, so now our under foundations are looking sweet. Let's go ahead and head back up again. See if we get this finished up. Again, worth taking the time. We're taking the extra time because, again, this is what takes the most of your time is, building out your factory and thinking about where you're going to be going in the long run. Now, this is just a tiny part of my factory, everybody. It's going to be absolutely massive. By the time we're done, we're going to really build it out this time as we go, as opposed to just rushing to the end, which I know a lot of people do, but hey, that's your game. They can do whatever they want. Me, I take my time, especially right here at Tier 3 and 4. I take my time to retool all this stuff up and go from there. I can't just run to the end. I mean, I've played it through all the way through. I know what comes up next, and I know what's going on. So I can do that if I want. But now I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's line this up. All right, let's go ahead and just put all these in here. Oh, I put these ones in. And which side are we doing? We're doing left side up, right side down. Okie dokie. And let's just go ahead and prepare for the future. I run this in. Now, by the way, I'm just using all level 3 lines. I'm not figuring out all the numbers. I don't need to. I find when you get to this stage. And so this one's going to go at the bottom. This one's going to go across to here. These two we're going to take out. And this one's going to run under there. These two out. That's going to run under there. You can leave the one at the end if you want to make it feel like it's more holding it up. But I feel like this, this is made out of steel. So I feel like it would definitely hold it up, especially using your lifter here as a support. I would definitely... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That goes there. I got to make sure that we watch what we're doing here. It's right. The second one is the one that's coming down. And again, I vary it each and every time I build. Sometimes I'll do on this side and the other one be on the other side. Or sometimes I'll put the screws up at the top and the rods at the bottom, or the plates at the bottom. Now, so we have a bunch of overflow of rods and plates right now, so we can go ahead and actually get all of these running. But these will not run on what we have going on back there. We actually need to double it up, and that's what we're doing. We had already built this before to run all the way to 2 of these, right, to 2 of these particular things. But we need to make sure that everything is running in. We've got our plates running in and all of that. And the way we'll know is if you know it's working, if you can see some of the stuff in there. Now notice how the iron plates are not in there. That's the dead giveaway that this lifter right here is not working. Because I can see it on the lifter. It's just not connected to the back of the thing, so it's not running it actually into the machine. If you see that visual clue that that's not doing that, that's exactly why that's not doing that. Is because it's not that lifter was put in before the other stuff, and here this one just needs power. So we'll go ahead and let's bring our power forward like this, and then we can just use this one power line. It's not centered. Not centered. Let's go up here so we can get up on top here and nicely center that right there. We'll do the last one. We'll do this one. And we'll do that one. There we go. And we'll go ahead and tell this what it's going to be. That one's already set and ready to go. The one at the end is good to go. And there we go. Now, we're not at full production because we only have half of our production going because we need to build out the whole other side. Now, now's a good time to click save, everybody. If you just did all that work, you definitely want to go in and hit that save button for sure. For sure. Now, by the way, whenever you're working with radioactive material later on, watch out where you're saving because you can actually make it where you can't get your stuff back if you save at the wrong place. It'll really mess you up. Now, these are going to be the amount of assemblers I'm going to have at the end, so I'm just setting it up so eventually it'll run into all 4 of them at full capacity. And we already have an overflow on the other side. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and now start with some additional smelters and then add our additional stuff over here. So let's go ahead and do the same thing we did over here, except for we're going to do it on this side. And we're going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to run it out of this box. So the other half's going to go here. You can probably guess what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to be figuring out my distances. And so we're going to go up, up, right? Now this over here is a splitter. And we got our splitters here. And so that's going in there and it's splitting. So again, we're just going to recreate what we've already done on the other side just by hitting F and middle mouse button. Look at that. Now again, we don't need to put our lifters in because we already have a template. We can go ahead and use that as a template. Hold down Control, get those all lined up. Boom. And the same thing here, right? We already got a template for where this is going now. Right, and see, this is what I do. I create a whole template of what I'm doing, and I come back and do it. Now, I got a bit of a problem here, which is a funny irony, is the fact that I don't have any wire. Now, did I bring extra wire? Heck if I remember. Let's go see. Let's go hit F over here. No, I do not have enough wire in there. So, good time to take a little break while that's getting queued up. And YOLO off the top rope. Let's see if I'm going to die. Wow! Splat. Nah, I'm good. Now, here's the thing. If you have 3 health, as you can see I have down there, most of the time I have 3 health when I'm in the base. Why? Because if I die, I literally appear right here. Actually, I appear up by my hub. And I can run down and I can grab my stuff. So there's no reason to waste my materials. I hate wasting materials for any reason. And as you can see, we got some spaghetti going on back here. We'll clean all this up over the long run. And a lot of this stuff is doing the things that we're going to be doing up above. But as you can see, we need to come back here and we need to get ourselves some wire. And we can see some running right there. I got a bit of a backlog in here. Nice. Nice. And we can go ahead and also come over here and say, you know what? Let's run some of this stuff into the awesome sink. Crouch. There we go. Crouch under there. There we go. Run it in the awesome sink. Back over here. We're going to be running a bunch more stuff in the awesome sink to start to get our tickets going. But we're going to run it right over here. And it doesn't matter what we put in this box because you can see it's running a bunch extra. How many tickets we got in there now? 2 tickets. Cool. We'll get a lot more tickets when we start putting better stuff in there. Now right here I can just say, you know what? I don't need this and I don't need that. Just go ahead and run that in there. Now, when you're running it though, you want to, if you have an upgrade to your belts, you want to get in here and you want to run an upgrade there. And run an upgrade there. So it's just feeding so much faster. And thus you're going to get your tickets faster. It's going to run in there faster. Definitely upgrade that. And we've got our wire that we needed. And let's go ahead and head back. And I like to walk up here. This is like old school, everybody. This is old school. We used to build conveyors that were our transport. Now this conveyor is going in the opposite direction. Normally you would make it go in the right direction. So it's pushing you along. But you can run along the edge of it as well, and then it doesn't have pushback. If you run around just along that edge. But it doesn't push me back that much that it's that big of a deal. I could also use my vehicles to get back and forth. Look how industrial strength this is looking now. Looking pretty cool. Let's go ahead and fill this in too, because that's just too cool, bro. Too cool. All right, let's go back over this way. Now that we got our wire, let's go ahead and put in more stuff. I'm probably going to run out of more resources. I have to run back again. You do a lot of running back and forth. Hey, Silaf, what's up? Thanks for being here. Sink it, baby. You know it. Hi, Kismet. Hope you're doing well today. Glad to be here on my lunch break. Well, I hope you're having a fantastic lunch break. Thanks for coming in and popping in the stream. Hope you're having a great day. I'm having lots of fun. We're building out the Kismet rule of 8, and we got it done. It's over there. That's it. Kismet rule of 8 done. Now we're going to double up that, and we're building a whole nother row of all of that right over here. So we're going to go ahead and, again, line up off what we already got. We're looking at our green lines, these lines right there. Looking at these side lines, and then, of course, the other lines that are going the other way. And there we go. Easy, right? And then also down here, we've also got the ability to line this up off of that. And sometimes you have to kind of get it close for that green line to kick in. And then you get this, and then you got that. There we go. All right, already built. Right, and then out here, that's already done. Right, I don't need to build any more of those because I'm going to feed this final thing, just like I did here. I'm going to feed that up into these boxes here. And this is just literally going to go just like that. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. Now, our biggest problem is the other side. The other side is currently blocked by our line here. So in the long run, it'd actually be smarter to match what I'm doing on this side also on the other side, right? So to match the way that we're lifting and merging and doing all of that stuff over there. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing over here. I'm going to go ahead and let this run at the bottom level. So we're going to match that one to the bottom level, this one to the bottom level. And then what we'll do is when we're doing our screws, we'll go ahead and lift the screws up and merge them up above, right? So this is not in the way of our screw merging. And then also we can just straight up merge our things in there as well. Now we can also do it like this, where we can go ahead and create a merger behind the box right here. So you can just go ahead and say, you know what, let's just go ahead and put a merger right here. So we can go ahead and say, that's the output. Other way. They made it this where it's really bright. It's kind of hard to see where you're merging stuff. And then this is going to be really close, but it still will work. And thus, we can go ahead and merge this one like that. But then again, of course, now we're blocking over here. So this one will need to go up above, right? But that's okay. We can let that run up above because guess what we can do? We can go ahead and just add a merger up above like that. And just merge it up above like we did before. And of course, we'll put in, you know, the proper stacks and all that stuff later on. But we want to get all this stuff in place first over here. Now we're going to use this box over here as well as a merger. We're going to merge the stuff in there. And see, this is coming out up here and running across. But we can go ahead and run that out and feed that into our next production line and everything. So we're going to basically be using the middle part to combine the two sides together. Really awesome technique to learn and to master. Very, very fun as well. All right, and let's go ahead and bring this down up above. Whichever. There we go. And then we got this one. Oh, wait, this one's at the bottom level. So let's go ahead and just let that run at the bottom level. Don't need that. Just run that straight into there. Could just run it straight from there into there. That works too. But I don't know. I like to control it like that. And then again, we can go ahead and put in our line of splitters and mergers. We're gonna have to move that power lines right in the way. Splitters and mergers next. Let's go with what are we doing at the bottom? We're doing splitter first and then merger. And again, I vary it from each time, so I have to pay attention to which way I'm starting it. And so this is going to come down and merge into there. And this is going to lift up and merge along the long way. This needs to go a little closer. A little closer maybe. Like this. And that's going to go that way. And then we'll go ahead and put these in. Wait, that's a splitter. Splitter. Coming in this way. Merger, merger going out that direction. Okay, that's because we're going to run it up from here into there. Now, for some reason, that even though I have it aligned, and I have that aligned, and this is all perfectly should be aligned to each other, sometimes it just doesn't work out. I don't know. It's like a, you know, it's a game thing. But let's go ahead and look and see if it actually is perfectly aligned. Looks like perfectly aligned to me. We go ahead and do our lifter here, which should work because that one on the other side works. And we try to lift it. Now, if it's not working, it's one of two problems, right? For one reason, it's glitchy or weird, it just won't run. Or I'm out of the materials, in which I am right now. I'm out of the materials, so I have to go get more steel in production and whatnot and bring it back. Now, here's a great thing. Before you start running over there, go and make yourself another box like this that you can just drop your stuff in. Then store all your stuff in there so you have plenty of room to carry back more materials that you're going to need in the long run. In this case, we're going to need a lot more steel. Let's hope we got a bunch of it backlogged over there. Whee! And again, I don't mind jumping off of there. Now, later on, I'll get my blades in which I'll jump from a high distance and won't take any damage, depending on how high up I am, of course. And that'll save me from taking that damage later. Lunch and Kismet. Nice combo. There you go. That's the way to go, everybody. That's the way to do it. Come in, hang out, improve your day a little bit as we go in here and do some mega building. Really doing super building right now. Okay, so we got to find out where the heck all our steel production is. I remember we put it back there in the back so it could do its own thing back there. Let's go take a look and hope we've got enough going on. Now, if we don't have enough, then we'd have to stop what we're doing and come over here and get that going as well. What do we got in there? Oh, some stuff in there. But as you can see, it's still over here. Oh, there's a bunch of screws there. Ooh, mama, we'll come back for all of those. It's doing its stuff over here, and let's see if we got a whole bunch. Oh, yeah, we got a whole bunch in there. And let's check the upside. Oh, not so many. Not so many up there. Huh. Why is that not going in there? Is that an out? Let's get up here and find out. No, that's an input. Weird. Oh, it is in there. I guess I just didn't see it. I clicked it. I don't know, everybody. I don't know what's up with that. I could have sworn I clicked it, but it probably got me the bottom box. I clicked it, and I thought I was getting the top box, but it gave me the bottom box, so I'm probably standing in the bottom box. Oh, there's a middle box. Oh, I forgot. I put a box in between. It's only doing the top and the bottom box. So there's a middle box, because I always think of them in terms of double-decker, right? These are the beginning ones where they're only a single stack, so throws me off. But, hey, we got what we need. We got a bunch of it. We know we're not going to run out now, of this at least. And so, back we go again. And we go get our vehicle. Hold on, let's do that. Let's go get our vehicle so we don't have to run as much when we're tooling back and forth. Go ahead and collect our tickets. I love this mechanic in the game, by the way. This is true genius right here. Because you end up with a lot of extra stuff everywhere. And so you can get rid of it, not just throw it away, but you can have it automatically go in there and get grinded up, and then it gives you tickets and it unlocks other stuff in the game. Just really, really cool. Really, really cool way of doing that. All right, again, we got our tickets. Let's go take a moment. Whee! Let's take a moment. We got to get all this power. Look, this is a new power generator. Too cool. Too cool there. We'll get into all of those. We're just taking our time, getting our main factory up and running again because we're retooling it all. Look at all that. We're going to feed all that up there. Again, this stuff takes time. Takes time and effort to get it going. As we do. As we do. And again, we could skip ahead, but I don't find that as fun. Okay, so let's get in here. Let's check our box in the back here. And we got 9 tickets there. We're going to combine it with our other 2 tickets. We got those 9 tickets earlier. And then finally, we're going to get our awesome factory cart. Let's go. Add that to cart. And add the cart to the cart. Buy that sucker. Yay! Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, I forgot to pick it up. I got to pick it up in the thing. Oh, no, I can make it now. I can make it. That's what it did. I can make it. All right, in the back here. I guess I can make it, or do I get it? Man, sometimes I can't remember. I thought you can make it. Yeah, okay. So we need rotors, which we're out of, and reinforced iron plates, which is the exact thing that we're working on. But guess what, everybody? Because I was so next level thought, I put a whole bunch of stuff over here that I knew I would need potentially later on. And guess what? We got a bunch of extra right there, so we don't have to run all the way back and grab it. So it's going to bring it to me. Why do I got to go grab it? I would rather it run all the way to me. Now, again, after we get this going, we are going to be so styling for the whole rest of the game because we're going to have a lot of this going. Now, I can make as many of these factory carts as I want because I've unlocked them. I like to keep my factory cart in here so I can just kind of pull out the factory cart. This is my favorite part of the entire game. This little cart. I love it. All right, now we're cooking. Full speed ahead. Slight problem. Slight problem. Now watch what happens when you go on the dirt. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. It starts to spin everywhere. Now, it's okay if it falls. Guess what? You can go ahead and just click the fat thing and it'll put it upright, just like GTA. And then you go spinning around. But what happens is you're just sliding all over the place. You're fishtailing all over the place. But it will save you if mobs are after you, at least the lower level mobs. It will save you from falling. Now, I could have just put a ramp over there, by the way, and not had to do that. But I wanted to show you that as well. All right, we got some silver production here. Oh, we need a road. Oh, I didn't bring my concrete. I didn't bring my concrete. Too bad, too sad. We're off and running. Look out, Fred. Crazy driver. Yeah, I'm literally not doing that, everybody. You got to learn how to drift. Doggone. Try to go straight. Now, of course, they have other vehicles. They have a dune buggy that's really fun for the all-terrain. But for this sticks to these like glue, man. Now, once you get to these, you're styling. Now you can really cook. You got to watch out when you're going up and down because you can just literally whoop, whoop, off the top. Watch this little turd. Oh, look at him skills. All right, let's go. And this is much faster than walking, but of course hypertubes are even faster than that. And we'll get into that in a bit. All right, so let's go see if it was materials or whether it was just not letting me put it in there. Aha, see, it was materials. I didn't have enough materials to make that happen. All right, and we're going to go ahead and run that up. Then we're going to run it this way and then down and back. So let's go ahead and go on this side. And this power pole most likely going to be in the way, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, I thought so. And again, I find myself readjusting how I have my stuff all the time. Right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, dropping stuff. Bring me one of these containers right here. I can drop some. I don't need all of this stuff on me, but we'll go ahead and bring some over here just to get it going on. Okie dokie. And so we got that. We got, oh, we're doing our turnabout. We're picking up this random stuff on the ground. And there we go. And so we got that going. And then what else do we need? We need our mergers. Right over here. So we're going to merge all this in this direction. Again, I'm just doing the first one. Doing the first one. See how we're doing this here? We want to try to line that up as best we can. Line that up a little bit better. And so again, I'm just going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. We already did it on the other side, so we're just going to kind of speed through the rest of it. So this is going to be plates again on the low side. And so what we'll do, again, we'll go ahead and take this out. Right here. See if we can sneak in a merger there. And we're going to run it out that way. And so this is going to merge into there. Very close merge there. And then these two sides are going to merge together and run into there. And we need to do the same thing up on the top side. We need to have another merger there, so let's do the same thing up there. And then we'll just lift it from the center. I'll show you what I mean here in a second. Oh, what are we out of? We're out of plates now. Always out of something. We got any more plates over there? No. Over here? No. But here's the funny thing. I'm making plates. I'm making plates right now. So I can just go in here and see if I can find some. Hopefully it didn't use it. I think it used it all up. Let's see. They probably moved forward. I doubt it used them all. Yeah, there we go. So we can just grab them out of there. That's why it's great to make excess. Is so when you need them in the moment, you don't run back. Have to run back. Okay, so let's do that. And then we're going to move this up. like this. We're going to merge the two sides over here together. And then we're going to do a lifter. Let's hope our lifter works out nicely. Look at that. That is perfection. Perfection. All right, nice. And up here, up we go. Aim it in the right direction. And now we'll look and see. Does it all the same, right? Oh, we got this. I got to run into there. Is it all the same as our other one, right? We got it lifting up. The only thing that's different is the back part here. That's okay. Because this one's going on the high side. This one's going on the low side because of the outputs of the box. And that's okay. That won't mess us up. It'll be just fine. This side won't be lifted. It'll be just at the ground level. All right. Now, before we do the rest of these, we always want to start with our widest item. Let's take this out for a minute. These are all, no matter where I put those things, they're always in the way. It doesn't matter where I put them. I always end up putting them in my own way. Let's put it back here a bit. Again, put that in there. You only need a couple at a time. Very nice. Pick that up. Okay, now we're going to need a bunch of them on this side as well. I'm going to need wire. And out of wire. Out of wire. All right, what do we got nearby that might have some wire? What are we making over there in that copper area? I think we're making our wire there. Yeah, that's just straight wire. All right, no worries. We'll get our little cart. So always keep your cart on you, by the way, too. I usually pick it up straight away. Watch this move. Ready? Whoop, whoop! Off the top rope! Bada bing! Oh, and he lands it! He lands it, everybody! That was pretty good. Pretty good. All right, we got a battle ready to go, too. That was a pretty good landing it there. Whoop, whoop. Oh, and then fail city. Landed and then immediately failed. It's okay. It's okay. Now, again, you can pick this up if you go to the back of it here. You can get it to go straight, but you can also just pick it up and run. That works, too. And you can see we've got a bunch of this going down the line here. We really need to create one of these. It's also just doing our wire. But let's go ahead and run along the conveyor. Like this. And I find that sometimes just running along the conveyor is just as convenient as driving your vehicle. Get off my lawn with your pretty flowers and stuff. I always got to find that real tricky spot. There we go. Because then we can go in and we can do this. Go ahead and use our foundations. I don't think we have enough concrete. Yeah, I need more concrete too while we're at it. More concrete. And then if you got your vehicle on you, now's a good time to not do that. Whatever. I didn't really want to replace that. There we go. And get in my vehicle. And run up the rest of the way. Now, I think I put some more concrete back there, so we might be okay on that, because my concrete is currently not running. But let's just go see if we got any more. I think I grabbed it all. I did. All right. So we got our concrete, and we came back here for what? Wire was the other thing. Wire, and we got a bit of it up here. We'll go ahead and grab some of that, and I think we got a bunch of it downstairs, too. Always need something. Is that what I needed was wire? What did I forget what the heck I'm making? Yeah, we definitely need a bunch more wire. Now, you can pre-think this out, by the way, by going in and saying, I want to build so much of this thing and so much of that thing and so much of that thing. It does help a lot to do that. I rarely ever do. I only do it if it's something like a whole bunch of stuff that I need. But other than that, no. Also, I'm a bit crazy. I just like jump off the side a lot and see if I can land it. That was a landed there. You don't take any damage if you're in your vehicle because, you know, because of science. Because of reasons. Here it is right here. Let's follow that. And get a couple more of these out of here. Whoa, not all of them. A couple more of those stacks out of there. Very nice. Stuck the landing. You like that? Very nice. All right, another battle, everybody. Let's keep it going. Again, we're going to be doing battles all day long. Right over there. Looking good. How we doing on time? Oh my gosh, time running out. Running out. We got to get her fired up. Now remember, I'm going to do battles all day long, but we got to get this finished up here. I feel like we get this done today. I think we'll be styling because we'll double up all of our production. Right over here. You know what I've never tried to do? Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I wonder. I think I've ever tried to do it. You put it on your conveyors? Get in the vehicle. Oh! Ah! I lasted that long and then fell off. I was like, oh, yeah, man, you go on your conveyors. I didn't know you could do that. I just tried that. Awesome. Well, now we learned something new. Now we got to get our crazy car to... I mean, I think it takes longer to drive this crazy car on the ground than it does to actually walk. But if you get it straightened out and you don't turn and you don't bump into anything, yeah, you go pretty fast. As long as the ground is fairly flat, you're good. Whoa! At least I thought it was good there. Went off to the side. Yeah, God, crazy driver. Crazy driver. Come on, get up there. See if I get up onto the things. There we go. It'll stick to it like glue. There we go. And we're off. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that landing one of these days. We'll fix it later. Okay. Now we're running that. We're running that over there. We were making sure that all of our stuff was running, and then we're going to tell it iron ignits. Again, we're just going to double all this stuff up. Iron plates. And then the plates are going to come out of there, and they're going to merge into there. Okay, great. Now 3 more of these babies. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. All right, and those are going to be plates. Plates. Very, very nice. All right, line these up. Again, I'm just gonna speed up. I'm not gonna talk my way through these. I already showed you how to do this earlier. If you missed it, I'm sorry, but we gotta get this done now. So we're gonna get focused. God, it's so hard to see sometimes. There we go. All right. And so how many we got so far? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 3. And we're going to go ahead and add 3 more, even though normally I would only add 2. The reason why we're going to add 3 is we're going to have, again, an extra overflow. Let's check and see how much concrete. Oh, yeah, we got lots of concrete. How do I know? Oh, you can't see nothing. You can't see nothing. I'm doing the battle. I'm, oh, God. Now, see, this is the drawback of sleep apnea and vertigo right here, everybody, is that I am so easily distracted. So easily distracted from one of the things I do. This is a standard thing in my stream. If that gets you triggered, then you probably don't want to hang out in here because that happens all the time. Now, when I screw up, guess what? You guys get extra rewards. In fact, I'm going to see if we got our retweets, in which we did. I'm going to give you an additional 1,000 on top of that for getting the retweets as well. And I'm going to start a giveaway for Stream Raiders. So there you go. So you benefit when I screw up. And I screw up a lot, so you guys benefit a lot. So there we go. All right, Grants Rewards. Let's see the last splash. Riverdog, LOC, EMZRT, and Hair Luna all getting some love. And Turk Smashy coming in with 15 kills as MVP. There we go. Oh, and a boss win as well on top of it. And another tier unlock. Wow, look at us go. Look at us go. Look at us get that. Ooh, Centurion Scrolls. Nice. Oh, there it is, everybody. There's the blue chest. We're going to go for it. I say we go down first so we get this gold. And then up. And then across. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do the mystery one to start. Get you guys some extra loot. It doesn't tell us which one this is. I've already forgotten which one I'm supposed to use for my quest here. So I got the battle going so you guys can put your units down. Oh, yeah, that's right. My guy. Now, again, I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so I forget stuff. I get sidetracked. Things are going to happen. Technical issues or whatever. You know, be an adult about it. You know, it'll be fine. Everything will work itself out. All right, there we go. All right, I'm going to put down my flag bearer. Feel free to gather around me there, and we're going to go ahead and get you guys some loot. Let's do it. What did I just turn off? That's what. There we go. All right. Now we're back over here. More stream going on. More stream action in here. So all I was doing was figuring out the distances of my stuff and counting how many I have. Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a 5th one in here. So I put a couple extra constructors there so I could line up my 5th smelter like so. Cursor, work with me, bro. That's definitely not lined up. Going the wrong way. Wrong way. There we go. All right. So we should have 5 smelters. Normally you want only 4, but I'm going to have overflow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Overflow means there's extra. This one's number 5. All right. And there's our number 5 there. We'll go ahead and put all this in. Again, you just saw me do this already, so it's not like it should be something new. We just did it on the other side and all of that. If you missed it, I'm sorry. I'm going to speed up now. But if you do have any questions along the way, feel free to ask in the chat. I never mind. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it's just like mind of its own. All right, let's go. Oh, going a little too fast there. And here. And again, we're going to fill the rest of this in nicely. Okay, so we got that first thing going, and that's going to start to feed those in. Now, while we're waiting to do all this stuff, we can go ahead and let these start to smelt and do their thing while we're doing other stuff, while we're building out the rest of it. So let's go ahead, get those in there. Do 2 there, and this is the main line, so we're going to run it over there, but of course I need to get more concrete. And if we do this, by the way, it shows us right there in the list that we have a bunch of concrete in there. That's how I know there's a bunch in there. We brought a bunch over earlier. And we're good. Need concrete for just about everything. You're going to need a lot of it. All right. And see, that's going to work out perfectly where we could use this last one here to go ahead and power these up. This one I haven't told what it's going to do yet. I could tell already. How do I know? Because it's red. When it's certain colors tell you what's going on with it. If it's yellow, then it just doesn't have enough resources or enough power. Well, really, it's not enough power to be red. But if it's yellow, that means that it's just either full or it doesn't have enough resources to get it going. But red definitely means either it doesn't have power or you haven't told it what it should be yet. And again, I hope they add the ability to, you pick one up that is a iron ignet, and then you can just, and it just remembers that they were all iron ignets, right? You can tell it to be the same exact thing. That would be super useful. They have added a copy paste settings feature down here, by the way, that you can use. I'm so used to just doing it manually now that I feel like the copy paste is actually slower because I haven't learned to do it every single time. We'll get into that. Let's go ahead and add that one there, and we're going in this direction. Go with that. Definitely going to need to go out this way a bit more. Just so I can stand there. And then like that. Okay. And let's go ahead and put in all of our stuff here. Now I typically like to be up on top this area either here or on top of these because it's just easier to run all the lines. So if you do the bottom level first, it's really going to help you a lot if you're doing your line runs. So typically I'll do this instead of the way I did it on the other side. Oh, these are backwards. Backwards. Put that in there. Again, it's usually easier if you're just standing up here and running all your lines. Now you're good. Now we're going to go ahead and run our stuff the other way. So we're going to lift this up. Nope. Wrong way. Wrong way, brother. Other way. Sometimes it's awkward to be able to see the direction of your stuff. Again, I don't know why it doesn't remember. I just did it and it's still doing it the wrong way, but whatever. And then we're going to put our lines in first. Going to be more convenient to do that. Again, we're doubling up our production today. Now, we already built it before, but we're coming back and rebuilding it and kind of retooling it. That one's going the wrong way. It should be going that way. So this all feeds back in here. All right, now lifters. Again, notice I'm just using level 3s. I just avoid the other two now, typically for the whole rest of the game. Yeah, God. Yeah, God. Should have done it the backwards way. Backwards way is this way, where you, as you're moving down, you're putting them in. So you're not blocking yourself to do the next one when you have it so close together like that. And then up into there. So this is all going to go all the way to the end, and then work its way backwards. Let's get up on top here so we can see what's going on. So this is going to come out of here, run along here. Oh, that's not lined up. Why is that not lined up? Oh, that got offset. The back of it got offset. Oh, that means I got to redo all that because that's not right. We ain't leaving that. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that. Boom. The wrong way? Yeah, it's the wrong way. I'm telling you, it's just I just assume it's going to be rotated the right way, but nope. All right. Using my green lines to align it, and even when you use your stuff to align it, I find that sometimes it still gets misaligned, like that. So I was using all my stuff I had already in there, but yet still no good. Oh. That is a. Oh, that's a merger. I mean a splitter. Thought I put a merger in there for a second. I had it right already. Up into there. Man, I can't wait for my skates. We got to get on the skate action. All right, and then that's in there. We've got to. Those are already set up. Oh, the middle one's the one I took out. I need to set that one back up. And then. More power. Get up there. Right in here. These three. All looking good. All right, those are all back up and running. And so what we should see here at the bottom, running along here, it should go all the way to the end here on our kind of middle gap. And it should come down from up here. So let's just make sure that it is working by taking this and running it in there. And then if we see it working, then we know it's actually working. We see it running into these. We know it's working. That's good. This is going to go to iron plates. We're going to need power for that. Let's go ahead and let's say right about here. See if our iron plates. See if our iron thing's coming all the way to the end here and feeding into this last one. We know it's working all the way down. We don't necessarily know it's going into each and every thing until we look like this, and I can see all the way down the line that it's going into each and every one. And so now we want to go along and tell it what we want all the stuff to be before we put in all the other structure. So this one's going to be plates. That one's going to be plates. This one's going to be plates. This one's iron rods. This one's iron rods. And our overflow iron rods here. Now see how much faster that was from the last time? Going way faster. Way faster than we did before. This one will bring down. And like that. Bring this one to here. And this is just if we have any excess items in there, so we can burn up every bit of items. And then when this one doesn't have enough, it'll just turn itself off. And I don't have to micromanage it, which is great. Which is awesome. And so there we go. Saves me some power in the long run. Doesn't matter which way I run them, it automatically knows. Oh, that's offset. It automatically knows the direction. Again, see, even when you use your alignment lines, I still end up one or two along the way. Either it's when I'm clicking and it's right at that moment of clicking that it moves and I don't see it, or it just is aligning to the wrong thing. All right, there we go. That's all looking good. And so we'll jump over here. We'll get up there with your big butt. My character always has a big butt. Has trouble getting up on stuff. Over there, and we'll go ahead and tap one of our center lines here. And we're looking over here. These are all full. That one's full. And I thought I had a center line going. Oh, I took that center line out. That's right, I did. I took that center line out there when I did this, and I didn't put it back in. My bad. Okay, let's put our center line back in. And let's say right there. And we'll use this. Take this out here. Run that to there. This to here. That is coming around the backside. So these are all tied in now. That's tied in. All the rest of that stuff's tied in. All right, looking good. And we got to go around to this side. To use the ladder. Later on, you get a jetpack, so you don't have to do all this jumping around. So you can just jetpack up there. You don't have to do all this climbing. But again, I like to progress through the game like that, where you're unlocking stuff little by little. All right, there's two there. And then our next one's going to be over here. And again, we've already told it what to be, so it's going to start right up while we're doing all this other stuff. We'll go ahead and put this one right in there. And that into there. All right. Now, we got to watch out when we start to merge here. I want to get the first three, 1, 2, 3, and the last one. Oh, God, look out. Because what's going to happen is it's going to run plates and rods into this bottom one. And we see some plates and rods showing up in here. I probably already went past it. Into here, it could screw up the rest of our production. Oh, God, it already grabbed it. It already grabbed it. And it went up. It went into there. It went down here. Hopefully, it goes into the first one. And what will happen is that will actually block the rest of your stuff running in there. Look, right there. See that? Now that's blocking my ability to put my plates in here. So this thing's going to stop. So we got to take that out. I should have took it out ahead of time, but my bad. And so let's do it again. Let's go ahead and we kind of cleared it out now. What are we getting in there now? All right, now just plates are going into there, hopefully. Yeah, plates are full. So we're looking good. So watch out you don't accidentally put them on the same line, which is what I just did. Now, here's a cool little trick, by the way, is that you don't have to actually build out the whole top side if you don't want to. You can go ahead and just run this up to here, and then run that across up to there. If I had it turned the right way. That up to here. There we go. And so you don't have to actually put your lifters in. You can just use your stuff to lift. What the heck? Oh, this one's turned the wrong way. That one's turned the wrong way. That way. There we go. So out of here, into here, bring it up a little bit, and then bring it up like that. So we did two different ways. Over here, we used our lifters at the end, like this. We lifted everything up. And then on this side, all we're doing is we're just using our mergers and then merging it up into the line. And then we combine the two sides together. And bada bing, bada boom. Now we're doing double production right there. That was it. Boom. We got that done. That's GG. That's done. No more. Oh, it's good. And that's our big goal today, was to get that done, and we got it done. And guess what? Now we're doubling up our production down the line here. Down the line. Now, one of the things we do need to do, though, speaking of doubling up our production, is we do need to make more. We need to take more of these rods and make more screws. So we do need to kind of split our rods. Now we got them all running into our central box here. We need to go ahead and make more screws. Now, how many screw ones do we go? Normally we use only 3, but here we've got an overflow one at the end. Now, here's the thing. You only really need one overflow at the end to take care of both lines. And the reason why is because there's not going to be that much overflow that one can't go. And sometimes, by the way, if you have a little bit of overflow on this one and a little bit of overflow on this line, you combine those together and it'll equal full one on the other side. So since it's coming out of the same box, it'll flow just fine. And because I'm going at belt level 3, Mark 3, even if it'll just run it out of there as fast as it possibly can. And the input of this is way slower than my stuff. Even if I'm running it into multiple, and of course you can multiply that out, right? 10, 10, 10, 10 to 10, right? You can multiply it out. It ain't going to equal 240, I can tell you that. That's for sure. So I'm only going to need 4 over here. So we're going to ease up. Instead of doing an overflow on this side, we're just going to do 4 of these. And again, pretty easy. And then splitters. Have it come in this side. And again, double check that this is our rods. Where's our... I think we put our screws at the bottom and rods at the top. Let's go see. Yeah, rods at the top. Rods at the top. So we got to get it from the top side down to there. Now, right now, we're blocking our other output. That's not going to help us, right? That's going to be not good. That's going to block us up there. Here's another little great trick. Let me go ahead and take this out and this out. And so what we're going to do is add a splitter right here in the front. I'm going to run it all the way up to where it matches. Now, of course, we want it to come out of the main box a little bit higher. There we go, out of the main box in the right. It's so hard to see when it's glowy like that. There we go. So all we want is the top one. Let's see if it's matching up to our extractor. Oh, it's right there. Okay, we did it at the bottom one. Okay. I couldn't remember if I did it at the top one or the bottom one. There we go. So that's now matched up. Take this out like this. Run this lower one across into there. We'll come back to that in a minute. Or actually, we're already merging our plates back here. Yeah, I forgot. We merged our plates in the back. We already merged it in the back. That's not where that gets merged. I got merged back there. So this is already... That's already GG. Okay, so we got that going, and we got that all merged there. We're trying to split this out in 2 different directions. And so, again, whenever you mess with your splitters and mergers, you want to put your conveyor lift back in again. Otherwise, that's not going to work out. And then from the other side here, bada bing, bada boom. And now I got that splitting in 2 separate directions. Isn't that cool looking? I love the way it looks when it does that, when you're splitting out 2 different directions like that. Very, very cool. Now, we got to make sure that we also put in the connector right here going into there. Hopefully, we have it going the right direction. Let's get up here on the top so we can see the direction. I can tell you that's wrong already. I can tell you that's wrong already because it doesn't have the lines. Oh, boy. See, it's hard to see. They changed it now where it's really bright on the edges. So when you're rotating, it's not just from my light. It's really bright on the edges, so you can't see which direction the arrows are going now. Remember, this is early access here as well as experimental. So don't get frustrated with it. And plus, I thought it was going to go up higher anyway, so I didn't really orient it. But that's okay. We'll fix it right now. Let's go. Run it again. And then we'll go ahead and adjust the orientation so it matches with our input. There we go. No problemo. Not a hard fix. Easy to fix. Boom, right there. And then right there. Nice. Okay. Now, run this into our screws, and this is GG. Let's go. And we're going to pump these plates out like nobody's business, which is going to help us a ton later on. Let's go to it. Now, I'm the type of person, I'm sure some of you are as well, that could just sit here and be mesmerized by this for hours and just keep building and building and just be in a total state. My wife likes to keep the TV on for noise. I can sit in silence and do this for endless hours. I love doing this kind of stuff. It's very, very fun. Why is that so crooked right there? That is very not right. Okay, let's fix that. That is very broken. Again, sometimes stuff's going to get misaligned because you got all sorts of things running at the same time. Stuff are going to get misaligned. Stuff's going to be wrong. Just take it out and do it again. And I don't mind doing it again. Again, I'm never in a hurry where, I got to show off my prowess of, oh, look at me, everybody. I'm Mr. Special Pants. I find people spend way too much time doing that and not enough time having the fun part. Just have the fun. Build the stuff. Do your thing. If you make a mistake, no big deal. Roll on. Roll on. You'll be fine. All right, down here at the end. Connect these babies in. And this is a GG, baby. This is a GG. Come on, let's get it done. We don't want to run out of time. We got more stuff to work on. We got other stuff we got to get going. We got to double up and double up again and double mint gum up in here. All right, now we want to get all of these into there, right? We're going to take that out. We want to get all of these screws because that's what's going here. That's what's going there. We want to get all these screw line right into there. So let's go ahead and add our merger. Oh, did we tell it to be screws? We did. Our rods coming in. Let's check our rods here first. Where's our rods at? Our rods should be coming down into there. We got rods going this side. Something's funky chicken. That's funky chicken going on. Hold on. Got tons of rods in there. Oh, I forgot to make the connection. See, I almost forgot. Oh, Monster Hollow with a 46 months. Holy moly. Coming in with a Kismet love train. Show him some love. One of my longest supporters and good friend of the stream. Monsterholic, we've hung out a bunch of times at TwitchCon. Had a great time, too. Me and Monsterholic always have a great time. Yeah, big time. Howdy, kids. Greeting from the Middle East. Halfway through my tour. Patiently waiting to get back home and stream. Hope you, the family, and the tycoons are well. Keep killing it on here on YouTube, here and on YouTube. Much love and many blessings, brother. Right back at you, Monsterholic. Hope you're having a fantastic start of your week. I know you're in danger out there. Stay safe for all of us. I appreciate you staying in a post in the military and backing us all up around the world. Show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Come on, blow it up right here. Come on, in the chat, right there. Take a minute. Take a minute to appreciate the people that keep us safe, all right? Show them some love in the chat. All right, so I forgot to do the link over here, which I was talking about earlier, right? So you got that little bit of spot there. You got to run that into there or nothing happens. And then we'll look down there. There we go. Screws going that way. Or, I mean, rod's going that way. Rod's going that way. All right, there we go. Forgot that little tiny bit. Now, that should be a red flag. You don't see nothing going down those conveyors? Red flag time. Now, there we go. All right. Now, front of this. Let's get it merged. Let's go. Let's get it merged, hopefully in the correct direction. Straight across here. Again, we're using our lines and line up. You'd think if you had these awesome alignments that you would never misalign it, but I do all the time. Get these side ones in. And I try to go in the direction that it actually is flowing. It's a good habit to get in to do the direction, but it's not necessary. It does remember its own inputs and outputs. Like so. And boom, double up them screws. Now we got double the screws. And in fact, probably more than double of the screws. And then also extra plates and stuff like that. We've got to make sure that our plates, though, are transferring or coming back from back there through here into here. So we're combining those multiple plates together. And that's going to run those plates into there. These plates are then going to run along here. And now all of these should be up and running. Let's make sure that we see that they're coming through, though, up here. We don't see any plates. All right, we see some plates there. How are we looking over here? It's yellow. Why is it yellow? Our output. It's full. It's full. I can't do anymore. All right, we love to have that problem, right? That's my favorite problem, when I have too much of something. Let's go ahead and fill the rest of this side in here. Like this. And we got some supports down there, so we can legit add... Oh, my goodness. We're getting way out here now. We can go ahead and add it because we got our supports. Again, we're playing with supports this time. We must have supports if we're going to extend it. And we're going to extend it only 4 out. And we just set that as an arbitrary number. The tensile strength of the thing. Now, all of these are going to merge back together again, and they're going to go to the left. And so, again, watch out where I'm standing so I don't fall off. And I'm going to set this back. God, it's right in my face. Let's get over here. And we're going to set it in that direction. Boom. And then get all the rest of these. Now, if you do all these in line, they'll be the merge will be oriented in the right direction. And you should be good. All right, merge that. Yeah. Get on into there. There we go. Let's do the inside. See, you notice how I vary? Sometimes I'll do the outside first. Sometimes I'll do the inside first. That's to keep your variety going. Because if you do this a lot, it can burn you out. And so that's how I keep myself from burnout. I always vary what I'm doing just for fun. Okay, looking good. Now, I'm not going to run that across there because I don't want that to be on the ground. I'm going to run that up here. And just for fun, I'm going to go ahead and put a conveyor pole right here. Up a little too far. Like that. And let's see if we lucked out. I didn't even count it. Let's just see. Yeah, lucked out. You're supposed to count how many there it is. It goes 6 maximum. And now we got to tap back into our line that we have down there. But look at this. We can just run that thing straight. In fact, this base will eventually connect to that base over there. And thus I'll have the line runs on this side too. But for right now, while we're working on it, we're just going to go ahead and put a conveyor pole way down there, just willy-nilly. And then stick another one on top of it. And just run this. Oh, really? Too steep. Where are we at? Okay, way out there. Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I love the fact you can build really far away in this game. It's a little tricky sometimes, trying to get it just right. But there we go. All right, we'll take these out. Okay, so that's going to make a bunch of those, and right now we should see them already. We should see them start coming down the line. Oh, dollar bills. That's GG, everybody. Let's go ahead and just ride it on down. Whee! Right over here. Now, we already got a place where it's running, so I'm just going to go ahead and tap right into there. Seriously, Dad's going to reach because it never does. But we'll give it a shot. Oh, see, look at that. Oh, so close, so close. Bird, get out of here, bird. I'm working here. All right, we'll get this up here. And we'll run that back up just a little bit. Get up and over right in here. Now, the rest of these belts aren't Mark III, so they'll be fine. Right now, it looks like a Mark I. So while we're walking back, right, we can just go ahead and upgrade that. And we're going to rerun all of those lines anyway. We'll run them up above. We'll build out the rest of it and all that stuff. But I build stuff in sections. I don't build out a big old gigantic base and then build my stuff. I feel like that's a huge waste of time because it could be in there building stuff while I'm doing this, right? It could be in here like running the stuff and building a backlog of that stuff so I can use it for future stuff. And you'll see that I'm constantly working in that kind of thought process. Of course, I'm going to set up the line and then run the line and let the line run. Now, one of the things that we're going to do, though, is we want to get that to its appropriate place up here at the top, which is our run line. So before we do all that other stuff back there, we need to go to the end and figure out which one, I'll go up here, which one is our reinforced iron plates. Now, I already know, but because I actually remember this kind of stuff, but we're going to go ahead and run back here, and it's the one right back here in the corner that we already ran down so I could see where it was at down below. And see, we run it down from up here, and it's down there. Ah, God! Oh! I would have died, by the way, had I not landed on that. There we go. All right, that was fun. And so we're going ahead and we're going to run that down into that lower level. Now, we're going to go ahead and actually run this out. 2, 3, 4. 4, that's 3. This is 4. And then this is number 5. And so we're going to go ahead, run this out. And say, all right, hold on, we got to put our support in. Guess what, Mr. Machine? Whatever you're making, you're no longer making it now because you're out of the way. You're out of there. Now, we got to watch out if it's an extractor or whatever. But we should be good now. Let's go ahead and put in our support, number 1. And again, we're lining it up to our other supports here. Too close. Get on out of there, stuff. All right, pillar base again. We can't build in. We gotta put supports in this playthrough. You don't have to normally. You just do however. But me, I have set the precedent of we must put our supports in this particular playthrough. There we go. All right, support in. Now same thing over here. Now by the way, you don't have to count anymore. You can just visually go. Okay, that one's coming from that way. That's in. If you stand at an angle, you can see both of them at the same time, like that, and then you can just line it up. Much easier. This is going to be a 2, and then a 3, right up there. And again, look at this. So I love this part of the game when you get to just start just going ham on your base. It's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and do our other support over here since we're at it. Look at all this making me some stuff. Making me tons of stuff. 2, 3, 4, and then this should line up to that. And then sometimes I'll double check too. See, I was double checking there, just to make sure I have it lined up properly. Take that out. Oh, wire running through there. 2 of those, and then third one up there. Grab my thing. Oops, I got to just accidentally put that in. Go up there and take it out later. And then this one across. Like doing a puzzle, right? You get the outside part and then you can fill in all the rest later on. All right, so we were running a wire. We were running a line though that we stopped. Where was that line running to? It's running over here. Oh, it's running in. This is actually going in. This is an input line. And so let's go ahead and run. I think that was going to here. No. No, bad game. No clipping. You can clip all you want, but me, no thanks. I'm gonna fix it. I am gonna fix it. No clipping. I don't like the clipping. It's a builder thing, everybody. It's not necessarily a game thing, but it's a builder thing. But we don't like the clipping. All right, there we go. We'll get that in there. And let that continue to make us some loots while we're busy doing it. You want to keep your steel running while you're doing other things for sure. We'll do that battle here in a second. We're going to clean all this out and get to all of that. How are we doing on time right now? We're looking good. I need to turn my air conditioning off. Holy mackerel, it just kicked in and it's like frosty in here even though it's supposed to be warm today. I got to get to my lawn here in a bit. Let's go ahead and do the battle first. And then I'm going to go hunt down why my air conditioning is working so good suddenly. And then I should be back. In fact, here's what I'll do. I'm going to go ahead and do the battle. And while you guys are doing the battle, I'm going to disappear for a moment and then come back. Look at that multitasking. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Look at that perfect timing. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Let's say Pink Ranger, Vexing. We got Ghost coming in. Hair Luna and Lost Without a Trace all getting some love. And Lost Without a Trace. Whoa, 43 kills. Holy mackerel. Look at that. Coming in, putting those big MVP numbers in there. EMZRT, No Slash with 34. We got Turk Smashy, 31. Blauhorn with 24. And Monty rounding out the top 5 with 15. Way to crush it, everybody. Way to work together as a team. That's a GG right there. All right, let's go ahead and go down here. Now, remember, even after the stream, I'm going to keep these battles going. So be in the stream all day long. You're going to get tons and tons of loot all day. Because we go into battle mode, and that's where I get you guys crazy tons of loot. Ooh, my artillery is ready to rock. Oh, only 16 gold. That's totally worth it. Whoa, I got 700 gold. Wow. Wow. Let's go buy some stuff in here then for our units. Let's see. What do we got? Ooh, look at that. Charming Rogue Scrolls. It's about to level up. Level 26. Oh, I can just look at the levels. I just realized that. I can just look at the levels. And the levels will help me to know whether I've upgraded that particular character or not. That should help a lot. Because I can see this one's at 30, which is max level. And I don't need any more healers for right now. But I want to get all of them. I want to have like 2 of every single unit, which is, you can only have 2 of each unit. I want to have 2 of every single unit at maximum. I want all of them at max. All right, so there we go. So we get enough to upgrade? No. What's this mean? What's this do? It's like recycle. What's that recycle? Respec. Oh, I can respec it. I can respec them. I don't want to respec them. I'm fine. I'm good. All right, back to the battle. Over here. And did I put a unit down? I did not. All right, so I'm going to go look at my quest. That's what it's going to do. Oh, we're done. All right, collect Centurion Scrolls. Awesome. Done there. Just collect gold and then keep on working on my long term here, which is get 10 units to level 30. And so, in that vein, we're going to go ahead and now keep working on our ones that are getting close to 30. I don't think I've ever seen that before, whether you can just click on level or click on ready. I don't think I've ever seen that before until just now. It's cool that I'm up here now too, so you guys can see all the units down below. So I always moving myself around in the most optimum spot based on the game, and I found usually right about here is a pretty optimum spot, especially with all the interaction with the stream avatars and stuff down there. So that's why I'm up here now, everybody, just so you can see it just that much better. Let's see. This looks like not that tough a one. Let's see. Let's go keep working on our archer. I'm gonna stand behind Hare Luna over here. We're gonna kick some booty. There we go. We're gonna kick some booty. Let's get in there, get you guys some loot. I suggest, by the way, to put your rogues way in the back. I see some of you already doing that. Put your rogues way in the back so we go in and we draw them onto us. And meanwhile, you come in, whoop, 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 boom, get the loot. Highly suggest. Okay, let's get back to it. So that one is the one that we're working on. We're trying to lift our plates up there. And so let's go ahead and just fill in the rest of this real quick. And again, see, I fill it out as I go. Get this last one in. And let's fill it in over here. Okie dokie. Now, one of the things I could do, by the way, is I could do what's known as underrunning. And I think we probably want to think about that right about now before we start running long lines and stuff like that. Are we going to run it at this level or are we going to run it at the under level? I really like doing the underline running. And because this particular part also goes up right here and it's a closer thing, it's not like you're going to put big machinery or whatever under there anyway. So it would be a perfect place for underrunning. In there, one of the things that probably is going to be in my way on that side is going to be the extractor, but I can underrun it and offset it and do that. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what's underrunning? Well, let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go ahead and bring in some walls. And so I'm going to put a wall wherever I can. Now right now I've got this lifter in the way, but I can put a wall over here. Now from that wall, I can go ahead and space my way down different levels. So if I wanted to go ahead and put down, say, that far down, and then run my conveyors, which is going to be very tough to do that, in between there. I could, if I wanted to. I can also jump down and do it from the down below and say, okay, hold on, I don't want to do it up there. I want to go ahead and I want to have this way at the bottom down here. Hold on, let's pick up one of these. Have it way at the bottom down there. Now to do that, you're going to need to add another wall down below it like this, so it'll snap in down like that. Right? Now, I can also just take this wall out now, and then it just looks like it attaches to the bottom, whatever you feel like doing. But it basically now creates an in-between level in between all the rest of this stuff, right? And so I can just go ahead and run stuff under there. I can also just underrun everything and then remove this later on. So it just looks like it's running underneath and then lifting up or whatever. One of the things that I think would also be cool in this game is to have your lifters be turned sideways. So they come down in one and go across and then go up on another. That would be a cool thing to do in the game. Again, they're still working on it, still early access. In fact, this is experimental early access. So it's even more early access than the early access. So it can be sometimes very unstable, so be careful with your saves. Make sure to back up your saves before you get all crazy doing too much stuff here in the experimental version. Now, let's go ahead and switch this around over on this side now. And I'm just going to go ahead and do something like this. And that makes it feel like, okay, it's holding that up. And then what we can do, instead of that running from right there, we can go ahead and try to see. It's going to be pretty tricky from down here. But we'll give it a go. And we'll bring that down. And now we can just run it in the lower level all the way over here. And because that base over there matches this base over here, I can just run it all the way over there and underrun it all the way to here. Now remember, all this machinery and stuff you see down here, that ain't going to be there. That's going to be up above. So the only thing that's going to be there is the extractors, which you can see over there. So there's 2 extractors over there. There's 2 extractors right here. They're both iron. One is over that way. There we go. One is over here, right there. And then one is right here. As well as I do have a limestone right here. So a lot of good nodes right there. And those nodes are just going to be fed up to the upper level like we did over there. Now that whole side over there is just cranking away. And we want to get all this stuff now torn down so we can think about those run lines. And then basically, now we want to connect that side. That's why I did that side first. We want to connect that side to this side, and that's going to set the precedent of all of our other line runs. So all that copper that we got over there that we're going to be running over here, that's going to set the precedent for that. The limestone nodes over there that we're converting and running over here, it's going to set the precedent for that. So everything that you're setting up, you always set up a single line first. You set up where you're going to run all your stuff, and then you can just keep stacking it along the walls or on the stackers, whatever you want to do. I love doing it on the walls. It's really fun because you have wall things that you can stack, and you can stack them real close. I still make sure that they don't clip, even if they do run along the line. But if I got like wire on the bottom and then something that's much flatter on the top, I still leave room for the wire. Even though it'll still go through there anyway because it'll clip through there. But I don't like to do that. I like to do it. Or you might put the tallest thing on the top and the skinnier stuff on the bottom, depending on how you want to do your thing. There's no wrong way of doing it. It's your base. You do it however you want. Right? That's what you do. Now, of course, to run this down like this, we're going to say that these walls up here must be supporting the lower side of the thing, right? So we're going to say we need at least 1 wall, maybe 2. Maybe we should just go ahead and say, okay, we're going to try to run that down. Now, see, this is right in the way, so I can't run those walls behind there. Oh, look out! Flower Mound coming in and doing it. But we have this wall right here. We're going to call that a good support. And if we do need more supports, we will add them underneath. Or even better, we'll just run them right over here like this. And then we'll just say, okay, we added. That's our support. Now we can come back and fine-tune this and fine-tune all the supports and whatnot, but we'll just RP in that we cut out the middle and we attached it to the thing. It's all attached and all that stuff. All right. Yeah, they only got so much time in the day, everybody. They can't do everything, so I just RP in some stuff that I have to clip through. But you can't take out the environment, and then some of that stuff you can't take out. But I could try to go in and try to do this. I could switch my set here and try to at least do something like that, where it looks like it's actually attached to it. If you want, it's all up to you how you want your base. Oh, look out! Everybody jumping around on how you want it to look. Everybody down there doing a dance party. What's up, Flower Mine? Oh no! Oh, we've got a bot in the chat there, Pink Ranger. That is a bot. Whenever you see a bunch of text in a sequence, and I really need to figure out how to do this, how to do that. Because whenever you see it in a sequence like that somebody typically will be a bot and whatnot, or someone's just pressing a whole bunch of stuff. So whenever I see you do that, and if I don't see you saying like Kismet in the chat right now, you got 10 seconds, or actually I'll give you 20 seconds to say Kismet in the chat. If you don't say Kismet in the chat, I'm going to ban you from my channel. Because I don't know why you're coming in saying bust my hush or bust my touch or touch my little Johnny dude or we bust a little Johnny or whatever is going on with you, bro. But sometimes I have bots that come in and they say a whole bunch of weird stuff within 1 minute. If you say 10 things within 1 minute, I'm going to assume you're a bot unless you say Kismet in the chat. All right, we're going to slide you on that one. We're going to slide you, all right? Don't be dropping 10 things in the chat because, again, it makes you look like a bot, all right? But I do see that you are a real person, so we'll keep you in there. We'll keep you in there for now. How about that? Pink Ranger, she was getting excited to ban you out of the channel. Look out. Look out. My mods are the best, though. My mods are always waiting for my cue. There you go. It's just comedy hour, dude. I'm good. All right, there we go. So, again, I don't try to be too harsh. But I'm just telling you the reasons why my mods are going to be looking for that. It's because I've had that happen to me many times before. And I don't know what people's fun of coming in and just spamming your chat with that is. I guess they got nothing better to do. I mean, you got some sort of talent. You obviously know how to make that happen. You'd think you'd use that talent for a much better purpose. But hey, that's just my thoughts. That's my crazy thoughts, everybody. All right, let's do the same thing down here just to make it look cool, right? So we got that little squeeze in between, right? Come on, that's cool. That's cool looking. I loved doing that kind of stuff. That's more cosmetic stuff than necessary because you can't just float this stuff. But I like doing that stuff, and really that's when I get to the mega building. When I get to mega building, it's all about making it look good on top of making it functional. Most of the time, I work on basic builds, which is just making it, get started, and then super builds, which is what we're doing right now. And that is making it functional and taking it another level where it's really extracting our stuff. And then mega building at the end. We'll get that going. Oh, look at that. That's looking cool. Looking cool. Oh, we took out the top one. What the heck? Oh, because it was coming through the thing. That's what it was doing. Yeah, it's coming through there. Ah, it's okay. We'll roll with it. Roll with it. Oh, you know what that probably means is we probably don't need the... it's like a sandwich. Probably don't need this one here at the end, but then it's just going to look awkward. It's going to look awkward right there. Right? Because we've got that half one. I'd leave it in. I'd leave it in just because it looks better. All right, so let's do that. We got all that down. We have our under level coming down. And I feel like it's time just to tear the rest of this down. Man, we got a lot done. We got a lot more done than I thought we were going to get done. Let's tear all the rest of this down and retool all of this stuff down here. Now, in these boxes are going to be a lot of resources that potentially could be backlogged. So I'm going to go ahead and just take them out little by little here. And then also what you can do is hit F, roll over all of this stuff, and then whoosh, bye-bye. It takes a lot out. Now, one of the things that can happen, though, is you can end up taking out stuff you don't want to take out. Like foundations and things like that. So you'll see me kind of do a combination. Now, Fred! Look, he's in here again. I can see him in the background. Fred! Get out my base, bro! Get out my base. It's all up in my business. He's always up in my business. I'm in here. I'm trying to build some stuff. Trying to have some fun. Fred all up in my stuff. It's like your dog, right? It's like your dog always up in your way, right? You try to walk, it's like you try to walk by, they're like laying in the perfect spot. Sparkle does it all the time. She's laying right in the perfect spot to be maximum in the way. It's like you try to go get a spoon, right? To have some cereal or whatever, and she's laying right there where you have to stand back, reach over her to get the spoon, and then you're like, dog! The Sparkle dog. The Sparkle dog. What the heck was that thing in the base? That's Fred. He's just chilling out. He ain't doing nobody no harm except for getting in my way a lot. He's out there. Don't fall off, Fred. Look out. That's steep over there, bro. That's super steep. Don't fall off. Like, listen to me. Don't fall off, Fred. Don't look out. I'm telling you, it's steep over there. That's a cliff edge. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Get away from my base. Look out. Don't break my stuff. Whew. That was close. They don't really break your stuff, everybody. They clip right through it. They don't bother your stuff. At least not yet. You never know. The game's not finished yet. They might be breaking all that stuff. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take everything out that is not an extractor. including all the power lines, because we're going to rerun all of our power lines. And so we're just going to go ahead and fill in all these extra little spots here. I actually could have used that as a support, I guess. All right, we'll call that a support under there. Run the rest of these. There we go. And very much like other games, you want to end up filling in the whole world with foundations. At least I do. What's up, Fred? You're going to fall, bro. Walking the edge, bro. Walking the edge. He walked down my ramp. Gotta give him. That was pretty smart. He walked down my ramp there. Take my ramp up so he starts walking around my base. This is why I typically don't have ramps at the ground level, is because mobs just walk into your base. Sometimes it's the bad mobs that are trying to kill you. Look out for those ones. All right, I'll take this out. Now, what we're definitely going to have to do here, everybody, is we're definitely going to have to add some boxes to hold all this stuff, because we are just going to get overwhelmed once we start taking all this out. And I'm going to rebuild all of this here in a bit. But we're going to just go ahead now, retool, and just go in order that I think is the most important. We've already got our plates going over there, so we're good. So we're literally just going to put everything into the box and then really go to town, holding down control, hitting all this stuff we can hit, and just really getting as much as we can. If we have to put foundations back in again, or if stuff drops on the ground, then so be it. So be it. Boom. All right. And more control, more aligning, more stuff that's going to drop on the ground. I can tell you that. We're taking out things. Oh, God. We took that out. Now, you can't unselect stuff. You can't just unselect the miner. I'm just going to go ahead and do that instead. I'm just going to right-click, get that out of there, and try to get as much as I can. And if I have to put foundations back in, then oh well. Oh well. Now, there's another way of doing this, by the way. You can be very, very precise if you want to be. This is what we're going to do on the last part here. So you hit F, and then you hit just press Control and release. And so it remembers. And so you go press Control, and then press Control, and press Control, and so on. And it will just get the very specific things that you're trying to get, and then take them out. Now, I find it takes longer for me to do that than to just take them out individually. So you'll see me just, oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm dropping loot on the ground. Hold on. We got to go back. Look at us dropping stuff over there. Took out some of our stuff there. We got a whole inventory full of something. Most likely raw ore. Oh, in this case, it's actually a whole bunch of copper sheets. Very nice. All right. Again, this is one of my favorite parts of the game, is taking a moment to retool the factory here, to readjust it. Because you don't have all this stuff unlocked in the early game. I don't have all the supports and, you know, my higher level mining extractors and all that stuff. That stuff is not unlocked yet. And so right about now is a good time, because you have your stuff unlocked typically that you're going to need for all this other stuff that you're doing. Right here. And again, we can just take all this stuff out. Again, we want to just go ahead and do it individually here. Don't need any power over there. Take that out. Let's go ahead and take this out. Let's go ahead and hit these three. Like that. They're definitely going to drop something. Don't need the power poles. Again, all of this stuff moving up above. And so we're going to run this from the original. Run it up. And that's why Fred getting in and out under here too. You know, we don't want to disturb Fred and just, you know, going for a little walkie or something. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing over there, but he's distracting me from my focus here, which is to get all of this stuff torn out of here so we can really get to it. Now, one of the cool things about doing this is you get all of the resources back. You're going to get all of that back again. And so you can just rebuild it better and more efficiently. And that's another reason to stop here on tier 3 and 4, is that you can build all of this way better now, and you can build it more for the long run as opposed to the short run, which is how you've been building most likely up to this point. Now, you can build for the long run from the very beginning. It just requires a lot more effort in the fact that you have to make a lot more material a lot slower in the beginning. But you can definitely do it that way too. But I'm pretty early game right now. This is very early game. Right here. Now look at this. Look how cleaned up that looks. Let's go over here, drop some more stuff in the box. Oh, boy. Filling it up. Get all in there. There we go. All right, that's nice and cleaned up. And again, we're just going to... Now, this stage is just take everything out. That's what we got to do. Look at that. We still got a little couple on the bottom here. Oh, we need a little concrete. Get enough there? No, that's okay. We got some over here. Let's get a little stack. So we can fill that extra stuff in. Let's sort the box. Yeah, let's get a couple of them. All right. Fill those last little spots in there. Look around, see if there's any loot that dropped. There might be boxes that might have dropped out here. I would definitely look around for that. Nope, looking good. Now, another cool thing I can do under here in this level is I can run the power up above as opposed to running, because they have vertical connections now, which is definitely something we'll unlock as well as we go along. And that right now, that battery is actually running our coal over there, which is funny. Which is funny. All right, let's take the battery out. We'll get into more battery stuff later. This right here definitely needs some love. I hate it when it's in the ground like that. Put a double ramp in there instead. Or actually, let's do it like this. And then we'll go ahead and put in our actual thing. There we go. I don't like the grass to show through my stuff. I feel like once you put a foundation down there, that grass should disappear. That's just me. That's like a Fallout 4 thing right there. It triggers me big time. Monster Holic showing some love. Thanks so much again for that massive sub love. And thank you, Flower Mound, for coming in. And make sure that you are a real life person. What's up, Silent? Thanks for hanging out. There we go. Again, don't you spam my chat. I am going to ban you. We have banned a lot of people for spamming my chat. Oh, I gotta let my kids in. I gotta remember to do that. All right, how are we looking here? All right, I feel like we'll work over on this side. Remember all these things we built at the very beginning of the game to make us a bunch of power? Very nice. Let's just go ahead and take... Oh, God, that one's got a lot. Look at that. That one over there is the one with a lot. That's got a lot in there. Let's go ahead and forego that. Just take all this out. Whoosh. There we go. We got an awesome shop down here we can take out. Leave that. Take out all these walls. Okay, I got an AFK here again for just a moment. Let my kids in. I forgot to do it while I was up AFK a minute ago. All right, be right back, everybody. Stealth Boy's a little delayed there. All right, we're going to fix that. Another thing I'll have to fix later. Always tinkering with the stream, always adding and adjusting things. All right, everybody, we got to finish this up because we're almost done for the day. We got to get this going. Then we're going to go into battle mode. We're going to get on the new Kismet Love Train raid. It's going to be super awesome. I hope you guys enjoy it. I worked very, very hard on it. I hope you enjoy the new Love Train. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes here in just a bit. But we got still a little bit more time. So let's go ahead and focus. How much time we got on that battle? 4 minutes. Perfect. And then I got to go mow my lawn while I run a bunch of battles for all of you guys here in the stream. I'm going to get it going on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just throw those down there and just throw all this random stuff in there. And then here, same thing here. We're going to have to sort all this stuff later on. That'll be the price of admission here. Let's go ahead and... Nope. Nopey McNope. Put it back in the box. Let's do this real quick so I don't have to run back and forth. If you have your skates, by the way, normally you can, or your blades, you can go ahead and run up there. But let's do this first, just to make it easy for me to go up and down. There we go. Store all that in there, and store all that in there. All right, great. And then let's see if we can at least get this kind of cleared out, and that'll give us a nice little template for tomorrow to get in here and get all this stuff done. Again, we just do control there, control up here, control. Oh boy, that's going to be a lot. Boom. That's going to be a lot of loot I have just sitting around there. Now, another thing that this does, by the way, I find a lot of time I leave loot laying around while I'm working on stuff, is it does consolidate all of your stuff together. And so you're going to end up with a lot of extra loot, like you saw a lot of biofuel and stuff there that I just dropped into there. Let's finish this out. If we can here with some concrete. And let's go to town here. We got almost everything. Took out a few other things, but we got it. And this stuff back here and that right there. Alright, I love that feature where you can just take out a bunch of stuff. You just hold down control and it just drains all that stuff out of there. Take that out. These two. And this here. See if this has got a backlog. It does. We're going to replace that anyway at some point, but we'll just leave it in there for now. I think we're good. Go ahead and leave that at that lower level so you can get to either the upper level or the lower level. It's unnecessary to put the ones underneath, but I'm just going to do it in this particular playthrough just to make it awesome. Now I have a pretty good machine, so I'm not that worried about it. Let's fix all this stuff back here too. Get all of that. Get this here. Again, sometimes you're going to hit up stuff you're not really aiming for. Now, I have to be careful because over here somewhere, oh, right there, is a drop-off. Oh, yeah, there's a cave down there. We'll check that out later, but for right now, we're going to cover that up. We don't want to go off the side, you know, a little skirt. Right off the side there. It doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Oh, wow. Look at all those reinforced iron plates just sitting down there. Nice. Nice. All right, let's fill in all of this. Just because. Reasons. Right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to match these two up this way. And then bring all this up to a higher level. Now again, most of the time you're not going to see that it's floating, but in this particular playthrough, we are playing through where we can't have stuff floating. We're just choosing to not have it float, right? as opposed to the game itself enforcing no floating. Man, that's a lot of loot in there, too. A lot of good stuff. Holy moly, we filled up all these boxes. Again, look how quickly those boxes, 6 boxes already filled from removing all of that stuff. And we want to get all of this stuff out of here. And see if we got any more boxes. Pick all that stuff up. Clean that up a bit. Alright, getting down to it. Oh, not enough. Sometimes there's just enough in the chainsaw where you can fire that up and get rid of it, and then the chainsaw is out of fuel. And then sometimes not. We're going to put a nice corner in there too eventually. Nice corner. All right, what else we got over here? We want to get our concrete. What do we do with that? Sort it. There's some right there. Okie dokie. Now, see, I can choose whether I want to be at the lower level or the upper level all the way through here. I'm tempted to do it at the lower level because this whole part is upper level here, but lower level on that side. I'll probably pull the bulk of this stuff out here. All right, and then we'll just use our supports right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oof, watch out. And this will be number 5, but the support would go all the way down in there. So we'll put it, say, there. Now we'll put it here. All right. Put it there, and then 1, 2, 3. All right. That's not bad. Trees in my way. Too much trees. Now some biofuel back there. I'd go cut these trees down, but I'm just going to figure out the distances because we're going to run out of time. And then here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, all right. I feel like that works pretty well. I'm just like figuring out, you know, what level I want to run it at, and that's the toughest thing. Is like what level should I run it? Should I run it at the lower level, or should I run it at this upper level to run it in there? And it looks like I could run that in that upper level or the lower level. I feel like by the time it gets to the end, though, that it's going to run into that side. So if I ran this down, it just runs into the side of that mountain. So I'm going to end up lifting it up anyway. So probably it would go right to, say, here, and then run it back down. Half step. Like that. Yeah. Maybe more like this. Oh, there's another copper node right there. Ha ha! Ah, that's funny, everybody. That's not, oh no, that's our original copper node. I was like, man, I could have sworn we had a copper node over there, and it's right there. All right, let's fill in the rest of this so we don't fall off to our death. Oh wait, there's loot down there. Let's go get that loots. I was like, wow, there's a copper node right there, and that's the copper node we used before. All right, yeah. See, that's just going to run right into the ground there, so we might as well lift that up a bit. All right, that's looking good and properly supported. I'm liking all of this. I'm digging it. That makes me think of collecting stone in Dyson Sphere program. This is definitely going to have to go down there so that we can collect that copper again. All right, I'm kind of liking that. I'm digging it. All right, then bring our ramp back down. And then have it like that, or maybe just leave it up. And then we can just turn the corner and go that way. Yeah, just leave it up. Up here. Take that out. Let's say under support right there, so it's legitly holding it. And then a whole bunch of cross supports here. Bring that out, put one underneath. And then this part right here, we'll just bring that back up. I think that's going to work out better. There we go. So now we can go across there, over to there, and we should be just fine. Now we can fill the rest of this in with these big boys. Cover up this pit of doom. I've actually fallen down there before when I first started playing the game. I fell down in that hole, or one like that one. Fell right down in there. I didn't even see it. I was just running along and whoop, right down I went, died. A bunch of spooky stuff down there to try to get us. All right, we're going to wait for this battle here for just a minute while I'm finishing this up. Then we're going to do a battle. Then we're going to do battles the rest of the day, as long as I can keep them going, unless I have some sort of technical issue. But I will keep them going for a good portion of the day, and you guys will be getting tons and tons of epic loots all day long. All right. All right. Yeah, something more like that. Nice. Leave a little edge there to be able to go up there. Liking it, liking it. Let's get this one back in. Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done. Definitely used to take out some of these trees. Let's go find some biofuel and take out a few trees that are sticking up through my stuff. It's auto-saving. Pretty exciting. What did I do with it now? That's the hard part. What did I do with the biofuel? Finding biofuel in a stack of stuff. Just make some. Just make some. Oh, not enough rods. I just need a little bit. Just a teensy bit. All right, everybody. Again, we're going to set some stuff up. Then we're going to do a battle. Then we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train raid. We're going to fire it up. Did I actually make the biofuel? I did not. I did not make it. Let's make it first. All right. There we go. Darn beautiful trees in my perfectly corrupted world here. Take out these darn trees. Can't reach it. Jumping down. Well, that wasn't a hole right there. Kismet, how you gonna get out of there, bro? Oh, well, we'll just do this. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do that. And then we out. Easy mode. Good time to build a little ramp out here so we can get back up. Oh, double ramp first. Double ramp. Maybe just another double ramp. Right there. Nice. All right. That worked out perfect. And then we'll put these back in. Boom, boom. All those back in. Look at that nice flat area. All right. Nice. That's just for us to drive back and forth. This whole flat area here is just for driving. It's not going to be for actual items. Because all the resources are going to be lifted up above. And we're going to put a bunch more supports. And we're going to connect this side of the factory with that side over there. And then we're going to, this will be the whole factory all the way across here. This whole entire area will be lifted up. But we're not going to, you know, make it all the way wide across to start with. We'll start with some run lines. And then we'll run those lines along those platforms that we make and whatnot. And we'll align that side with this side and whatnot. Because I can tell you that the probably the supports are not aligned across. Because this one's on this platform. Which means that those supports over there should be over by one. We might fix it or we might leave it. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up. But I think that's a perfect place to stop right there. Let's go ahead and save. Again, what do we need to do? Run lines. Let's call it what we need to do tomorrow so we remember what we need to do. All right, everybody. While you guys go ahead and watch this battle, I'm going to go ahead and get our raid ready. Let's go. Battle time. Oh, it's on. I think you guys got this. Get those dragons. Get that loot. Get it all going on. Oh, man. I haven't chose raid targets in a while. This is always the hardest part of my stream, everybody. I'm looking for raid targets while you're doing that battle. Let's see. Oh, an artist and playing Satisfactory. Look out. Look out! Double threat. Oh, he's doing some cool stuff there, too. Oh, man. You know what? I feel like this is the guy right here. Let's go. Let's go. He's even got Satisfactory in his name. How about that? Let's do that. All right, I'm going to go and put this up here. And press some buttons and flip some switches. Over that way. And right there. All right, let's go ahead and open the capture chest. Give you guys some love. Let's see. Lost Without a Trace, Rekus, Pink Ranger, and Reaper. All getting some love. Congrats, Pink Ranger. And then Rotisserie G is MVP. Ooh, look at that. Got a little bit more gold. A little bit more gold. Now, remember, I'm going to keep the battles going. You won't see or hear me. I'm going to go into what's known as battle mode. That's where I do a bonus stream on top of my normal stream. And that is typically where we'll run it. But because we're going to do the Kismet Love Train today, I'm going to probably call it on that battle right there. Because we want to go ahead and send that Kismet Love Train out. Oh, look at him go flying. I want to go ahead and send that Kismet Love Train out because I do got to go do the lawn. I was going to let it run, but I just remembered that I'm doing the Kismet Love Train today. Just My brain messed up. So we will keep those battles going tomorrow, but not today. That's what I meant to say all day today. There we go. I don't know why my brain was not catching up. So what we're going to do is we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. Now, welcome everybody to the next level of my stream, the Kismet Love Train raid. Here we go. Let's go. All right, everybody, it's time to fire it up, the Kismet Love Train raid. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. So, look at all the subscribers showing that love. Thank you to all the followers as well. Kismet's bringing up to a whole nother level, everybody. Come on now. Now, here's what you want to do in the chat, everybody. You want to join us on the Kismet Love Train. We'll get that going. We're going to go ahead and drop the Kismet Love Train in the chat. You're going to see it pop up right there. Now, depending on what level subscriber you are, you're going to see it pop up. You're just a follower. I love each and every one of you. Go ahead and highlight it right down there. And the person we're going to get right here is going to update. I got Kira Curl in the past. Hollis the Satisfactory. Oh, actually, can we put a return in there so we can read that a bit better? Let's see. Remember, this is all a work in progress. There we go. All right. I'll improvise. So as you can see, all the love going right over there. I love to do that kind of stuff. You know, I've been working on that for a really long time. They have it for Streamlabs, but I don't use Streamlabs. I use Stream Elements, so I've been trying to get it to work for the longest time. Look how custom it is, everybody. Look how epic it is. Now, here's what I want you guys to do in the chat to start the love going. I want you to highlight either the follower. If you're a tier 1 subscriber, highlight the tier 1. If you're tier 2 and if you're tier 3, you get 2 choices. Congrats. You can highlight right there. I want you to copy it and paste it back into the channel, right? I want you to paste it in the chat. If I see that go, if I count 10 people who put it in the love train, I'm going to give you 5,000 caps. Oh, I forgot to do that giveaway. You know what we'll do? We'll do it tomorrow. We'll go ahead and get that fired up right in there. Let's do it, everybody. We'll do that tomorrow. Let's do it. You love the new overlay. Yes, it's all fired up in here, everybody. We're going to send the love to Hollis the Satisfactory. Now, while I'm getting that set up, everybody, I want you to go ahead and throw it in the chat. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fire it up. I got to press a lot of buttons and flip a lot of switches to make all this stuff work up in here, everybody. This ain't no easy mode, that's for sure. That is for sure. We got to get it in the chat and get it ready to go. Now, here's what we're going to do, everybody. Now, everything shifts to you guys. Everything shifts to you. This is when you can make someone's day. This is when you can blow it up, right? So let's throw that love train in there. Let's get ready to do it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take that and we're going to paste it in this chat. We're going to show some love. We're going to hit that follow button. We're going to blow it up. And here's what I love to do. You guys brought so much love to my channel. I'm going to bring the love to his channel, and I'm going to ask him to pay it forward to someone else, and so on and so forth. And that's the Kismet love train. Keeps going around and round and round Twitch, making it a better place for everyone. And again, I appreciate everybody coming in, showing the love big time. So let's blow it up right over here. Come on, I want to see at least 10 peeps. Blow it up right in there. Let's see, how many we got so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 3 more peeps. Come on, 3 more peeps in the chat. Let's go, let's go. Throw it in there, throw it in there while I go ahead and get everything ready. Let's fire it up. This is a good time to participate in the chat, everybody. It's when you earn extra loot to get it going on. To get it going on up in here. All right, pressing the buttons, flipping the switches, and I got it at the ready. How we looking? How we looking? All right, there we go. We're going to call that good. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and tell you a bit about my schedule right there. I stream Tuesday through Friday from 9 a.m. to about this time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as on Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to know my schedules down below. It's on my Twitter. It's on my Discord. It's on all of that. In fact, all of that stuff, boom, I'll put right there in the chat as well. Do me a huge favor. Go onto the Twitter. Hit that follow button. Go onto the YouTube and make sure to hit that subscribe. It does help the stream tremendously when you do that. All right. So it's time to fire up the Kismet Love Train, everybody. So here we go. So we're going to go ahead and run on out of here. Let me go ahead and give you guys your Kiz Caps. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. So you have a higher chance of winning those future giveaways. And here we go, everybody. Oh, man, I worked so hard on this. I hope you enjoy the new Kismet Love Train. And we're out of here, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.